good echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust through the cold relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux, electric veins chaotic rush. Restless voices scanning cracks, solitude with neon tracks. Heroes only streaming the light through the chaos endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen. Why is single reality torn? There's heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam, caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light, searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void, hope and fear become alloyed. Heroes only streaming the light through the chaos endless fight. In the glow of the midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen.
Oh, hi. Welcome back, everybody, to another episode. Once again, mostly people for the VOD, I guess, right now. But Shadows, Pambo Hendricks, yes, welcome. Here we are, once more. Mango, I am alive, thankfully, yes. I'll probably go over a little bit later, actually, what went down, what's going on, just because there's only 5 people in right now. But no, thankfully, everything's okay. So, just a little bit of a panic, but yeah, I'll probably give it like an hour. I'll wait till some more people come in, and because I think there's probably gonna be some other people who are wondering what happened. So yeah, but no, nothing serious, thankfully. So I've poured myself a beverage, actually. Got a couple days out, I'm just have one. So oh Christ Jesus, it's good. My medicine. I don't know where my beanie went. I'm not a Boston fan. I stole this hat from my brother, who also knows nothing about baseball. I just wear caps, and usually they're baseball caps, right? So anyway, I gotta get I'm gonna get some new shit going on here. I might be getting a new mic, actually, and I'm gonna be getting new headphones, earbuds, wireless earbuds. And I've also got to invest in some glasses that are tinted, because one of the issues I've been having, actually, I've been having dark circles under my eyes for a while, and I think I found out the culprit. It's because I'm staring at blue light for six hours every night, and it's affecting my sleep. Although I don't feel like I'm not sleeping well. I think my melatonin isn't appreciating the bright blue lights. So I actually downloaded it, although I don't think you guys can see it. I've downloaded yellow light filter, and I'm probably gonna get some yellow glasses, just because I've noticed that it's not that bad right now, actually. But anyway, so I'm gonna be getting some new shit at some point here. So, I mean, this thing's driving me fucking nuts. It's driven me fucking nuts. Let me turn the music down just slightly. But anyway, I'll kind of get into it. Yeah. Wireless anything may be an issue because the way they always get out when you need it most. Might be a good point, Bambo. I just want something. I don't want to. This is so much better. This is so much better. Having these headphones on my head drives me fucking insane, man. They're too bulky. They kind of look ridiculous. So I'd like to get some kind of a, smaller thing. And I do need them because I monitor the sound. So you had a horrible night, by the way. Melatonin fixed it, Pambo. Oh, really? Fuck, man. Yeah, no, it's something that you don't realize is a problem. It slowly sneaks up on you. And not only do I have the blue light, I do have a very bright yellow light, but that's not as much of an issue as blue light really fucks up your melatonin production at night. So I have this filter on, so it should kick in. Everything's going to be yellow. You shouldn't see it on my screen, though. It's the only thing. What's it called again? Hold on. Oh, fuck. I forgot to turn it on. Oh, for fuck's... I'll figure that out later. Anyway. Just trying to make this work. Trying to, like, increase the production quality slightly as well, where I think aesthetically I'll just look better than these things on my fucking head and, kind of look a bit more professional. Not looking like that today, but this is just memes, right? Speaking of which, oh my God, these have all begun. I am beyond. So, I mean, I didn't really know last night if this was real 100%. It is 100% real. It's 100% real. This guy did pull this off their site. The guy in Reddit. I read that out last night. But man, did you welcome? Oh, this is beyond exciting. I hope this is good and it's not like some shitty fucking remake. It looks really good. It looks really fucking good, man. I cannot wait.
Come on over here.
To fucking go through the portal again.
Come on, coward. No. Come on. You're not an intellectual. You're a fake and a fraud. Come on over here.
Fuck, it's so good, man. Is this real life? Man, Oblivion. Yeah, I just learned the difference between a wizard and a sorcerer finally. What is the difference? Sorcerer is something to do with like books or some shit, don't they? Where like they don't memorize spells. It's design. What's up, man? Anyway, yeah, this is really fucking exciting. I'm so hyped for this. This is next week, so I'm gonna try and stream it on the weekend following its release. I mean, because I don't really want to do this through the week because of other things to talk about usually, but depending upon how busy it is, I may just try to stream it. I know there's going to be a lot of people streaming this game, so it's a big deal. It's one of those games that I think would be entertaining to stream and watch too, because I've watched a lot of people actually do playthroughs in Skyrim on YouTube. I've really enjoyed it, so it's just so fucking memey. This is hopefully... This is the original.
How are you?
Been better. How about you?
Not bad.
Good to hear. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I mean, it's funny in hindsight, these glitches from the fucking Bethesda's games, man, but like when you're playing them and back in the day, it wasn't quite as funny when you get stuck in a quest because some of the quest givers, this is actually one of the first quests, I think, where there's an issue with one of the guys who gets stuck behind the portal or something. Like he doesn't spawn in. And then I remember walking around for hours being like, what the fuck do I do? And then I turned it up as a glitch. And I was like, oh my God. Like, I remember being so mad at Todd Howard. Because I played this on release. I remember, like, I'm fucking old enough, I guess. For everyone that hears you up in those numbers as well, I guess. But when this released, I remember when it released, and I remember some of the fucking issues that it had. But wizards had to memorize spells and then lose them when they cast. Yeah, sorcerers can recast all day, but have limited spells total. They introduced a sorcerer in Dark and Darker, and it's freaking tank that never runs into mana. Oh, really? That's a D&D thing, I think, huh? Yeah. Yeah, this was 360. Never got too far. Have you never played fucking Oblivion, did you? Oh my God. It's one of those, yeah, D&D rule sets, yeah. Oblivion's one of those memes that you have to play through once. You have to play through it in its entirety once. Kind of like Skyrim. It's kind of like Elden Ring too. Like those are, I'm glad that I did, but yeah. Baldur's Gate 3 is all D&D 5th edition rules now. Yeah, they introduced a drunken monk. Oh, I saw there was an update on that recently. See, it's funny because Baldur's Gate, I didn't really get into that as much, but I'm not really a fan of, I like the action RPGs. It's more of like a traditional like kind of party that you would have in D&D. And obviously you're rolling and whatnot for you do roll checks all the time. And I don't like the idea of managing a whole party. If it was just one person, I tried to do a playthrough just a rogue alone and it was fucking impossible. So, oh yeah, no, it's another 10 out of 10 game. I mean, I did try to play at least, yeah. Oh yeah, man, fuck yeah. Even classic D&D, my buddy DM Leak on here, who we used to do a little podcast together with on Twitch, but like literally only Galen TV and another buddy of ours watched. He's all about D&D. He's concocted so many homebrew games. I played in a couple of them over the years, and oh my god, they are fun. They are fun. Yeah, yeah. The Dungeon Master. Yeah, yeah. Fuck. Well, he has, I think, ongoing right now an actual campaign running. So, yeah. Man, fucking Owlbear. We did one with Owlbear online, which was, I mean, now with AI, video, and art, man, it would be so crazy. Like, as a DM, if you wanted to create a great experience for people, you would just have fucking Sora up. You'd have an AI art generator. Like, you'd be able to just visualize all their characters in these different scenarios, fighting bosses and shit. It'd be really fun. That's one of the cool things about AI going forward is that, and the ability to make your own game is that you can fucking easily make a sick campaign with AI art and AI video, but, and I mean, maybe an actual fucking literal game too with the way things are going, but if things don't go right in the fucking dumpster. But I saw the United States bans NVIDIA from selling H20 chips to China. And then there's this, which is like, oh my God, like what are they, man, he's trying to make them submit. And I just don't know where this is going. I don't know if this is headed in a good direction or not. I think it's pretty clear it's going in a bad direction. Oh man, that's fucking mint. That is great. Yeah. China cannot make it that far. The US is winning. Oh, brother, listen, we might all lose here in the end. Let's just be real. So, this is not a policy. This is punishment. Here's the raw truth. Death blow to, this is ChatGPT who did this. Death blow to Chinese exporters. A 245% tariff means most Chinese products become unsellable in the US overnight. It's like pricing them into the market on purpose, and that's exactly the goal. Supply chain shockwaves. If your business relies on Chinese components, it's time to rethink fast. Margins will get slaughtered. Expect inventory costs to spike and manufacturing chaos to ripple through electronics, auto, textiles, and more. I gotta confirm if this is actually the case. There's a couple people reporting it. So, consumers are going to feel it. Don't be surprised when everything from gadgets to tools jump 15 to 30% in price. Inflation's not dead. It's about to come back roaring. China's counterattack. You better believe retaliation is coming. Beijing might slap tariffs on American AG tech, even rare earth exports, which they've already banned actually the export of. This could escalate into a full-blown economic cold war. Well, I think we're there pretty much. Winners, domestic manufacturers, alternative suppliers, India, Vietnam, Mexico, and trade war savvy investors. Losers, U.S. companies dependent on Chinese imports. So almost every fucking company in the U.S. Small retailers and anyone not hedged for turbulence. Oh my God, man. There's so much product. Just the stupid little things you can't even imagine that come out of China. This is like a bloodbath. This is economic combat, yeah. They just lit the fuse in the global business world. Better be ready for the blast radius. How can I capitalize from this? I have nothing. Well, you already have, I guess, right? If you have nothing, then you don't have a lot to lose. That's kind of it. Man, fuck me. Is this real? Like I don't know if this is 245% tariff. Did he institute it? It faces a 245% tariff on imports to the United States as a result of totalitarian actions escalating the ongoing trade war between the two nations. This new tariff, which combines existing Section 301 tariffs and other measures, targets specific products such as electric vehicles and syringes. Okay. Oh my God, man. Could cut world trade by the 1.5%. urges U.S. to stop threats and blackmail and reiterated its stance that the tariff war was initiated by the U.S. Money isn't real. My portfolio is like an apple bobbing up and down in a barrel. That's how we look at it, yeah. He ran up a 200 Google API bill using AI to program some shit. Holy shit. Personally, you did? Oh, Christ. I should check mine on ChatGPT. I was using it for Skyrim. That's the only thing that I'm using it for, but you never know when someone gets into the fucking account now, and I haven't been charged anything, so yeah. Don't let it make API calls. This is a Google billing account. Yeah, it's not ChatGPT, yeah. It's not OpenAI, yeah. I'm trying to build a route planner for my brother's new job. Ooh. Fuck, well, you're footing the bill to him then, huh? That's his problem ultimately. This is bro, fucking, this was all for you, right? You're on the line. You'll eat this bill. Oh my God. That's good of you. Oh Christ. Yeah. Could cut world trade by 1.5%. Warren C WTO. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't checked the old propaganda machine here. What are they saying? California first state to sue Trump on tariffs. Custom and Border Protection says revenue much lower than expected. Powell fed in a pickle. Z fights back with global charm offensive. Oh man, yeah. Dollars global reserve currency increasingly uncertain. Well, it's been uncertain for a while. Interesting. Mar-a-Lago Accord to rewrite global financial system. Oh my fucking God, man. Oh God. He threatens criminal contempt. What the fuck? Judge Boasberg to launch contempt proceedings for Trump administration. Chief U.S. District Judge Boasberg said he would launch proceedings to determine whether Trump administration officials should face criminal contempt charges for defying his order not to remove Venezuelan migrants from the country based on the Wartime Aliens Enemies Act. Constitution does not tolerate willful disobedience of judicial orders. Oh man, there's so much drama going on right now. Holy fuck. There's so much drama with this. And you know, this was all I understand there's some very sketchy people that definitely need to be kicked the fuck out. We have the same problem in Canada right now where we have some refugees that have come over, some young men who have multiple rape charges against them. And they're just out walking around waiting for the court system to deal with them, committing more acts. And it's like, kick these guys, get them on a fucking plane out of here. Right? Like, why are they still here? Like, it's just ridiculous. But then in the chaos of this whole meme, there have been people caught up in, there's some horror stories. There's some Canadians actually living in the States who were interrogated by ICE and they were kept for like 8-10 hours straight. And they were on like a work visa. My cousin's down there right now, actually. I haven't talked to him in years. He's down in Kansas. And a lot of Canadians, they're just like, they're scared. They were going to build a home supposedly. Now they might move back here to Canada. But good luck with the food prices here, brother. It's a lot cheaper fucking in Kansas, the food prices. Anyway, man, fucking just a nightmare. Anyway, there's other things to talk about, I guess. Just all the fun news things. I saw you posted this, did you? China-based manufacturer Unitree Robotics pre-installed an apparent backdoor on its popular Go 1 robot dogs that allowed anyone to surveil customers around the world. Chinese robotics manufacturer left backdoor in product. Of course they did. Just like there's some kind of a backdoor in TikTok that all of these officials' kids have on their phones, and then they get into the fucking local network, and the next thing you know, you got blackmail. You got something shows up on a folder in your computer, and then you get a call from Xi Jinping's secretary. Yeah, there's robot dogs in Denver now too. It's not as far off as you think. Tutu Uprising. Yeah, there was a video I played on here not that long ago where it was just like all these fucking, all of these. I think it was in Japan. All these robot dogs out for a parade. And Buddy was like, this is how it begins, right? The uprising. I was like, oh my fucking God. Like, was it, there was a fucking company, was it Kawasaki, I think, robot horse? Yeah. I couldn't believe this. I think the video was clearly CG or something, or AI animated. But this is like it's a hydrogen-powered robot. This is the idea, is that it's like this like powered legged thing that you ride. And you ride it around. It's like an all-terrain vehicle. You train all your motorcycles for a bot horse. I mean, when you think about it, man, it does make more sense than tires, right? Like, it would be so much more maneuverable than tires. You'd be able to get into areas that a bike would never be. The only thing I could see is that, like, if its legs got stuck in the mud, but then if you get your tires stuck deep enough in the mud too, you're fucked. At least it could, like, finagle itself out, maybe. But, man, it's one thing you'd never thought that we'd see. I mean, bikes look way fucking cooler. Let's just be real here. Seeing like a bunch of boys riding around on this, I don't know how I feel about that aesthetically. Yeah, the next rocket to Mars is something robotic with legs on it on board. Oh, really? Legs make more sense. It's why we've evolved them to get around. So, I mean, you know, but fuck, bikes look way cooler. Let's just be real here. Yeah. You're calling it now. Oh, you're making your prediction. Okay. It doesn't actually. It would make sense if it fucking did, though. Oh, so you've got a face. What the fuck? Is that real? The face? Oh, yeah. No. Oh, yeah, it is kind of. Yeah, fuck, I don't know. I mean, Kawasaki's famous for making motocross bikes. They're another motocross manufacturer. Well, they make lots of bikes, but that I've known as motocross stuff. But not as popular more recently, where there's been other brands. There's been, like, KTM really came up. It became slightly more affordable, or it came in line at least with the other manufacturers. And there's that other manufacturer out of somewhere in some Nordic country, I forget what it's called now. They have a white logo. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, KTM's rad, but they break down lots. Yeah, I've heard that, and they're difficult to, there's not a lot of dealers. What's the other one? Husqvarna. Yeah, Husqvarna is the other popular dirt bike manufacturer. They're like a boutique dirt bike manufacturer. But same deal, it's there's not a lot of dealers around. Yeah. Yeah. Just me out, just walking is just to control perpetual fall. Yeah. Yeah. Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha are all the most reliable. Anything Japanese, yeah. My dad, I think I mentioned this before, he was he used to love cars and stuff. He used to like race autocross and whatnot here in Atlantic Canada. But he was a huge bike guy. He had so many motorcycles. We still have his bikes in the garage, actually. And Honda was his favorite. He loved Shikiro Honda, who was the founder of Honda, and knew everything there was to know about bikes and Honda motorcycles specifically. I remember I was going to buy a KTM dirt bike at one point, and he was just offended that I would want to go with that. But my brother's had a couple KTM bikes now. He had a Duke, just a regular Duke, 690 Duke, which was crazy fast. I'd driven that a couple times. And then he had a Adventure, like the big 1200 Adventure, which I didn't drive. He had that for a couple of years too. But it was pretty reliable though. But it's like, you know, not like dirt bikes. Sometimes you beat the shit out of them. They tend to break down a bit more. They're just harder on them. But my dad is a Harley, and he does more repairs on it than he rides. Oh God, that's what I would love to get. I still need to get my bike license, which I was always razzed on not having it. But I had other hobbies in my 20s. Like I didn't want it. I wasn't getting into buying bikes at that point. But I would love to get a bobber. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I don't know what the laws in New Brunswick are with it now. I think it's, for insurance purposes, you still want to do the course. And there used to be some dumb thing where you'd be locked into a CC range, like it was under like 600 or something stupid for like a year or something dumb. But I think now you can do a higher test so that you can just unlock, you know, all of the different bikes. So yeah, Europe's completely stupid. Yeah. I remember the bike test in Europe, the bike course. You can do a bike course in Europe on street bikes that you're on a literal track. Like if you wanted to ride street bikes, man, I would want to be trained on a track. Like, and every time I went out, I'd have that fucking whole suit on too. That's 100%. I'll never ride street bikes, so they're too fucking dangerous. I'm too stupid and they're too dangerous. And those two things combined are just a recipe for my adventure here to end. Yeah. Indie riders shouldn't be on a leader bike. No, man. Well, there's honestly, there's an argument, like, should anybody on the street be on some of these like 1,000+ cc super bikes? Like, they're just a fucking liability. Yeah. Track bikes aren't the same as street bikes though. Street bikes. No, well, yeah, those are slicks he's got on that, but you know, I would want to do it just to get a feel for the bike, just because they do handle differently. Like the tires, usually you're gonna get on those. My dad's had a couple of them. The most recent one he had was years ago was a hybrid. It was a VFR Honda, which is like a in between. It's kind of an old man street bike, but man, holy fuck, that thing was fast though. Sounded amazing too. Sounded like a straight six, like fucking, you know. It sounded beautiful, but anyway, we sold that after it passed. Probably was it 2 years ago now. We sold it to some guy in Montreal. Yeah. You had a GSX-R 750. Oh fuck yeah! I sold 3 weeks after buying it because it was too fast and couldn't afford all the gear. Oh man, yeah. I haven't been on one of the straight up street. I know they're just stupid, man. They're so quick. It's not my vibe. Like it's one of those things, like on the street, even cars, it's like I'd rather just being comfortable. I don't like going too fast, man. It's like I was never a fan of it. So I would like to get a Harley because you kind of putt around. You know, I'd like to get a truck or maybe like an old muscle car that's not tuned to shit. It just sounds good and you can kind of just putt around, relax. Like anything too crazy, man, it's just... I mean, honestly, I'm too old now too. I mean, some people still rip around on these bikes, man, but like your reaction time, like, I don't know. I just fucking, and they're uncomfortable as shit too. I've sat on a bunch of them. I've had like buddies, and over the years, we've been to so many bike shows. My favorite was is it the 10, what was it called? The Ducati 999 was my dream bike growing up because I wanted to drive street bikes at one point. And my dad wanted me to drive them. I loved that bike. It kind of looked ugly as fuck, but I loved that bike growing up. It was what I had in like my wall growing up. It was the Ducati 999. And there was the Pangola or whatever, the race one looked fucking sick. I was in love with it. Oh, there's another version of it there, an older model of it, but I love Ducati bikes, and to talk about unreliable. People can race their cars in the 15-mile Nordschleife in Germany. Hendrix, yes. Oh my God, man. Yeah. And that's the other thing. Like the roads here suck so bad too, man. Like if you lived in Europe, if I lived in Europe, if you lived in Europe, I'd love to get like a little, you know, car with nice sticky tires on it. It'd be kind of fun. But the roads in New Brunswick are so fucking bad, man. Like that's why there's no supercars around here, because just the suspension, the rims would be dented instantly. Yeah. That was your Gixxer. Oh fuck yeah. Buddy mine had a Ducati 990. Yeah. Oh yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh, that's nice, man. Yeah. Fucking right. Yeah. A couple of my buddies have had the 600 Hondas, and you know, they look cool. They're cool as fuck. They're just cool. They just look cool, and they sound really cool, right? Get like a fucking like straight exhaust, like gutted exhaust, like no baffle in it, or straight up open exhaust. They sound fucking unbelievable, but you know, they're just too fucking dangerous. Yeah. Max, what's up, dude? Absolutely, man. Yeah. Panagal, that's it. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, man. Ducatis are great, but they're put together by Italians. Italians drink in the afternoon. Yeah. They're beautiful to look at and they sound incredible, but kind of like Ferraris and shit, supposedly. They have some issues, right? That's the fucking meme. But yeah, anyway, man, fucking bike talk. I mean, goddamn. It makes me want to just get a bike again. You know, the other reason I didn't, because like I grew up on dirt bikes. And like my brother, my dad were like they just were so locked in. Like they've just got a gift that I don't have with that stuff, where they've just got this awareness at all times of them. Like I'm always like, you know, like the philosopher fucking, you know, like, don't put me on a goddamn fast machine like that. Cause like, it isn't even like what I've learned and what he told me years ago, which is very true. Cause him and all his buddies, none of them ever had any accidents. Like none of them had any accidents ever. And it's because they're attentive the entire time they drove. And he said, that's the secret to never getting into trouble, is you have to be attentive and aware the entire time you're on the bike. There's never a moment where you let your guard down. And I realized that is not me on these fucking machines. And that's one of the reasons too why I avoided it, because the street, it's not, and not even just you, it's other people. And that's why that's one of the reasons why I didn't want to get into it, because I just don't have that awareness that they had. And they were just technically better than me too. Like they, you know, but anyway, I still like the idea. Yeah. I said one time, a thing like this, never again, lol. Fuck yeah. It's anyway, oh, it looks so cool though. It's a shame. It's not everybody's meant to do everything, and I'll probably just stick with, I love cars. I would stick with like cars, and if I did get a bike, it would just be a fucking Harley. Something you just drive around like the valley with at a slow speed and take it out on the weekends, you know. And not like they used to do, like my dad was big too on like the on-off road bikes, like, which I know you like, you've got, what do you have? Do you have an African Twin? What do you have again? You've got an on-off road bike, yeah. Wheelies though, scary as fuck. Oh yeah. On dirt bikes, I used to kind of fuck around. My brother used to be able to do them pretty well. You could pop the wheel up and then just go with it, but I was never like, I never had the coordination to go down the street or anything. But yeah, he was huge into on-off road stuff. Like he loved the adventure bike. Like, they used to go on huge adventures. They used to go like on big adventures, like all over the fucking place, and they were all about that life, which is why they like dirt bikes too. My dad's friends, they were all huge bike guys, and my brother too. But I always like, they hated Harley people, and I always loved Harleys. Or they just fucking cringe. Like I tell them, I'm gonna get a fucking Harley. I'm gonna get a big hog. They're gonna call me Big Hoss. I'm gonna go down the fucking street, you know, my feet up. I love bobbers and what's that stupid fucking show from the 2000s? The guys used to do the fucking with the extended fucking shocks. Oh my god, what are they called? They get my fucking brain, man. Orange County Choppers. You say I'm gonna get one of those fucking bikes, they just like fucking puke. Yeah. Choppers, yeah. I wasn't really a fan of choppers, man, but like where the fuck is it? I don't have the money to do this right now, obviously. But there's a serious chopper there. But like a panhead, these, I don't like to look at any of these. Panhead bobber is what they're called. Actually, someone that I brought this, oh man, fuck. I wouldn't do the dirt tires, but like, holy fuck, that's so fucking sick looking, man. That's what I'd like. That's my vibe. That's so sick. Actually, Jason, old Jason here, how do you spell his name? Something like that. Has a couple fucking sick ones, man. He has some, like, that's a wicked one there. I love that kind of look. Like, it's all kind of like, it's an intentional look. It's all like, it's all, there's a term I'm looking for here, but it's all kind of beat up a little bit, like kind of rusted up, like kind of rough looking. Like, oh God, they're sick. Uncomfortable as fuck to ride, I'm sure. Because there's literally, that's a hardtail. There's no suspension in the back. And the potholes in New Brunswick, knowing me, I'd be throwing out that bike in fucking 5 seconds because I wouldn't be paying attention. I'd hit a pothole and nice. And I'd be thrown off that fucking bike instantaneously. But anyway, yeah. I just dig the vibe. Where's the other ones at? Actually, I like that. That's so fucking cool, man. That's kind of my vibe there. Something to putt around on. Just go down some nice streets on, you know, just kind of, yeah, just something easy peasy. Anyway, bike talk. It's funny, it's one of those things, like as a young kid, like this is what I used to do. I like guitars and bikes and shit. That was what I loved. And then as I got older, I was poor. That's really the fun. Just always been poor. I just had other fucking, or I spent all my money on guitars instead of bikes. That one looks pretty cool too, though. Really stripped down. Though it's got a, holy fuck, probably got a suicide shifter on it. And they get the brake. Oh, that'd be fucking so stupid though. Sometimes they put the brake down where the foot pegs are, and then they've got a suicide shifter on it sometimes too. Holy fuck. Like that's no. That's an accident waiting to happen. But they look cool. But no fucking thanks. Yeah. Jeez. Anyway. No fucking thanks. Was it Brad Pitt had a suicide? He's a huge bike guy too. Had a suicide shifter. I saw a video of him on his bike. He had a suicide shifter. There was a clip of him driving it, I thought. Yeah, right there. I was like, man, how can we have more risk of this process? That's literally it, man. He was telling somebody, I don't know if it was Joe Rogan or someone was talking about a conversation they had with him about this, where he said he's never felt more alive. And like the tanks too, right? You only get like, oh my God, like you maybe get like a fucking hour and a half of like drive time with the tanks. And some of the tanks are so tiny and they're not very efficient engines. So they just burn through the fucking gas. So you're just like going from gas station to gas station, you know, with your hand off the fucking handlebar, shifting it. I was just like, man, like I enjoy life too much to fucking risk that. Yeah. Let's make brakes hard and add a suicide shifter. They do it, man. It's the aesthetic, which I think is just fucking completely stupid personally. But anyway, these are like the eccentrics of the bike world, I guess, right? Like, anyway, no thanks. No thanks. And that on top of, is that a hardtail too that he's on? Oh my fuck. So you go to suicide shift, you hit a pothole, there's no suspension in the rear of the bike, you fly off the bike, and then you die. Anyway. Yeah. No. Another news, maybe more depressing news. I saw this before I came on, actually. I won't subject people to 9 minutes of Bobby's voice, but he was kind of rough on this one.
14. And by the way, these studies are 2 years later than they should be. And one of the things that...
Oh, God, it's hard to listen to him sometimes. I know he's trying to do good, but some people think he's just stirring the fucking massive mess. He's making a giant mess, but... this is pretty important. This is he did an announcement here on autism and research into autism, which is really important. And, you know, I've been suspicious why there hasn't been more focus on this. And he called it an epidemic, but he announced the latest autism rates in 8-year-old children. 1 in 36 have autism. 1 in 20 boys have autism. 1 in 12.5 boys in California have autism. California has the strictest vaccination laws in the country. Does somebody try to imply that there's a correlation there? I mean, whatever the cause, I think they should be definitely trying to figure out what actually is going on. It could be a combination of things. It could be that. It could be pollutants in the air. It could be pollutants in the water. That's another fucking dark rabbit hole to go down. Oh my God, that's one not to go down, honestly, because there's not a lot you can do unless you fucking reverse osmosis every drop of water you fucking drink. Rabbit, what's up, man? Like birth control and shit in the water, all these other chemicals in the water. Oh, God. It's like, oh, fuck. Just live your fucking life. Or you can just drink quality fermented beverages made from water, sourced in the Alps of probably Switzerland or somewhere in Bavaria. So you can just drink German beer, and that's a better way to get your water in, purified without any birth control in it. Right? Anyway, fun times. Not so fun times, but pretty big deal. This is the kind of important shit they're doing. I mean, they get their balls drugged to the glass on a lot of other things, but this is absolutely something that needed to be brought to the forefront, because I've heard anecdotes from this from people working in schools that they're just like taken back at how many children have nonverbal autism. And some of these people, you know, have worked in the school system for 30 plus years, and they've seen the gradual rise, but the exponential increase in the last 10. So something's happening. And like, these are people's kids, man. Like, this is the future. And why this isn't taking a front seat, or why this isn't more of a priority to me, is just unbelievable. Whatever the cause may be, people hone in on vaccination, whatever. Well, then maybe look into, there shouldn't be an issue with going after the regulatory industry and making sure that these pharmaceutical companies are making sure there aren't any adverse effects with all of these different vaccines that they're implementing. I mean, they should be held to the strictest rules possible, obviously, considering the fucking shit that pharmaceutical companies like Pfizer have gotten into in the last 20, 30 years. I mean, that shouldn't be a fucking problem. And then, you know, looking into the pollutants in the environment, like, scary shit. Yeah, you got a Bavarian as well today. Cheers, absolutely. Cheers, guys. Yeah, cheers here. Oh God, it's so. I think this is Nerdanger. It's left over in the fridge there. But yeah, fuck, I love German beer. Yeah, I just learned Pierre Polyev has a nonverbal 6-year-old. Oh, he does. What's with all these autistic kids? Yeah, there's like 26 vaccines you give a baby before they leave the hospital. Is human body that fragile? We need just all that to give to live. Is that the case? There's 26. Oh my God, man. Well, like, I mean, listen, Twitch doesn't like this talk, but I don't really give a fuck, honestly. Like, what we just went through recently, I think people got a bit of a wake-up call, some people, that there are issues with both the regulatory industries and the pharmaceutical companies. And a lot of people have known this for a while, that the pharmaceutical companies are incredibly corrupt and have been sued into literal oblivion before for, not malpractice, just negligence, right? And it's an issue with the business, right? Where they just don't give a fuck. They just want to make money, and they're just parasites, these people working there. And, you know, the company's run by accountants. They have no ethics, no business ethics. They don't give a fuck at all. They just want to make a buck, and that's it. So, like, eugenics is going to be a real talking point in society in the coming years. I saw you watch the Alex Jones thing. I haven't gone through it. I've seen a lot of clips of it, but I saw you posted on Discord. Yeah, I mean, that is genuinely, I don't know how long it's been. I do have something up, and this is obviously not fun talk, right? Like, people work hard all day, and then maybe you come hang out here, and then fucking Jim's just rambling about the elite trying to kill us all. It's like, well, that's not really great. But at some point, right, there does need to be a serious conversation about this. And this goes back into it goes back actually to the beginning of human history, where the elite of a society, however they got there, whether it's through privilege, right, ruled by blood, but maybe it's just because they're intellectually more competent and they've manipulated their way to that point and manipulate the masses, and they perceive themselves to just be the elite, and they don't really value the lower rung. And to some degree, I think they're just completely drunk on power. They don't understand there's a lot of the lower rung that are artists that actually make things, and you know, it's like, it's just fucking ridiculous. But they consider anybody that's not willing to participate in the machine they made to be useless feeders. And so what they do is they trim the fat sometimes. And this is not new. This has been an ongoing problem since the beginning of fucking time. So we've got this on literal fucking meth, like steroids and everything right now. Fent. It's like, it's out of control now. We've got a serious hyper elite that many of us really have no idea who they are. I don't think. So in my study, we had surprisingly very little about autism, but my guess was it was one of the less established diagnoses. I think that's literally it, Korea too. We don't know. We're at this point where medicine is keeping people alive who can't afford to fend for themselves, can't fend for themselves. At what point does that become sustainable? Well, I mean, maybe we can create an environment that's more sustainable though, right? I mean, we can try and create an environment that focuses more on educating people, and lifting them out of like hellish environments, instead of like dumping all the money into military spending, or sucking everything dry all the time and fucking off of the profits and leaving everybody else to starve. Like, that's kind of the intention, I think, of this global elite. And then they create this narrative where there's not enough to go around. It's like, well, but no, not if you want a fucking 1,000-acre property. No, there isn't. But you're going to segregate everybody else into like 0.3 acres. When the lots used to be 30, 40 years ago, an acre or 2 acres. And everything slowly gets more confined, and then you start to see these hyper wealthy people and the mansions expand, and it's becoming a serious problem. And anyway, the truly sick people that are the fucking ideologues behind all of this, I think are well behind in the shadows. And who they are specifically, I don't think anybody can. People say Bill Gates is one. It's hard to say that, and some people will go look at all the charity work he's done. I mean, whether it's virtue signaling or not, who knows? He's out there trying to help some people, but it could be that he's a Bond villain and he's just a psychopath, and he's doing that to try and make people think he's not a psychopath when actually he is. I don't know, right? I have no fucking idea. But there's definitely been a narrative out there since at least the 70s with like the whole Club of Rome crowd that, you know, there needs to be this. And this is what Alex Jones talks about, but there's going to be a segregation between this this group of hyper elites who are going to try to ascend, and then everybody else is going to be left like the serfdom, like the serf class, and they're just going to serve this whoever they are, this enlightened elite, and how they're going to become enlightened with technology or reaching out to ETs or whatever the fuck they're trying to do. And then at some point they're going to trim the fat, so they're going to trim people that they deem to be useless leaders, who are people that aren't participating in their system of control. And then how do they facilitate that happening? Well, there's a couple ways that you could hypothesize they could do that. And there have been conspiracies out there that have literally laid the ground plans out, actually, supposedly, and that they're going to try and release viruses, and then that'll be one way, and then the other way is through war. And in times past, I mean, that definitely killed a lot of people. Look at World War II. Look at the amount of innocent young people who were at the bottom rung and got thrown to the front lines and got completely mowed down. I mean, mass death, right? Same, even look at like Vietnam, which is a much smaller example, but look at Bush, right? Bush Jr. got exempt. I mean, this aristocratic class are just exempt from being thrown into the front lines. Like they're above it. They throw all these other people they consider to be fodder at the flames. And I don't, it's like, and some people just claim this is all conspiracy. And it's like, it isn't though. That's the problem. And some people just want to put their head in the sand and not think this is a potential reality. And you can choose to be childishly naive, but at the end of the day, you're living in reality, whether you want to or not, right? Your head may be in the sand, but your ass is still there. And they can still get a hold of it if they want. And your head may be in the sand, but I get, you know, they'll take you off at the neck. So it's what do you want, right? Do you want to see it coming and do something about it, or do you just want them to fucking take you off at the neck with your ass up? Yeah. We're all very far lower rates in Germany, like 100 per 100K for children. Is that for autism, Korea? Is it 100 per 100,000? That's incredibly low. Because in the States, what did he say that just was? It was 1 in 36. Holy shit, huh? That's fucking crazy. Could be the food, man. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm not like opposed to like vaccines, obviously. I understand the history and I understand the intention of the scientists that want to do good and help people. And there have been tons of there's debate around some of them, like the polio vaccine, like how effective it was and is, but there definitely are some miraculous technologies out there. The issue some people have, like that I would start to have, is, well, just make sure they're subjected to the proper testing, because the regulatory industry, pharmaceutical companies are quite clearly corrupt or in bed with one another, and they're passing bills under the fucking table. So, you know, honing down on them and just crossing things off a list is a good idea. I've been memeing personally. Eyes, what's up? I've been fucking memeing about the food, man, for, oh my God, years. Back when I was fucking 18. Do you know what got me started on that fucking journey down this rabbit hole? This is a fucking meme. It was Pam Anderson and Kentucky Fried Cruelty. Somebody told me to watch this because like I would meme about that because I grew up watching VIP. I was like, well, Pam Anderson, right? Before I knew what fucking plastic was. But and someone told me to watch that. They said, watch the Kentucky Fried Cruelty documentary. You'll never eat fucking chicken again. And guess what? I was a vegetarian not too long after that because I started looking into the meat manufacturing, or the slaughterhouses and shit, and the pesticides and the hormones, and it's horrific. It still is horrific. Now, after a while, I came to my senses where I lost fucking 30 pounds of muscle, right? It was like 160 pounds. I was like, oh, this isn't a great idea either. So then I came around to my senses. But yeah, you don't believe it's vaccines completely, maybe some. But that's exactly it. I think there's clearly a balance, right? Yeah. Yeah, the food is bad, man. Yeah. Did Jim get his unnaturally large appendage caught on the fence of the house 3 doors away yesterday? Fuck. I'll go over that in a little bit, man. Yeah, no, thankfully, no, it was nothing to do with me, but everyone is okay. But I'll probably go over it a little bit later. I'll mention what's going on because it might happen again. Might have to just run out. But anyway, Yeah, man, the food is definitely something, like fast food and shit, man. Like, there's so many people getting colon cancer. It's fucking insane. Like, it's just, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's going on for a decade now, but it's just recently come up to another level. I really honestly do think it's to do with COVID and the COVID vaccines, because both of those things hit people's immune systems really hard. And it was just a facilitator probably for years of abuse through eating shit. And I've heard of multiple people now, very unfortunately, who are dealing with this, who dealt with, who had a scare, or dealing with full-blown colon cancer. And I knew of a girl, actually, who I don't know her personally, who died of it, who was in her mid-30s. And just crazy shit. The Yanks are going to ban vaccines, and in 15 years, they'll be working as Swiss streamers and remote customer support reps from their iron lungs. Oh, brother. Yeah, well, we don't want to ban vaccines. That's the thing, right? It's like this nuanced discussion of trying to get to the bottom of what the fuck is going on, but getting to it honestly, right? And not just jumping to conclusions on things, which is what some people do. And then they're not vaccinating their kids for like polio, smallpox, measles, things like that. And no, but I think they have every right to want to make sure that things are being properly tested, right? That's not a big ask, especially given what's happened recently and all the debacle that's gone on with the COVID vaccines, where, you know, and to put faith in some of these pharmaceutical companies, especially like in the businesses, man, fucking give me a fucking break. Like, they're just, I'm not surprised that they weren't subjected to the necessary tests that they should have been subjected to. And now we're realizing that, right? Now, I don't even want to bring it up here on Twitch, but there was just a Japanese study by some Japanese scientists the other day that came out again, where they're like, don't take it if you don't have to. Essentially, you're not some old person that, you know, is rolling the dice here. Don't fucking take it, all right? Because there's some serious issues that are starting to crop up with some very accredited people. And, you know, this all harkens back to just wise people who critically think, and like Robert Malone is a person like this very early on, who warned about a lot of these issues and was just treated like garbage by the mainstream media, because there's a propaganda machine that was running from the White House at the time, from the West, really, not just the United States. They were trying to, you know, say he had nothing to do with it, or he wasn't that important in it. And I just like, shut the fuck up. Like, anyone with 5 brain cells could go back through his history and know that he was an integral part of not just that program to make that technology, which is pretty interesting, but also worked with, you know, intelligence agencies and biolabs. And this guy was like one of the more accredited people that could have spoken on that, really. And he warned about a lot of the issues, and people just ignored it. And the price that those people will pay, potentially, some of them, is death. And so be it, right? Like, it's reality. But anyway, you just don't want people to act without thinking, though, either. And that's what some people do, is they get scared. It's a data poor perspective. It's a lack of information, and they make poor decisions because of that. They get scared. They don't have all the information, and they don't vaccinate their kids against anything. And there's some things that just, it's a risk, obviously. There are people every year who, there's just the flu shot, fucking die. They have an adverse reaction to it, right? Not that I'm a proponent really of the flu shot for most people, I don't think. Like, logically, I don't think that's necessary. But every year, these mundane shots do kill. It's an adverse reaction list. Like, it happens. There's random things that happen. Somebody shows up and they have a bulge in an artery, like they're just about ready to have a fucking brain aneurysm or something, and then they get this, and it just ticks it over, right? So that's the other problem too that you run into, is people don't understand statistically some of these things are accounted for, but there's other issues here that we have to account for as well, where sometimes they're not honest. Re what happened the last couple of years about the actual adverse effects. And then you've got a bunch of people implicated that don't really want to take any responsibility for the whole debacle. And it's just anyway, yeah. That's why the EU banned processed US chicken exports. Chlorinated chicken. Jesus Christ. The problem is no one cares about the honest discussion and science. They just want to use everything as a political football in the US. Yeah, man. Well, and it's in the West though, right? There's other countries that do that as well. US is kind of central, I guess, but they're calling fluoride is a neurotoxin now too, finally. Meanwhile, Alberta's got it in the water, yeah. It has been for a while, man. And we took it out in New Brunswick, I guess I didn't know this, but we took it into the water here like a decade ago. But yeah, it's fucking, there's so many things that just need to be looked into more closely. And like, why is that present? And anyway, I think a lot of it just comes down to incompetence. Some people attribute it to malice all the time, and maybe, but I think a lot of the times it's just down, personally, I think it's down to just incompetence, where things get instituted, people don't really know why, they don't question it. They just, there's like a study on it or something they constantly reference, and no one's taken the time to actually do another proper study that's been cited and peer reviewed as much as the original one to say this is not a good idea. And it takes 20 fucking years for them to get around to actually get the funding to get it done. And then finally they turn around and they say, oh, well, this was bad. There were tons of experts in the meantime who did research and showed that, yes, this is probably a bad idea, but it didn't have the backing maybe the original study had. Maybe the original study was done by people that were fucking just idiots too. And, you know, there's all this politics involved in science. I'm not in sciences, but I know that it exists. So it's just so complicated. Yes, it was. Yes. Yes, it was fish. Yeah, no, it was, thankfully everything was good. Yeah. Does it calcify the pineal gland? I don't know if it does actually. I know it's just not great for you to ingest. I mean, if you look at a tube of toothpaste, which has more fluoride in it, obviously, than you'd find in some of these water supplies, it literally says on the package, do not ingest. And that's one of the reasons why, is because you don't want to ingest the fluoride at those dosages. Fluoride is awesome for your teeth. I learned this the hard way. Back years ago, people were saying there was a big push for like toothpaste with no fluoride in them. Like Tom's, who I used to use a lot, which actually they just had a debacle where the water they were using was contaminated in their natural toothpaste. But they had a fluoride-free toothpaste, and people were saying that, oh, this is great, you don't need fluoride. And you know, I was using it, and it was the first time in my life that I had like 2 or 3 cavities when I went to the dentist. And I said, holy fuck, like, what happened? Like, I don't eat candy or anything. And I told him, like, one thing that had changed in the last year was I was using this toothpaste with fluoride in it. And he's like, oh. He's like, yeah, no, it actually really helps your teeth. I was like, oh. He's like, he said, don't swallow it. He's like, yeah, not great to be ingested. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's what I read. But he's like, yeah, don't swallow it, but it's good for your teeth. I was like, fuck. So it's just one of those memes, right? That, anyway. It's not bad in general. It's just don't swallow it, but it's great for your teeth. Yeah, I've heard that, but that's tinfoil. I think Medusa's third eye. How do we lost our connection with the god? They cut the. Yeah, I think that is fish. I don't think it actually does. I think it just has. It's just not good for the whole brain. I think is the meme. Yeah, most places just use fluoride rinse, but not in the water. Having it in the water helps teeth, but it makes no sense. Yeah, that's their argument, I guess, right? I mean, I'm not an expert on it, but I've seen some people argue, I don't know where it was, probably on like Joe Rogan's podcast or something, that there's just, it doesn't make any sense to have it in the water for people's teeth. Like, it's not worth it. Yeah. Me too. We talked about that. I had my teeth made, then switched to toothpaste. Well, 1 year later, I've got to go again to the dentist. I also eat processed sugar. So yeah, I've had to use fluoride toothpaste. Yeah, Corey. Yeah. Yeah. It's good. I talked to my dentist and he wasn't like, you know, he wasn't a part of the Illuminati. I made sure, right? But he agreed. He didn't understand why it was in the water supply. It wasn't at that time, but I remember asking him, he's like, yeah, I don't know why it's there. Like even, like some dentists try and make an argument that it should be in there. And he said, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. People use fluoridated toothpaste here in the West. All the toothpaste you run into, the Colgate, all the cheap shit has a bunch of fluoride in it. He's like, there's no reason for it to be in the water. Like he didn't know why it was still in there. So like that was helpful, or it's like, this doesn't make sense. You're an expert. It doesn't make sense. I was like, okay. You're trying to like wrap your head around like this whole meme, right? But anyway, yeah. Our water has been fluoridated here for all of my 58 years. Holy fuck, man. Yeah, I mean, and well, I guess maybe it's not going to be soon, man. I don't know if Bobby's going to be pulling it out all over the place. I mean, there's this great fucking meme I saw on Instagram where it had that big worm from fucking Dune, and it said the worm in Bobby Kennedy Jr.'s head telling him to replace all the fluoride with testosterone. Like, I should find it. I'd have to sign in to get it, but holy fuck, it's funny, man. I might need to do that actually, considering the amount of fucking soy that's consumed nowadays. But anyway. Drinking paint probably changes your tooth color too. If we wanted to change our teeth color, that's maybe not the best approach. Is it? I don't think it's not for tooth color though. You know, it's for the health of the teeth. It helps them. It's for the it's not for the color. It's for strengthening them. Yeah. So I've been told. Yeah. Yeah. Motherfuckers looking down how to brush your teeth shouldn't be calcifying my god length. Plug me back into the source. Yeah. Get back from my 2 fillings today. Holy fuck, man. There you go. I've been using fluoride toothpaste as like a couple weeks. Oh, really? Were you using non-fluoridated toothpaste recently, Max? Is that what happened? That's fucking funny. Yeah. God damn. Hopefully my soul gets recycled. This run's done. Fuck, brother. Yeah. Yeah. My third eye was calcified years ago by fluoride. Aaron, what's up, man? Maybe is that our problem? Is that the Illuminati's fucking trick they played on all of us? They left theirs uncalcified. I use reverse osmosis at home. My fluoride intake is very small compared to most people. Yeah, man, I gotta get one of those. I almost got one at our old place because it was right by an oil refinery. And I remember our shower, it was a brand new building, was turning orange. And I was like, this isn't good. I was like, why is the shower turning orange? She's like, oh, it's just old pipes. Like the fucking pipes run right under this fucking oil refinery. And I know these motherfuckers are sketchy that run that place. You know, I've heard the stories of what it's like and how much shit just leaches into the ground. And I was like, and it did come from a facility. It wasn't like from a well or anything, but I was still like, fuck, man, I just don't trust these fucking people. Like, third eye is brown, just rotted right out. Yeah. I never used it until they told me to switch. There you go, man. Yeah. Same thing, Max. Same meme. I was using Tom's. It was good price, cheap, fluoride free, tasted great. And then, yeah, it fucking ruined my teeth. And, you know, I don't eat sweets and shit. Like, obviously I have carbohydrates that have sugar in them, but I don't eat like shitty things that still fuck my teeth up. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Yeah, I got to get into the whole osmosis game. It's a crisis. I mean, we're mostly water. Like, we should be, although you get a lot of good vitamins and minerals from food and shit, but like drinking quality water helps. Yeah. Aaron, yes, it is actually. Yes. No, it's, we're okay. I will mention this now because there's some more people in here actually. I was gonna make a post about this, but, me and my partner, Madam Misery, do have a little Jim Russell coming. Actually, I probably shouldn't say anything because I'm gonna get hit if I say anything about the gender. But we'll just say a little Jim or Jamie Russell is coming. So yes, yeah. So we it's 13 weeks. Yeah, thanks guys. It's they're 13 weeks along, and we planned to do this over a year ago, back when I was employed and we were in a better state and I had our own place and everything. And we twice, unfortunately, we lost the baby very early on. Actually, one time was about 6 weeks, I think. And so, you know, that was kind of hard, and it was kind of a hard thing to deal with. And so this is 13 weeks along now. But we just had an incident last night where we were very worried something may have happened. So we were panicking, and we had to kind of call into the hospital, and they kind of just reassured us everything's okay. We weren't able to even get in, but we had to kind of stay on the phone. And so we have an appointment tomorrow, but everything should be good. So that's what's going on. So yeah, thank you guys. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. But that's what happened. So I think everything's gonna be fine now, obviously. But going forward, if there's any incidents where I need to run, right, going over the next couple weeks into the next 20 weeks, I guess, if I have to just run. That's what's happening. But yeah. Most people, I guess, don't say anything until 12 weeks typically. So it's just a week over. We just announced it to our family just a week and a half ago, I think. So we found out what the gender is, but we're going to be doing something for that this weekend. But I was going to make a post like to my personal social media, probably this weekend too, just to tell like friends who maybe I don't talk to very often. But now, yeah, the stream knows too. So yeah, old Uncle Jim needs to go find some fucking work. Find some fucking work. I'll still be doing this in the evenings, but yeah, I've been looking for work anyway since I lost my job. I may actually have something so that will line up nicely, and I'll still be able to do this and then also make a living. So, and I'll live off of EI. But anyway, yeah, first trimester should come and go before mentioning it. Yeah, and it already has been. Yeah, and it's already gone. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. Space Cowboy. Well, it was just a scare, I guess. I won't go into too much detail, but from people that have dealt with like miscarriages in the past and stuff, like sometimes early on, it's very difficult. It's kind of hit or miss, and some people, you know, it's not uncommon. And so we were just worried that because we know the symptoms of what that usually means when that's happening, and obviously this is further along now, like way further along. So we were just startled by something. So yeah. And some people here know, probably many of you know, who have kids or who have had this happen before too. So yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thanks guys. Appreciate it. Yeah. Listen, I mean, it's, we're hoping to actually get into a place here soon, actually, possibly. So that's another thing in the works. So I'm going to get rid of this stupid fucking thing, maybe. So everything's kind of coming together, but yeah. So, I'm sure he or she will make an appearance on the stream when the time comes. But yeah. Yes, we are not married too, by the way. We are just partners. So that will be the next thing that happens, I'm sure. But yeah, she's just my partner. But yeah, it's Oh yes, we have been. Oh, looking into the clotting. Have we looked into clotting issues? Oh, well, no, we were talking about that though with the OB. Yeah. A sister-in-law lost two before she had her children. One was painting and stretching her arm up to paint the wall. So be careful in the physical exertion. Yes, and that's what kind of happened before too, Hendrix, with the other one where it was 6 weeks and just all of a sudden something. I'm not going to go into specific details as to what happened, but very surprised. And we talked with our specialist and I kind of told her the story, and she said, "Oh no, that shouldn't be an issue." But I've heard that before too, though. Yeah, you got to be early on. You have to, when things are implanting in there, things can happen. Like there's like a plug and shit that's holding everything together, and you got to be careful because anything that affects that or any movements, anything can dislodge it, and then obviously have a miscarriage. So. Yeah, we were kind of surprised because we're past that period now where we thought we'd be in the green, and we are still. We were kind of reassured by the people over the phone. They've actually been brilliant. I've heard that before. Canada's healthcare system has a lot of fucking problems, but there are a lot of great specialists, and when you can get to work with them, they're unbelievably good. Yeah, but yeah, man, it absolutely can. Yeah, and we talked to her about that, and. It's crazy. Even her OB, who's a gynecologist, she was saying how for her last kid she didn't take like a prenatal or anything, like no multivitamin, because they were making her sick. And I was just like, but I don't come into these things thinking I know anything. Like I always defer to them. I'm always like, you guys have seen so many things. I'm like, because we're asking about like diet and stuff, and it's hard to eat protein. Should we be getting protein in? And I've always been very particular with my health and stuff like that, and my partner is too. She used to like compete in powerlifting, and we were just kind of shocked. That was one thing that shocked me. I remember she was just like, I didn't even take multivitamin, didn't even take my prenatal, just kind of ate cereal every morning. I was like, fuck. But when you think about it, like back in the day, like people used to fucking like live off of berries and shit, getting chased by bears. Probably didn't eat for weeks on end with a baby, like, and then we're all still here. So the conditions that we were subjected to back then and still successfully had healthy children. I mean, people nowadays, like your Captain Crunch in the morning has every single essential vitamin, mineral, even amino acids in them. Like we're so pampered, right? And most people have desk jobs, like, we have no idea how hard it was before and how much the body can sustain. Like, so that's the other, speaking with people like that who are that knowledgeable is always really fucking enlightening. Yeah. Folic acids makes your kid's brain, mine's a genius, Aaron. Really? Yeah, that's what we've been told. Yeah. Oh, we get freezing rain going on. We actually have really good multivitamin from Pure Synergy. I've brought this up before from anybody that's curious about any of this or likes this. I love them so much. They're such a brilliant company, and they're a bunch of brilliant people. They've got like some great scientists that work with them to formulate these products. And anybody in North America, man, they're so good. I've got to place another order with them. It's just fucking expensive because they're in the States right now. But it's a prenatal through them, and like, God, they're so helpful, man. Although just recently they weren't responding to our emails, but I think they may have got back to my partner recently. But anyway, yeah, awesome company. They got great stuff. They have a wicked prenatal. It's all food grade, so it's all, you know, supposedly it helps with digestion, right? It's like in a food matrix, so it's supposed to just straight up vitamins, minerals, synthetic ones. It's like vitamins, minerals from food tends to be digested better by just vitamins that aren't sourced from food or aren't in food. And so they created this meme where they fix that problem supposedly. Anyway, I love dealing with them. They've been great. They're awesome. And anyone that's curious about using anything like that or planning to or wants to get a multivitamin or other health and wellness things as well, check them out. Oh my, I've had every goddamn multivitamin company you could imagine. I bought from every single one of them. And these people are wicked, yeah. Like my nieces were born mid to late 70s. My sister-in-law toked up daily. They both turned out okay. Holy fuck. I guess the Native Americans probably did once in a while too, Hendrix. So fuck yeah. Well, people used to drink wine too. I mean, there's people who I've heard who have had a glass of wine like a week or something, and everyone used to drink fermented beverages, right? Like not as heavy in alcohol as these are, but that's what we used to live off of for a while because water was so hard to get good water. So it's the only way to filtrate things. So more drinking, what's up, dude? I would recommend vitamin D and magnesium. Yes. Oh yeah. Those are two good ones. Yeah. Zinc too. Zinc's a great one. There's a whole list of them, but I don't know where the prenatal is, but they've got some great stuff. I tried a lot of it, but any issue, I'm actually not really a fan of the herb mixes of the multivitamins because I personally don't like some of the kind of more woo-woo, although ashwagandha is not necessarily woo-woo, but I don't really like, I don't like some of the therapies because some of them don't agree with me. So I usually just take the basic multivitamin, and then I took a heart health protector too that had a lot of great stuff in it from, they did a bunch of research from the Okinawa diet in Japan, and they have a lot of herbal supplements they take there regularly. They're centurions, those people. Natto is one thing they eat a lot that's really great for blood viscosity. And like they have no instances of aneurysm, stroke, heart attack, very little at least. And so it's that was unbelievably good. I've never had a supplement. I've never taken a supplement like that and actually felt it almost immediately. But with that heart health supplement, man, I literally do. It's crazy. And I'm pretty critical on these things where I'm like, like with AG1, I was just like, actually it made me fucking sick. So anyway. But yeah, I'll move on from this. But this is anyone that's curious about, I would love to, if I get the stream going more, I don't even give a shit. They don't even have to pay me. They can put a link down here. People wanted to get a discount or something, that'd be fucking sick. Cause, especially anybody in the States, cause this is way easier to get a hold of this stuff there, but they're just awesome. I couldn't talk highly enough about dealing with them. And cause I'm obnoxious to deal with sometimes where I'm like asking questions about everything, and they were just more than willing. They're just very passionate about it. Like everybody there takes all the supplements. Like they made a company where they wanted everything. They were like, what's missing? They want, and I was just like, fuck, that's exactly what I want. Yeah. Do I enjoy cannabis? Occasionally. I used to quite a bit. It used to be my thing, man. I used to honestly like a beer and a joint. Yeah, it used to be what I'd love to do. It would just be very relaxing, and in the last couple of years, not as much. But I've tried to fuck around with because I just roll joints and shit. Usually that's what I would always love to do. But in the last couple of years, I've wanted, because like the weed here when it got legalized, man, I've had a hard time finding a decent strain. But one thing I've looked into is some of the Frankenstein concoctions that they've made up. One of them, I forget what it's called. We were talking about this recently here, but they were extracting, and correct me if I'm wrong, some of you here know weed very well. You're the masters. It's terpenes that make up the actual molecules of the THC or whatever, and they have different terpenes or some shit. But there's certain components of the, I don't know if it's a THC that like give you these effects of like euphoria or relaxation or even anxiety, pain relief. And what they are doing is they're extracting those ones out. So if you smoke like regular weed, it's got like some stuff in there, maybe stress relief and maybe some like relaxing effects, but it's also got things like maybe anxiety. It's got some other undesirable effects that come along with it. So they're extracting those specific things out. And the guy at the weed store was telling me he bought this pen. He's like, man, I just fucking hit it like all day. It's the Euphoria one or whatever. And he seemed like a really happy guy. And he said, you should try this. So I was like, fuck, I mean, it was expensive, but I was like, maybe. And it's not like in like a fluid. It's just straight up, straight shit. You know, it's kind of like shatter, but with everything all removed out of it. So I'm purely a plant man. I haven't drank since in years. Really, man. Yeah, I love my fucking alcohol, man. I can't fucking lie. Everyone's different though. Like, I do think probably genetics factor into that, where some people don't have a problem with it. Like they can stop it whenever they want, which is me usually. Like I can just have one and I'm good too, like sometimes. And even if I drank like more than a couple, my body is just really good at dealing with it. And I think that's probably due to genetic background and straight up Irish fucking backgrounds. Like my people were consuming large amounts of alcohol for a long time. And so thankfully my body tolerates it quite well. But yeah, yeah. When you grow up, you can't smoke every day, only once in a while. But some people, man, Space, I don't know. Some people can, and I'm in Canada too, Space. Yeah. So it's legal here. Yeah, it's legal in Canada. If that's what you're meaning. Yeah. The FBI, we got him. Yeah, it depends. I mean, some people use it like it's another substance that people use like alcohol. I think that's the thing about like drugs. It's like I look at it like caffeine. It's like obviously meth is one you probably just don't want to use, but whatever the chemical name of it is actually, but like caffeine is a drug people consume all the time. It's a psychoactive substance. It affects you like neurologically. It's a performance enhancer. It's everything. And as long as you use it and manage it in moderate doses, it's brilliant. If you start like drinking a fuckload of it in the afternoon, it's going to fuck your sleep up and it's going to burn you out. But it's using things responsibly. Same thing with alcohol for me. As long as I'm using it responsibly, it's an incredible muscle relaxant for me. Like I can't even describe, there's nothing else that just stops me. Like it stops my brain. I can actually sit and enjoy the moment because I have a hard time with that sometimes. And like I'll need it a little bit though. And a little bit for me as a 230 pound fucking man is probably like 3 or 4. But you know, my liver fucking filters are out. You know, we're on the fucking vitamins, bud. Fucking yeah. I should have 20 grams of hash in the mail tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be an FBI. Oh fuck yeah. Hash was great too. I actually still have some that I had a while ago, but you grow your own, man. Yeah, we've got a couple of guys and girls in here. I think that grow their own too. If we get a place, I'd love to do I'd probably do an outdoor grow. I know the indoor grows obviously are fucking ideal, but yeah. The terpenes are what creates the entourage effect. The cannabinoids and produce medical benefits. Okay, Max, that's not the right terminology then, yeah. Interesting. I always get the major paranoia after smoking weed, so I've always tended to stay away from it. But if you choose your high, I'd be well up for that. That's exactly it, man. Yeah. And that's the thing about the industry here in Canada now. It's like they're starting to hone in on that in certain strains. Like I picked up this strain here. I've showed this. This is dry as shit now because and it's winter. And I hated going out. I'm not going to smoke inside here because this isn't our fucking place right now. Even if it was our place, I wouldn't be fucking smoking. Unless I had my vape, which I broke it. But that's it there, where it's fucking, see, that's it. Little fucking nug there, right? There you go. But it's called Trailblazer. This was some weak stuff that I got. How weak is it? It's very weak. It's only 2.48 milligrams of THC. So very, very, very low. Most of the stuff you get is 10 times that. But Trailblazer is what it was called here in New Brunswick. But that was supposedly one that was a very calming, kind of euphoric. I don't know what it is. It's a hybrid. It's, oh no, it is a sativa. Well, they say that, but I don't. There's some. They're all fucking mixed up now. For Christ's sake. Yeah. 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 You have to take a shot of mezcal. Good luck, brother. Yeah. Yeah. Hash has always been my preferred choice. I ordered a couple 50-gram Temple Balls for the last couple of years. Kind of miss smoking it, to be honest. I haven't had any dough, but more than a year now. You've gone the whole year, huh, Hendrix? Yeah. Basically smoking a gram or two a day before that. Fuck yeah. Sure, bro. Everyone gives different. I give up drinking so early in my life that I just don't connect with it anymore. Plants speak to my soul. Yeah, that's the thing, man. You got to see what like works with you, right? Like everybody is different. We all genetically have different. I mean, no, I don't want to say that some people just vibe with meth. I don't think anyone fucking vibes with meth, but you know, like reasonable substances that don't fuck you up and aren't highly addictive. Same thing with cocaine. Like cocaine's another one where, although people did use it all the time, I guess back in like the early 1900s through the 1800s, it was very common, right? People would just take like a little bump of coke. They put it in things. Like medicines used it. Coke, well, basically, as everyone knows, Coca-Cola used it. And if they took because the problem with it, honestly, is that the manufacturing process is horrific, right? Where they're using gasoline and battery acid and shit. The coca leaf, and I learned this from Top Gear, but the coca leaf itself, they do caramelized coca leaves in South America. It's actually legal, I think, in Argentina and Chile, because it helps the altitude sickness. And so if you had it in like a different form, it's just kind of like caffeine, I think. You still get high off it, but yeah. But fuck yeah. Never talking, Jim. You start growing, holy shit. I would love to have a fucking plant. If I found the right strain is the only thing. I need to find like the God strain for me. I spent so much money on fucking weed the last, how long has it been legal here now, guys? Like fucking 8 years or something? Like, holy fuck. I bought so many, and then, you know, I'd go smoke it, and I'd be like, yeah, it's okay. I had one time, and I forget what it was. It was actually really great. I had a joint of it, and I had a beer, and I was like, fuck, this is it. This is it. And then I went back, and they didn't have it anymore. And I was like, motherfuckers. Like, it was I literally forget what it was even called. It was sativa. It wasn't indica. It wasn't a hybrid, so, yeah. Careful of TOS, Twitch fuckers. Yeah. Yeah. Twitch allows it if it's legal in your country, and yeah, supposedly, yeah. Yeah. I remember getting HFX Pinstone with hash joints a few times. Fuck yeah. Mix her up. You get some oil in there, you get the hash oil, man. Yeah, fucking roll her up. They're great too, yeah. Yeah. I remember the boys. The boys used to have all kinds of fun shit. I knew this one guy. I don't know how the fuck he did this. I don't know. Some people in here may even know who the fuck he is, but he had this really nice truck, like big Yukon XL, black Yukon XL. And he would show up to parties, man. And he was like the businessman of fucking like weed. He sold other substances as well. But he had this fucking thing he'd roll out. I met him at one party, and I was like, brother, like, how are you? This is back when it was like illegal. This is like, oh my God, a long time ago. And I was like, how are you doing that? Like, he was just rolling in it. And I was like, holy fuck, man. Like, he had like this little kittle set up. There's this movie with John Cena where John Cena, like, I don't know what the fucking movie is. I haven't seen it, but he puts out this kit on the bed. And this is literally what this guy did. And I was like, what the fuck? Anyway, it was funny. But anyway, yeah, I remember he had like my hash oil and all this fucking shit. I never even heard of it back then. I didn't even know it was a fucking thing. You get hash like oil to roll, like mixing it with the joints and stuff. Like, I don't think they sell that at the cannabis stores, do they? I don't know. But yeah. You got 18 jars curing right now from your last plant. Holy shit, man. Fucking Christ, yeah. Goddamn. 18 jars from one plant. Yeah. Man, we can look this up on Twitch, can't we? This is fucking just weed talk right now. I saw this one fucking plant this guy had. Somebody, one of my buddies worked with him years ago. And we were memeing some of the guys that like, it was like a giant cannabis plant. It was like a fucking ant from like, that's kind of what it looked like actually. It was like an ant from fucking Lord of the Rings. I was like, that's a proper fucking ant you got hanging off your deck, brother. I was like, that's unbelievable. That thing is gonna start fucking talking to you. But that's kind of a bit. That's a bit bigger than it was. But It was just, what is it, 1 or 2 plants legally here in New Brunswick? Does anybody know? But like, this is technically 1 plant. So like, if you really wanted to, and this is outdoor too, which you wouldn't be able to do that here in this climate, I don't think, but you could just fucking have 1 giant fucking plant. Like an Ant-Man ho-hum. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah. Hash oil, we used to spread it on aluminum foil and fold it over so it was like a sandwich, then cut it into squares and do hot knives. Holy fuck. I called them goofballs. Holy fuck, man. Oh god, that's a meme. Yeah, like I said before, no idea how I found this channel or when I followed, but Jem Chillest as chat. Hey man, yeah, listen, thanks for coming around, Max. Like, this is what we just fucking hanging out. Usually I'm just memeing on shit, but someone on German Twitter made a plant like this. 3 are legal here. Oh, can you? I didn't know you can have weed plants in Germany. Interesting. Oh yeah, you can fucking, like, what the fuck? Holy shit. Yeah, that's way bigger than Buddy's was probably like a quarter of that. And even that sitting on his back deck was just, he was giving it sun. It was unbelievable. I was like, holy fucking Christ. I don't know how much he harvested off that, but crazy shit. Crazy shit. But anyway, yeah, it's a miraculous plant. And there's so many things you can do with it. Like so many plants, right? But it is one of those, you know, it's one of those wonderful things, blessed by the gods, maybe, wherever it came from. Yeah. Oh, since last year, nice. Early wonder where I found it. Do you stream anywhere else or promote anywhere? Oh man, you probably came in during one of the. Occasionally, I would stream, like, because I've streamed 2 or 3 times, like these News Nation specials, which I'm not even supposed to technically do. And I've had like, last time I did it, I had almost 1,000 people in. And then before, the first time I did it, I had like almost 600 or something. So yeah, so that's probably when you found me, Max, probably more recently, was through that. I don't know if I may have even been on the front page when that happened, on somebody's front page somewhere. Possibly. When you get to like almost 1,000 people, usually you can kind of end up there. So I had that for like an hour. I had between 900 and 1,000 for an hour watching, but everyone was just there to watch the News Nation special they couldn't normally watch in their country. So yeah, man. Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Too. I'm doing this too because I just like talking with people. I know this is a one-sided conversation here, but well, it isn't. It's just me talking, but I just love hanging out with everybody, and I've been doing this anyway. That's why I started doing this years ago, me and my buddies, because they've since stopped streaming, but we would just hang out in Discord. This is all we would do. It's just do this in the evenings. We'd just be, you know, hanging around. At the time back then, I was also unemployed. I just lost my job, and we were just fucking playing World of Warcraft, just hanging out in Discord all fucking day. And I was like, why the fuck, you know, might as well just talk about this shit, you know? So yeah, man, that's probably where it was. That's probably how it happened. But yeah, I'm always waiting for those things again, because it's another opportunity to kind of get out into Twitch. I'd love to get out into Twitch more with other content creators. I know some of you may be watching right now who also stream, but like, hit me up. Like, if you like this kind of stuff, and we're just kind of memeing here right now, but typically whether it's like philosophy or it's ufology or it's paranormal stuff or whatever, those are usually the things I talk about. I would love to collaborate with more people on here. I do love the vibe on Twitch. I always have, as much as, you know, don't agree with everybody, but whatever, that's life. So I thought it was behind a paywall and I couldn't find a link, but you were streaming it. Yeah, man, that's it. Yeah. Thankfully I didn't get banned, because you can get banned permanently for that, but everyone was a fucking G, and they didn't report me. So all fucking 980 people at, I think, one point. So, yeah, I doing that again is a little bit sketch, but yeah. But anyway, it's probably kind of a gray area. It would be more if News Nation found out about it. I didn't clip it or anything, and I deleted the VOD. So yeah, man. Listen, yeah, it is what it is. Funny thing, I got busted by the police 3 months before I got legal. Oh shit! Got a letter from the police because it seems they busted the dealer's shipment, got my money back, no legal repercussions because they were in amnesty. Oh fuck yeah. It's, you know, it always pissed me off, Corey. It still does to this day, because like I have friends who have charges from possession, or, you know, just were just mistreated, honestly, at the time too. Like, it always pissed me off. It's some weird game. Like, it just shouldn't have been illegal to begin with. Because it's on par with actually, it's not as bad as alcohol. It's less severe than alcohol. And, you know, I remember it just, like, some of the guys, like, I remember there's one incident where some of the boys got pulled over, and the fucking cop, like, all these guys, right? Like, where we live in New Brunswick, it's in the fucking woods. Most people know someone who's growing fucking weed. And on the weekends, even the fucking policemen, they're police women, they're out smoking a joint with a beer on the weekend. Like, and so I'm kind of like, fuck off. And I remember they gave them like an ultimatum or some shit where they found a bag of weed in the vehicle and they gave all of them, it wasn't necessarily an ultimatum, I guess. It was, they gave them a choice. They said, if you guys can figure out who's stealing all these ATVs in this area, right? Which, first of all, is saying like, well, you're all criminals. You must know the criminals who are doing this. I'm like, fuck off. Then, you know, we'll kind of let this go. And then in the end, they couldn't do it. So then they had to like pay a fine or some shit. Yeah. Fuck. It's just unbelievable, man. Yeah. That they would even, I would have fucking reported them to somebody. I don't know who the fuck it would have been. That they would have even given you, it was almost like a threat. Like, you know, well, if you, we'll look the other way if you tell us you steal all the ATVs. I'd be like, man, go fuck yourself. Like, if this is how serious this is, it shouldn't be illegal and you should just look the fucking other way to begin with. Now, it just pissed me off. And that's kind of how Justin felt about it too. And I said, Justin, you seem like a fucking dickhead. I've been told by people that know you that you don't even have a brain. But I am going to vote for you because I've had too many people that I know who've been wrapped up. And one of my very close friends too, unfortunately passed away. He had a very traumatic incident where they pulled him out of the car and arrested him and were like screaming at him with his other buddy. And, you know, he got charged for it. It was on his record. And I was like, man, like, oh, fuck. Because they had a bong in the car and stuff. Like they were doing bong rips in the car at an elementary school, which, you know, isn't a great idea. But, you know, at the same time, I'm like, I just, the whole thing just pissed. There's more to it. I'm not going to do it to piss me off. But anyway, yeah. Dope smoking hippie policeman, yeah. They charged him 4 years because he had weapons. He had a knife. You get charged for 4 years because you had a fucking knife? Holy shit. You get charged for having a knife? Like, isn't that fucking nuts? That's nuts, huh? Really? I could see a gun, but like a knife? Will Jim, what's up? What's this announced? I don't know. Is that in the title, Will, or is this something else that we're talking about here? I did just mention what happened last night for people that weren't watching. Actually, that on screen, all this. Yeah, let's talk about that. The White House Director of Science and Technology just admitted that we have technologies that permit us to manipulate time and space. Yes, this is what I was going to talk about. We started talking about fucking weed plants, which is fine, which is very interesting. But this is from this is White House .org.com. We're capable of so much more. Our technologies permit us to manipulate time and space. They leave distance annihilated cause things to grow and improve productivity. As Vice President Vance said in a recent speech, the tradition of American innovation has been one of increasing the capacities of American workers, of extending human ability so that the more people can do more and more meaningful work. So our technologies permit us to manipulate time and space. I think people have taken this as he was alluding to back engineering programs. I think he was, they leave distance annihilated, cause things to grow and improve productivity, where he's talking about just technologies has maybe like planes and shit, right? Where you can go back, you can fly through time zones, like, you know, the American machine. But people took this as potentially him insinuating that the US has abilities that manipulate gravity, time and space. Yeah. Back when there were then weapons and dealings having some network you would get in the organized crime directory back then. Oh yeah, fuck, that's crazy. Sit in Discord. That's exactly it, Hendrix. I saw that. We can manipulate time by using a car to go to the store instead of walking. We manipulate my uses my brain. We can manipulate space by using vacuum sealed bags. Just saying, yeah. I think that's what he was implying here. So, there was a bunch of people making videos on this. Oh my God, he's looting the fucking S4 and shit. I'm like, no, probably not. Probably just memeing and just, yeah. No offense, what do you think quantum-based computers do? There you go. Sorry to disappoint you, but this is the same word manipulation you use on your resume to make menial things sound more impressive. Yes, manipulate time. We can travel to places faster than we can physically move ourselves. Exactly. Manipulate space. We can make things smaller than we previously could, such as computers, storage devices, and pacemakers. That's exactly it. Yeah. The speechwriter was maybe memeing as well. Who knows? Because undoubtedly, JD did not write that. Someone else did for him. Because that's how people do things now. Yeah. It's not like Martin Luther King back in the day, who would like literally before those rallies actually sit and think about what he was going to say. Back when we had people that were like maybe true leaders. Made JFK and all JFK and speechwriters too, though. There are exceptions, but now people just get things written for them. Anyway, it's an interesting way to word it. Yeah, it is. Yeah. We can manipulate time by reintroducing plastic straws. That's fucked, brother. I'm not opposed to that idea, although I do feel bad for the turtles when I see them stuck in their nose. But Jesus Christ, if anyone's ever tried to do the paper straw meme, like get a paper straw, put it in your drink, and forget about it for 2 hours, and then go back to it. That's an issue with time, right? Like you're on a time crunch. Like there's a clock that starts as soon as you put that paper straw in a drink. Right? Even if you're in the movies, for instance, you put that paper straw in the drink, you're like, oh, my drink, I forgot about it. You go to suck on it, and it's just like slop. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, unbelievable. There must be another way. Yeah. There must be another fucking way. Yeah. Somebody commented that on a post that Ashton was right all along. Jesus fucking Christ. I would say I could someday sit down like, well, we told them, look at the response. Yeah. Why even, unfortunately. Why even use a straw? Just drink from a clean cup. That's usually what I would do, Space, actually. I would just crack the top off, and I'm notoriously sloppy. I spill literally, I can't own a white shirt. I spill shit on all my clothes all the time. And then would get all over me. And then I would be told to put the lid back on and use a straw. I'd be like, okay. Yeah. Paper straws, don't get me started. Thick shakes and suction collapse them instantly. Oh, yeah, it's fucking so stupid, man. I mean, like, I get we want to try and, like, help the environment, but, like, can someone actually think about it for, like, more than 5 seconds? There must be another object that will biodegrade, but maybe not in 30 seconds, like, maybe, like, 30 days. If it can biodegrade in 30 days, not 30 seconds, then that might be a better solution. So, Different Arms, what's up, man? So, what is this White House thing about time manipulation you guys are talking about? Is Trump disclosing this stuff? No. It's just, what's the term we're looking for here? It's not what he implied. It's not what was implied. Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, I just see that here now. Yeah, just Ashton has been right this whole time. Oh, okay, I see what you're referring to. That's where it's mentioned. I saw someone else talking about him today with this. Oh my fucking God, yeah. No, he has not been. Man, this thing has been put to rest. It's not that there might not be, there could still be anomalous tech that they have, but man, he's just got, I can't stand this. He's got 267,000 followers. Holy shit. That's unbelievable. That's actually impressive. Interesting, yeah. I could see somebody sitting down saying we disclosed it. Oh, yes, and that was a response. Response being essentially now. Okay, yeah. It's a random comment that could mean nothing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think probably nothing. Probably nothing really important. I don't know. There's something else I have up here too from Ross. What the fuck is this? This is some new thing that Danny Sheehan was doing? What is this shit? Humanity's inflection moment, the conversation of a lifetime.
And I want to welcome you to this site for the State of the World Forum, which we're convening December 14th through 18th at the Omni Shoreham Hotel in Washington, D.C., for a conversation of a lifetime. We say this,
this is
and
just
we
some
invite
fucking...
you to this conversation.
Okay.
Around the question that we believe to be the most important question of our time. How should humanity deal with impending global planetary ecological collapse, global geostrategic and social instability,
Aliens.
while at the same time dealing with exponential growth in artificial intelligence?
And aliens.
And also the reality that our governments and people around the world are experiencing non-human intelligence.
Brother, there you go. That's all we
with
give a fuck
advanced
about.
technology and consciousness.
Okay, this is just, I thought this was like some new fucking thing. This is just like some, here, I'll turn the music back on. This is just some fucking event or some shit they're putting on. Get your tickets now. State of the World Forum. Okay, oh, this is not, yeah, whatever, fuck, man. Hey. You bought this bottle of mezcal. Shit is so smooth, there's no alcohol taste. I don't know if I've had mezcal. Space, maybe? It's like, no, what am I doing here? My brain. It's Latin American, sometimes called mezcal. It's a distilled alcoholic beverage made from any type of agave. Isn't tequila just mezcal? Or is mezcal a brand? Okay, interesting. Yeah. Jerry Springer cult. Holy fuck, brother. I don't know who the fuck I don't know who this guy is. I know he's involved with this Soul Foundation. I know that much, yeah. But if you try to show up without paying, they turn you away. Absolutely. We're all one family, right? Like, you guys can cover me this time, right? You guys can cover me this one time. I have something really important to say about all of this. Yeah. Right? Can I plug my PayPal if you let me come speak for free? Yeah. You must eat the worm, brother. Fuck. What I bought is called 400 Rabbits. Rabbits. Mezcal. I guess I should be looking into other things other than bourbon to go with my cigars here in the summer. Because I usually would have like some nice American bourbon, but thanks to Dawn and all this dingusry, I'm not going to be able to get a hold of any, and I'm not drinking Canadian whiskey because I'm just not really a fan. Oh, interesting, man. Okay. Some kind of a nice liqueur to sip on. They got like did they have oh, there you go. Yeah, I was going to say, do they have a aged one? Interesting. I'll keep that in mind. I've heard people sipping on like tequila and shit. A good tequila is nice with a cigar, yeah. Why is it so certain that it's nothing? The White House thing. Oh, why is it certain that it's nothing? I think it's just with what he said after the fact too. Well, sorry, I closed it. Oh, they gotta close this now. Where he just was talking about there's American innovation has been one of the increasing the capacities of America's workers for extending human ability so that more people can do more and more meaningful work. So that was kind of in relation to this. Our technologies permit us to manipulate time and space. They leave distance annihilated, cause things to grow and improve productivity. So it was direct quote in relation to like American innovation, I think. Like creating the car, right? Like, shortening the distance to things. I think it was like people took it into context because they clipped that little paragraph and didn't do the whole thing. And some people said, if you clip that out, even clip the part about improving productivity, it's like, oh my God. But within that context, it seems to make more sense that he's just talking about like the way it was worded was definitely weird. Yeah. You just nominate Jim as a speaker for it. I'll just start doom talking about fucking Planet X. Fuck. Listen. If there's a possibility that it might be coming back, I'll just do like a Sitchin Velikovsky fucking presentation and then just kill the mood, honestly. Oh, there you go. Who should apply? Wisdom holders. Forum 2025 invites transformation leaders and bold thinkers across disciplines. Targeted API policymakers, scientists, spiritual leaders, artists, system shapers, heads of state, policymakers, scientists, AI, and climate experts. Wisdom holders, indigenous elders, and youth leaders bridging generations. Catalysts, entrepreneurs, industry leaders, civil society innovators, and visionary funders and founders. Interesting. Is it like a D20 fucking as the... It is. There's like a D20 as the fucking symbol there. Interesting. Where's the US on that? Is it the 1? Is that a natural fucking 1 where the US is right now? What about Canada? Where's the D20 at? Back in the early 2000s, there was a nonprofit website whose mission was to disclose and expose time manipulation technologies and the time war occurring between China, the United States, and Russia. It went offline pretty quick after and never found it again. Always made me wonder. Interesting. That's very interesting. Interesting. I do have that thing up here from, what's his name again? Bill Ryan? Is that his name? From Project Camelot. I brought this up multiple times. People keep talking about it, because there's this like elite prophecy that they want some kind of a nuclear holocaust with China and Russia. And it's not much of a prophecy because it's what people have been genuinely concerned about for like the last however many fucking years, at least in Russia. But yeah, I see the whole statement, and my sense is there's also a high probability of I said what I said, I know what you mean. Maybe, well, we'd have to ask JD himself or one of the JD Vances that I've been seeing over Instagram, whichever JD Vance we get a hold of. Hopefully it's the guy with like the long hair and like the puffy face. They said one of the main applications was time acceleration, so they could do calculations and processing and even experiments by massively accelerating time within bubbles. Interesting. Okay. Well, man, who fucking knows? Bob Lazar said they had a project called Looking Glass that they were using the alien tech to do stuff like that because hypothetically, I guess, or theoretically, if you had enough power, which these generators supposedly had, you could do something like that. You could maybe look forward in time, or maybe even look back in time to some degree. So that's what he was memeing about. I know some there's experiments that people are doing right now about this, but dude, he's using lasers. He's a physicist in the States. No, I actually think he's in Canada, maybe. But he's using lasers to try and send messages back in time to his old self, so he's his future self. And what he's hoping to find by doing this, if he's sending these back in time to this other parallel reality or other version of himself in the past, that he may receive a message from his future self. And it's an interesting like thought experiment. Now, practically, I don't know, like a thought experiment within this theoretical framework we have of physics, and how we can manipulate time, or how time can be manipulated, or how things can be sent back and forth. But like, I don't think he's had any success so far. So, speaking of tariffs, China is feeling it too. Many businesses are suffering. Out here, we only hear from our side, but shit's going down. How do we capitalize on this? Yeah. Well, did you see, I don't know if you were in here earlier, Space, that Trump just announced a 245% tariff they might slap on China here soon, because they keep fighting back. Like, and somebody asked ChatGPT how bad that would be. We could probably, like, that is, talk about apocalypse. I meant to check that myself. What would a 245% tariff on China from the US do in terms of economic damage? I imagine it would, make a big mess, but what is this? And, it doesn't apply to all the exports either, though. Fuck, it applied to, what was it? It was not to everything. Oh, well, though, but there was a 1.5% contraction of the global economy that they predicted from it. So maybe, I don't think it was on everything. Potentially 500 to 1 million job losses, many in logistics, manufacturing, and retail sectors tied to Chinese imports. Oh my God. Export collapse. Exports to the US could shrink 50 to 80% overnight. It's a nuke. That's not on everything though. I forget what it was on, yeah. Yeah. Trump's Captain America right now. I could do this all day. Brother, he's ready to go down with this ship, right? He's ready to sink this goddamn ship, right? With everyone on it, right? That's what Don's just, he's like, listen, I'm 81, like I'm almost dead, which means you're almost dead, right? Aren't you almost dead too, right? Oh, wait, no, you still have more time to live. I thought it was just about me. I thought, right, that's how I think, right? It's just about me, right? No. Oh, maybe this is 5D chess, so I don't fucking know, right? Anything after 145% is just overkill. We are now in a situation of saving face. Who reaches out first? Yeah, who bends the knee? That's exactly it, man. Well, like, when does it stop? Does it stop with like a fucking conflict? Like Taiwan? Things are gonna get dirty. He just restricted, I think, Nvidia from selling them these new AI chips. So, man. Oh, the internet of the future. Way back. Oh, way forward. Way forward. Search forward in time. JimRussell.com. Should I just see if fucking things actually end up working out or not? Actually, probably that's probably some kind of fucking porn star name. Undoubtedly, I probably shouldn't do that. That's interesting. Man, maybe someday, right? Maybe someday we will fucking, maybe someday we will, be able to do such a thing. Atlantis. Is this, like, what does this actually do? Loading the internet for the future. Atlantean secrets. It's just Google. Fuck. Classified content. Divulge personal details. Global network security. Step 1 of 8. The website includes information that can only be accessed by users who've shared their personal information. What the fuck is this? Jesus Christ. Yeah. Jim Russell Jimmy's. Oh, you get it now, Larkin? Yeah. It's my favorite meme, man. It's my favorite meme from back in the fucking day. What's the fucking, what is going on? What the fuck? It's the, what's the Gorilla Munch? I used to eat Gorilla Munch. Oh, this is a perfect song for it. Oh, there. Damn. There was one where it's like about my Jimmys are wrestling through space. Yeah. All across the universe, the Jimmy's wrestles in the wind. That's it. I used to eat this shit. There used to be another version that had the chimps on it. And the chimps would be on it. It was a bigger bag. But I used to eat this shit all the fucking time. It was like healthy corn pops. I used to always look at the monkey. I was like, this is fucking crazy. And someone made a meme out of it back in the early Reddit days. And I was like, oh my fucking God. That was my university. We had a, we had a, like, you could make a little profile picture when you're talking, like professors and stuff. And I'd forgotten that when I first like started there, I uploaded the, this picture here, the No Tears Only Dreams now. And they changed it and they put it in like an app. And on the app, I couldn't see my profile picture. So for years, I was like messaging all my professors and talking with them and people like I didn't really even know some. And this was my profile picture they were chatting with. They would see this like in the conversation, this No Tears Only Dreams now. I remember I found that in the end, like after I had like laughed and I was laughing. I was like, holy fuck, I had no fucking idea. Funny though, they probably like, who the fuck is this guy? Because people just upload a picture of themselves, right? Like I was like, nah, fuck that. But we get the Gorilla Munch meme, but yeah, that's where the Jim Russell came from. And other people have done it too, I guess. But that's where I started using as an alias years ago during a D&D campaign that my buddy DM Leak did. I became a Jim Russell, and that's what I've used for my fuck a long time now. Yeah. Trump announced tariffs on U.S. Everyone screamed, and the price of our domestic beef dropped by about 20%. A week later, he paused the tariffs. Beef went up again. Tariff me harder, Daddy Trump. Yeah, you told me that. Isn't that what's the meme about though? There's some weird export tax on your fucking meat, like in New Zealand. Like, man, that doesn't make any fucking sense. That's not here in Canada, I don't imagine. Man, I see New Zealand butter all over the fucking place. Actually, you know what? The butter I used to buy was this good shit, and they only sell it frozen at this like kind of like marketplace I go to, and it's from New Zealand. They're talking it up how good it was. It just tasted like butter to me again, but like I don't know, more natural. Right? No, it's more natural. The grass is a little bit greener. It's more natural. Like it just tastes like butter, but I don't fucking know. Eat lamb too, yeah. We were obliged to pay export prices for domestic primary produce. No have a choice, yeah. Holy fuck, brother. Oh, god damn it. Well, you've got Hobbiton there, right? So I mean, like that's a meme. I mean, I've wanted to move to New Zealand for years, just for that alone. Just to go on a hike and, see Middle Earth, honestly. Yeah, ride with the Rohirrim. Fuck. Anyway. Yeah, this is just absolute fucking horseshit, I guess. I got some other shit here. I gotta try and arrange all this stuff. There's a lot of shit on here about, oh god, there's a bunch of shit. I did want to mention actually, because I don't know, Finn, if you're in here or not, maybe you're not, but unfortunately we got cut off while I was watching Finn's, talk, last night. So I watched the rest of the interview, myself. And it was an awesome little animation that he did, a great conversation he had with that gentleman about some anomalous things that he had witnessed. And there was an interesting part of that, because I talk about like the metaphysical side, I guess, of the UFO phenomena a lot. And whether it's like with the abduction phenomena or kind of more wooey things that happen with it. Because I think I think it's profound. I think there's... We've had a lot of like very accredited people too that specialize in discerning whether or not you're insane, look into these accounts. And their conclusion was these people weren't insane and something profound happened to them. And extremely profound in some cases. And there was an interesting bit out of the conversation that Finn had. For no one that's listened to it, I definitely recommend you go through the whole thing and listen to it. There was a part, it was actually, you know, it was kind of moved for a minute when I heard this, but the gentleman that's being interviewed, and I forget what his name, the Skywatcher gentleman, he talked about how during this, I think I do still have it up. Oh, I watched it on my phone, the rest of the conversation, but when the orb appeared in the room, and I've heard this in other accounts, and Finn had noted this too in the conversation, he was watching Star Trek on the TV that Finn had animated, and he was reminiscing about a friend of his, a woman who had been murdered. And I think he had mentioned that he found her and she had been murdered, and like how, you know, hard it was for him. And he was just emotionally kind of distraught in the moment. And in that moment, it was in that moment that orb showed up outside of his window that Finn had animated, where it was bobbing up and down and it started flying around. And it was really interesting. Those are the kinds of anecdotes that like I love reading and hearing about with that phenomena, because whatever we're dealing with, and it's interesting because I mean we presume with all of this, or some people do, or I usually do, that it's some kind of an alien phenomena. I mean, who the fuck knows what's actually going on here with more broadly reality? Like, what is all of this? What are we? What are we in? I mean, what's going on? And with these kinds of sightings, sometimes, you know, what is that actually? But that's, as Finn had noted in the interview, that's been mentioned before, where, you know, there's like this spiritual, some people call it woo, but spiritual component to the phenomena, where sometimes they'll show up or present themselves and people are quite distraught, or in moments like that when they're reminiscing on trauma, or even in some traumatic moments, people will have sightings and encounters, even missing time and whatnot. And so I thought that was really fucking interesting. Because I've heard that before from other people who have had either an abduction experience when they were quite distraught, like some dark ones too, where like they were very low contemplating suicide, and then they had missing time, and then they had this profound experience later on after they fell asleep, this dream, and then they would go and they went back and they got regressed, and something actually happened to them. It's almost like something was watching them. And like it stepped in at a moment, and it's very interesting. And whatever that is, yeah. Thinning of the veil during trauma, Aaron. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit too, like with my own experience with a psychic, where that happens, and even during the death of someone that was pertaining to that, my friend, that night, there's some weird things that happened that were just very coincidental, and it's weird, yeah, how that happens. But yeah, that's exactly it, Aaron. Yeah, it's like some of these experiences sometimes for people, it is a thinning of the veil, and it's interesting anecdote, not necessarily for just ufology, but just for the metaphysical nature of it, or whatever the fuck we're actually in. I mean, maybe sometimes the veil does thin for people, but you know, sometimes you can't get your camera out in time to fucking get those moments, or you can't document them, so they're just anecdotes to pass along to people. But it's not necessarily for other people. It's a subjective experience you have that moves you and just reminds you at times that things are more complicated than they may seem, right? Don't be ignorant to mystical experience, right? The whole fucking Jungian quote. that you'll get reminded once in a while. You get kind of shooken apart that, okay, well, you know, I think I figured everything out. It's like, no, you haven't. No, you haven't. No, here's something here that's going to fuck you up for years now, right? That you won't be able to explain. And yeah, anyway, I thought I'd just mention that because when I was listening to it last night, I wanted to bring that up because I thought that was just really interesting. I meant to message Finn that. If Finn's not here, I will message him that and just note that because I just want to let him know I watched it and that was very interesting anecdote. And he thought that too when it was mentioned, when the gentleman mentioned that. It's like your ears perk up where, you know, people who have been studying this for a long time, as Finn has, or I have, many other people in here have as well, especially you've been studying kind of the abduction phenomena or the more woo sides of it. Those are just very interesting anecdotes. I find them, at least, as someone who talks about metaphysics and the metaphysician. Unidentified orbital objects inspect satellite that accelerates away. Someone posted this. This is kind of interesting now in regards to this. This kind of looked like a sighting that I had, actually, that I don't really mention a lot, but although it didn't do that, but that's fucking insane. I mean, it's impossible to tell in this video what we're actually looking at. If this was like a bug or something, but the way it looked, so you can see, so there's the satellite there, right? That's what those guys, I told the story where I've had 3 sightings, like really one sighting that's like proper, like what the fuck is this? But I had 2 other incidents where an object appeared, which I thought was a satellite, but it kind of looked like that, where it was, the satellite's just a completely solid color, but it looked a little bit different. And it was moving like the satellite, and what had happened was it started really curving on one of them. And the other one, it took a pretty dramatic curve the other way. But it was very interesting. Who knows if this is real or not? I didn't even check to see the comments, but that's one of those sightings where it's a hot air balloon releasing swamp gas. That's one of, like, if you saw that on a walk and it's hard to tell with the camera, like how far away this is or if it's edited, but if you saw, that's what I would love to see at Skywatchers Capture. Or like that Chris Bledsoe team that goes out and fucking says, oh my God, every time a satellite goes by. If it did that, my job would be on the fucking floor with my balls. I'd be like, God, I'd be like, okay, we saw something tonight. Like, that's what I want to see. Like, is that too much to ask the fucking aliens to do? There's nothing that, no, there's no way. That's not ice crystals. That's not any other atmospheric phenomena. That's not a fucking balloon. That's clearly something. Again, obviously, we have no idea if this video is real, but that's clearly something under intelligent control that was going very fast. If you saw that from the ground, you could probably judge a little more accurately as to how high up in the air it would be. But if that's up in space, man, that is moving at an unbelievable rate of speed to just stop almost instantaneously. Crazy shit. I've never seen this before. I don't know where it's from. It's from the documentary Beyond, The Beings from Beyond. I mean, that would be one of those like pieces of footage that you would want to fucking go and look at. Like, holy shit. Anyway, I've never even seen this before. I've never seen this documentary. I've never seen this footage, but guys, I think these are handheld lasers, the cheap green ones you can buy on fairs, for example. At the start of the video, there is a small dot. Yeah, who knows? Well, there's no clouds there, but it very well could be, right? Who knows? But if you were out by yourself and you knew that there was no lasers going on, that doesn't really look like a laser to me, though. It's hard to tell, yeah. Why are the stars blinking out but the satellite stays visible? Clouds doesn't work. Well, yeah, I would say laser seems pretty improbable. Any of those green lasers, most of them usually at night, you're going to see the whole fucking laser up. I've seen them. I've seen people who've had them and used them up close. Like the real industrial grade ones that are like fucking literally, I think they're legal actually. Because they all hit planes and shit. But anyway, So I've seen that. It never looked like that, man. That's anyway. I thought someone posted that. I thought I think Digi may have posted it. That's pretty anomalous. Anyway, just another anecdote, I guess. Who the fuck knows? Put it in the fucking pile with 3,000 other fucking videos of who the fuck knows. There's quite a few of them out there. I probably not, well, in totality, there'd be thousands. How many are truly anomalous? I mean, there's not quite as many, but, still. There's a couple things I do have up here. Oh, God. There's a lot of shit I have up here. What I was going to do, now this may be a bit of a struggle. I don't know who this guy is. Someone had recommended me watch his videos before, and I noticed in the comments, he seems like a bit of a dink. So he made this video. His name is Professor Dave. He's got a huge channel. I've never heard of him before, ever. It's crazy how many YouTubers now have these huge communities, and there's just so many of them. You never run into them. But I don't know what is his background? Like, what does he do? But he made this. This has been floating around. This video has begun to go viral in these kinds of communities of people who are into alternative ancient history or whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? And so he did this thing called the Great Pseudo-Archaeology Debunk. So Graham Hancock, Dan Richards, and Jimmy Corsetti. Now, listen, there's lots of things you can pick these boys apart for. And I know what those things are too, right? Even what Jimmy's been doing more recently with the whole Gobekli Tepe thing. Not really on board with it. Like there's some things he did that maybe they shouldn't have, yeah. But he's like trying to attack all of archaeology or something. I don't fucking know what they're doing. Sometimes, where not everybody in archaeology are bad people. There's tons of people that do great work. They don't have the funding. They don't have the freedom to pursue some of these more esoteric or out there ideas because they get funding to do specific things. And if they deviate too far from that, they're going to lose their funding. They're going to lose their tenure. They're going to lose their position at the university. Like, they don't want to do these things. So as much as they would love to humor these things in their spare time, as many of them probably do in Reed Graham's work and everybody else's videos, they can't go after these things because they don't have the money to do it. So attacking the discipline, sometimes you have to be careful where I don't know if that's necessarily fair. You could attack the gatekeepers and ask people, why is this a ridiculous thing to think about? Why shouldn't we think about these things? Why shouldn't we approach these things? Interesting Simpsons art. Yes, he's got some Simpsons art. He's got the Beatles back there. Very bare room. Anyway, typical fucking bachelor pad. That's what my place used to look like, dude. Just actually, where there's nothing on the walls. It's just fucking white walls. My partner used to call it the mental hospital. It's fucking literally, probably some stream videos of me streaming there from years ago, but like literally nothing on the walls anywhere. What happened was the person, I broke up with someone and she took fucking everything that had any art on it, even though some of it was mine. I was like, whatever. And then what I was left with was just a hospital room and mental hospital. And I just left it like that. I said, well, I guess here we go. This is my punishment. I live in the mental hospital, I guess, right? Anyway, so this is, I'm not going to watch 2 hours of it, but I'm curious as to what he's critiquing here. This has been pretty much critiqued to death, the conversation with him and Flint Dibble. To give Flint credit, Flint just doesn't buy any of the arguments because he doesn't think they're particularly strong enough. And I don't disagree with that at all. I don't think anybody trying to claim, for instance, that definitively this thing happened, or someone says, well, the pyramids are obviously built by aliens or something. You'd say, well, you don't know who built them. You could argue that there's some anomalous features of them, or the construction methods are quite clearly beyond the capabilities of a Bronze Age civilization, but that would be a debate you'd have to have with people on it. But, he brought some good data. The problem, though, with his approach is that this is a problem a lot of people have when they're debating ideas. There's no point in debating with somebody who is debating you or arguing with you in bad faith, right? That's it's just, there's literally, you're just wasting your fucking time, right? Because like, what are your intentions here ultimately? If they're unwilling to try and steel man any of your positions or work with you in trying to figure things out, right? If their only intention is to destroy you, your credibility, right, and gaslight you into thinking all this is completely ridiculous, when actually a lot of it objectively is not. And then they go and they try and character assassinate you online and associate you with white supremacy. That's a piece of shit. The person's character is poor. It's beyond poor. And from that point on, I don't really even care about what they're contributing. Because I think what they've ultimately contributed at that point is just poison into the conversation, right? So if they're an expert in archaeology, shame on them. They should know better than to approach things like that, right? And the way that he behaved off camera was appalling. Flint in particular, right? So already I had a lot of problems with him, and he was kind of unwilling to humor any of Graham's arguments. Graham kind of stumbled a little bit through it, and you know, it's like, what are the strengths and weaknesses of your own argument? Be transparent about that. What do we know? What don't we know? What are the problems with the things potentially we do know? How much energy you actually get? This is all called critical thinking, which is what I could bring to it in philosophy, which is what I've been trained in to some degree, which is approaching things critically, honestly. You're after the objective truth, not after your truth. What is the objective truth? Or how are we going to get to that? We work together, right? We have to hold people's hands occasionally, sure. We don't straw man people's argument. We don't attack people's character, right? There's no ad hominem attacks here either. People engaging that, it's just not acceptable behavior. And so when I see people online doing that too, who are experts, it's very frustrating. It pisses me the fuck off. Yeah. Heart Machine will be used to control China, Music Man X. Brother, I look forward to seeing that actually. Yeah. It's kind of a big announcement. Russian President Vladimir Putin has announced that nuclear-powered systems originally developed during the Soviet era are now operational in space. Well, that's not good. Speaking of which, I guess. Yeah, that's not good at all, is it? They were trying to tell him no, right? Yeah. God damn. Well, the escalation begins. Maybe that was the fucking shit we heard recently on the Russian radio. There's all this code speak on the fucking radio. Holy shit. Wonderful. Anyway, yeah, this is the thing. We could all be blown into a million fucking pieces tomorrow. So, why act like a dingus now? So, I like Dan. Jimmy Corsetti, I don't know. I mean, I would debate Jimmy on a lot of shit. I think there's a lot of problems with his theories, some of the things that he says. But yeah, at the end of the day, he's a human being. Like, I'd sit down and have a conversation with the guy. Might even be buddies with the guy. Who knows, right? You don't need to be a fucking dink. Like, so he came at Dan because Dan was recently on Joe Rogan's podcast. Dan, I think he said by trade, he was a plumber, right? But that doesn't really matter in the end, right? What we're really after here ultimately isn't after all these titles, although it does help in maybe asserting that you know something about a thing, right? But at the end of the day, we want to hear, what do you actually know, right? And so I look at Dan as kind of like a Socratic character where he's this kind of like wild guy with the long beard and hair, kind of the gray hair. Like, he's just looking at things critically. And the way he spoke on Joe's podcast, I don't care that he's a fucking plumber. He's someone who can critically think about these kinds of things. It's important for someone that also looks at things honestly and is also very meticulous in collecting reports and good researcher. I mean, that's all super important stuff. So the title throwing around and stuff and appealing to like, I'm an authority, I don't know. I mean, yeah, that's great, but like, sit down and have a conversation. What do you actually know? What are the problems with your logic, right? Whatever. Having not heard of Professor Dave before, I scrolled through the comments to see what kind of human he is. Garbage is the adjective I was looking for. So I noticed this was what he was doing in someone else's video too when I looked at him. Tell me more about how you're a worthless twat who didn't watch a single second of this video. Oh my God, you're the biggest loser alive. He was commenting like that. I don't know if this is his shtick, that he's like an asshole, but I don't understand. That's just, anyway, maybe I'm missing the point of all this, or I'm missing that this is the gag he's putting on, but I think he then blocked Dan on Twitter. I'm like, is this guy a fucking dingus? Like, I work in the space sector and yeah, it's live. There are no rules out there, so it's land for grab. Oh, interesting, space. There's a new doc on HBO called Wild Space. If you're interested in the topic, give it a watch. Interesting, man. That's not fucking good, yeah. That's not good at all. So I was going to watch a little bit of this. I just got to heat up my food, actually, because I do have to eat something. My fucking, my fries I made. And, yeah, man, it's exact muscle flex. It's kind of what if that's what you're referring to, what I think you're referring to, where they're just trying to flex on this shit. So, and he's going over what is pseudo-archaeology and all this shit. So Anyway, Did I watch the new Area 52 video, Aliens and Albert Einstein? No, not yet. I actually do have that queued up, man. I have that queued up here too, actually. Aliens and Albert Einstein. So that's something else we could watch as well. We could even maybe, if no one had seen this, because I wanted to watch this too, put that up first. And then I could go over later, because usually later on in the show here, I'll cover the alternative ancient archaeology things. Maybe we can do that, because I have another one that I have literally queued up next, is this right here. So maybe watch that. And then later on, I'll kind of dig through this debunking. And I just want to kind of hear what are his arguments for this, because at the end of the day, I'm not involved with archaeology whatsoever. That's not my background, but I want to hear what his logic is. What's the argument he's constructed here to tear these guys apart and call them pseudo-archaeologists? None of them are archaeologists. Graham's a journalist and an author. The job of a journalist is to collect stories and kind of present a good story and narrative out to the general public. And he did that brilliantly with all his works, right? Did he think up possible ideas? Sure. I would never refer to him as a pseudo-archaeologist. That is, again, attacking him. It's a bad faith argument against Graham. Really, because it's belittling him in a way. It's saying all you are is someone pretending to be an archaeologist. No. He's a journalist. There's a difference. You have to distinguish that, right? So again, we're already off the wrong foot here. But anyway, I'll be right back, guys. I'm just gonna throw my shit in the microwave and yeah, see you in a second. There we go. Sad dudes. Okay. Another mukbang. I made these Ronnie Coleman fucking fries. I used to do this all the time, actually. They're essentially it's just potatoes cut up with like really nothing on them. So it's just, you know, it's like health, but you turn them to fries and then you put sugar-free ketchup on them. Actually not fucking bad. You cook them at high heat so they get like crispy. Like crispy is sugar-free ketchup. I'm a great diet hack. Really, I'm eating just plain fucking potatoes. Yeah. Old Ronnie Coleman, fucking Mr. Olympia, that's what he used to do. His mom used to make these for him. That's all he used to fucking eat. You get a crinkle cutter, you get them all crinkle cut up. Right, baby. All you used to eat, lightweight, baby. Fuck. Oh, fuck. All my fucking shirts, see? Fucking Christ. There's something wrong. Oh my fucking God. Anyway. Do you say he's walking again, man? Holy fuck. I hope so. Like growing up, like I remember that all the muscle magazines, he was on them. Like when I was like teenager, like, you know, kid. That's him and Jay Cutler. Like that's all I remember seeing is him. Like I remember thinking like, fuck, that's ridiculous. And even today, I'm kind of like, that's a little bit gross. It's a little bit too much, but crazy shit. Anyway, God bless Ron. Lightweight, baby. Me and Galen TV, we've been going to the gym. I'm bringing him to the gym. We've been going to the gym together, honestly, now. And that's what we usually meme every fucking time he comes to pick me up or I pick him up and just send the Ronnie Coleman and the motorcycle meme. Fuck, yeah. Oh, man. 800-pound squats, brother. That's what... 800-pound squats. Not a lot of mobility work. I'll fucking do it, yeah. Oh, man, yeah, I haven't seen this either, yeah. I need baby bib, yeah. He'll get some in his household. Yeah, I guess I'm fucking soon. I'll have an extra one lying around a little bit for... Yeah. Oh, fuck, anyway. Big slop bowl. I just got chicken, I got broccoli, I got peppers, and then a bunch of fries. Fuck, it's probably 1,000 calories in there. Had a lot of food today anyway. Yeah, brother. I'm all about that fucking life. I mean, I've been trying to get back in shape. I was at the chiropractor, fucking not chiropractor, felt like the chiropractor, my massage guy I go and see. It is a guy, his name's Brian. He's not about the baby oil though, and like, he doesn't do like the naked massage. He just does like, I usually just bring my gym clothes and it's weird. He's a massage therapist, but he's got like a physio background. Like today again, I was like, fuck man, like he was working on my ribs and shit and my neck. And I'm like, he's like a big guy, you know, there's no happy endings there. So I'm walking out of there feeling like I need a wheelchair. I was like, holy fuck. It's great though, because he gets like, it was on my shoulder blades and shit today. I was like, it actually is working, because I'll go to these other massage therapists and like, no offense, like some of them are like very small women and they just couldn't like get the knots out, but it's the opposite problem. This guy's like fucking literally breaking my back. I was like, holy fuck, but he's awesome. He's awesome. It's great to have somebody that has the power and the knowledge. And anyway, but I've been trying to get back into it and really kind of get back into shape. And I might even stream. I might stream some gym stuff at some point. I've been saying that I'm going to, and I thought that my local gym was kind of against it, but you know, I guess I don't give a fuck. So I said, well, I might come in here with a camera and start fucking filming. Probably some fucking old fucker will get mad though. Be someone who gets mad, but anyway, I could go later at night too. We could do that when no one's around. But yeah, streaming outside, meditating, playing the dog whistle, generating, and doing some C5. I need to do that too, man. Yeah. That's going to come here in the summer. Well, I told people we'll be doing that here in the warmer weather. I said I'd do some IRL shit, so might as well, right? That could definitely be a fucking meme. Twitch streamer gets abducted live, disappears. Come back 3 months later, just long hair, long white hair, enlightened. Fuck, that'd be my dream. All right, I'll shut up and play the video here.
Yeah, my name's Eric. Spring of 2013, I was flying from Denver to Saskatchewan, and we were at cruising altitude,
That'd be a fucking name.
just crossed the border into Canada, and I see out of the starboard side window, there's this flying cigar, pointed on the ends, solid white, no visible means of propulsion, not wavy. It was perfectly in focus to my eye, going the opposite direction as us at the same altitude, and it passed. It was probably going, 700, 800 miles an hour, and it was very brief. Saw it and it was gone. I wish I'd had my phone out. And we saw cigar-shaped UFOs like that with decent regularity.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Debriefed. My name is Chris Ramsey, and today we're going to be reading through a document that was allegedly written in 1947 by none other than Albert Einstein and Robert Oppenheimer. This document is titled The Relationships with Inhabitants of Celestial Bodies. Now, because this was written in June 1947, that would have been 1 month prior to the famous Roswell crash. But this might have been timely because I believe in June was also the sightings from none other than Kenneth Arnold.
June 24, 1947. Later, when asked by a reporter to describe how they flew, Arnold said their motion was like saucers skipping over water. In the papers the next day, the world first saw the term flying saucer.
I've seen something. Hundreds of pilots have seen something in the skies. We have dutifully reported these things.
Those were kind of the first mass reported sightings of UFOs, where a fleet of UFOs was spotted as he was flying his airplane, and it made national headlines and was a bit of a precursor to the UFO craze. So after hearing all of that, allegedly, Robert Oppenheimer and Albert Einstein got together and put together sort of a game plan on what they thought the reason for the extraterrestrial visit might be. This document just kind of surfaced online. Nobody really knows the origins of the document. It didn't actually get released with the MJ-12, leak that was put out by Jamie Shandera and Stanton Friedman. This was independently released. Now, obviously, there are a lot of people out there that are going to put this in the hoax basket, which I totally understand. But as you know, Area 52, and once we're sat in this office with these documents, we love to suspend our disbelief because, as you know, belief sometimes gets in the way of a good story. So I'm looking forward to having a read-through. Now, I know a lot of you were very, very upset that was the end of the Lacerda files, and I appreciate all of you for watching that, and supporting that.
You watched it yesterday.
I had such a fun time reading through it.
Oh, Jesus.
And I am currently looking into more discussions and alleged communications between extraterrestrial beings and, some very fortunate humans. Those documents are sprinkled around the internet. I have gathered them, and I am currently preparing a read-through on some heavier stuff regarding these documentations. But today, this is kind of a buffer. This one's going to be a little bit of a palate cleanser in regards to
proper
the
wizard
alien
beard
agenda. And we got some other documents here that mention connections between UFOs, aliens, Albert Einstein, Robert Oppenheimer, which we'll get through prior to the main meet, just to lay the groundwork a little bit. But before we do this, folks, here's a word from our sponsors. Here at Area 52, we spend our time digging deep into
the whole Fallout vibe,
unexplained phenomena, and the digital shadows most.
He's got like the Fallout kind of vibe going on, like the 50s kind of vibe. I love it, though. The whole dystopian kind of meme. Yeah, where's it? And fuck, they're baking these goddamn things into the fucking shows now, making me do work. Like,
about aliens was in the London Daily Mail in January 1920, where he is quoted saying, "There is every reason to believe that Mars and other planets are inhabited. Why should the Earth be the only planet supporting human life? It is not singular in any other respect. But if intelligent creatures do exist, as we may assume they do elsewhere in the universe, I should not expect them to try to communicate with the Earth by wireless radio. Light rays, the direction of which can be controlled much more easily, would more probably be the first method attempted." So this statement was made in response to contemporary speculations by radio pioneer Guglielmo Marconi, who had reported receiving mysterious signals he thought might have originated from Mars. So you can really see the scientific curiosity that Einstein had during that era regarding life beyond Earth. So let's fast forward to Roswell. And Wednesday, July 9th, in 1947, newspaper The Irish Times says this: The U.S. War Department stated last night that they were without news of the New Mexico flying saucer and were checking with Roswell. Professor Einstein told a UP correspondent he had absolutely no comment to make. How does Einstein go from being open-minded to absolutely closed down? In the April edition of the 1952 Life magazine, there was an article entitled, "We Have Visitors from Space." This kind of kicked off a bit of a flurry of inquisitive minds looking into the UFO and alien phenomenon. Well, little did they know that July of the same year, that phenomenon would present itself over the Capitol and the White House. The press went wild with the headlines reading, "Saucers Swarm Over Capitol." And amidst the surge of the public's interest in UFOs, Albert Einstein received a letter from Reverend Louis A. Gardner. Did he believe saucers came from space, specifically Mars or Venus, Gardner wondered? Or were UFOs some kind of advanced military technology experiments created by the U.S. Air Force or America's foes? Well, renowned physicist and celebrity at the time, Albert Einstein responded with his own letter. So from the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey, July 23rd, 1952, he writes, "Dear Sir, those people have seen something. What it is, I do not know, and I am not curious to know. Sincerely yours, Albert Einstein." Now, I find it a little bit odd
That's a weird thing to say.
that would be the entire content of his response. Being one of the greatest thinkers of our time, it would surprise me to hear that someone of his creative nature would even dismiss the topic entirely. So
it sounds to me, and I'm sure he'll elaborate on this, but to say I'm not curious to know implies very clearly to me that he's not curious to get involved with any of this, i.e. he probably already knows and he doesn't want to draw attention to himself digging into this. That's what it seems like to me. I'm not curious to know. You're talking about like one of the most curious men in history who like unraveled physics. Like, come on. You're not curious about potentially another civilization here fucking around? Because, you know, to some degree, when you're looking at these accounts of these people, there isn't really a lot of other scenarios there could have been, especially back then, to account for some of these anomalous phenomena in the sky. So to say I'm not curious to know implies, please stop talking about this. So, man, yeah.
it does make me question whether or not he was involved with UFOs. You know, who knows? Perhaps he wasn't interested, and perhaps this interfered with his, current theory of relativity. But I just have a hard time believing Einstein wouldn't be interested in this phenomenon if everybody was reporting on it. Frank Edwards, an early radio pioneer and author of several UFO books, was giving a lecture to a Detroit, Michigan audience in 1956. Edwards made statements about Einstein that he believed to be true based upon his sources and his understanding of historical circumstance. Edwards maintained that just 4 years prior, in 1952, Albert Einstein had delivered an urgent message to then-President Harry Truman. Einstein warned that Truman's shoot-down policy of UFOs over D.C. was unwise.
And I know what Mr. Einstein told him. He said, "Mr. President, anyone who can cross millions of miles of space will be able to take care of himself after he gets there. Don't start something you can't finish."
Then there was the case of Dr. Shirley Wright. This is a confession tape by Dr. Wright, who says that she studied under Albert Einstein at Princeton and was, I guess, taken to the crash at Roswell and was given a tour inside the craft, shown the bodies where there lay 8 dead and 1 alive, and even had an exchange and communication with one of these entities.
They indicated to us that they were not from our galaxy, definitely not from our galaxy.
Now, Dr. Wright claims that she was Einstein's assistant, but looking into the files, it doesn't show her as an official assistant, but it does, however, show that she did study under Albert Einstein, so very interesting. Now, let's go over to Oppenheimer, where it gets a little bit more complicated. You see, Oppenheimer was actually a key figure and served as chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission. And for those of you in the UFO sphere, you know how important that was when it came to keeping secrets regarding anything that has to do with radioactive material.
Established in 1946 to direct the use of atomic energy, the United States Atomic Energy Commission is responsible to the President. As for nuclear weapons, the work is done by contractors at government-owned facilities under close AEC supervision. In cooperating with the Department of Defense, the AEC performs research, development, testing, and production of nuclear weapons required for national defense.
Now, when this commission was created, it basically transferred what the government was working on in terms of atomic and nuclear energy to the private sector. Companies could basically maintain confidentiality over the process, effectively placing control of nuclear-related knowledge firmly within their own hands. Now, we all know Oppenheimer was part of the Manhattan Project, where, secretly the world's best physicists got together to create the atomic bomb. And if you were to create some type of group that were to study, let's say hypothetically, the UFO phenomenon, or even retrieve some of these crashed vehicles, you would have to consider Oppenheimer for the task. Now I'm going to take you back to January 1950, where a very interesting book was released by none other than Donald Keyhoe entitled The Flying Saucers Are Real. Keyhoe was a former U.S. Marine Corps major. He suggested that the U.S. government was hiding the truth and claimed that high-level insiders like Air Force officials had retrieved crashed alien vehicles. Folks, this is January 1950, only a few years after Roswell. This guy was on top of it already. And the only reason I bring this up is because perhaps this might have helped inspire Eleanor Roosevelt, because on May 19th in 1950, she wrote a letter to Robert Oppenheimer. After interviewing pilots who reported UFO sightings on her television program, Eleanor Roosevelt received materials from a fringe group claiming that UFOs were piloted by interdimensional beings. This fringe group, known as Borderland Sciences Research Associates, and she sought Oppenheimer's opinion on the matter. She asked,
the fucking genie
will
lamp.
you please tell me what you know about the enclosed? Now, the enclosure is not included, but we can deem what was included by Oppenheimer's response on May 19th, 1950. And the letter reads as follows. Dear Mrs. Roosevelt, thank you for your good note of May 16th. You sent me a letter to you from Mr. Schultz and some mimeographed material from the Borderland Sciences Research Associates, and you asked me what I knew about it. The only honest answer is that I know nothing whatever. Neither the Borderland Associates nor the man who comprise it are known to me, even by reputation. The papers all deal with an attempted explanation of the flying discs, and they all start with the assurance that there were such things. This, of course, I do not believe. Some very solemn attempts were made to see whether there are any physical happenings corresponding to the many reports of flying discs. It has been reported in the press that the Air Force has made such an investigation. There is not any credible evidence, and certainly the kind of explanation proposed by the Borderland Associates does not lead one to believe in the phenomenon they are trying to explain. There is perhaps one thing one can learn. It is not just that men, and even their accounts of what they see and experience, are fallible and subject to error. It is that arriving at the truth can often be a more difficult and troublesome thing than we might like to think. During the war, very shortly before the test of the first atomic bomb, people at Los Alamos were naturally in a state of some tension. I remember one morning when almost the whole project was out of the doors, staring at a bright object in the sky through glasses, binoculars, and whatever else they could find. And nearby Kirtland Field reported to us that they had no interceptors which had enabled them to come within range of the object. Our director of personnel was an astronomer and a man of some human wisdom. And he finally came to my office and asked whether we could stop trying to shoot down Venus. I tell this story only to indicate that even a group of scientists is not proof against the errors of suggestion and hysteria. With every warm, good wish, Robert Oppenheimer. That is an official letter from Robert Oppenheimer, and to me, that is unsatisfactory. I know what you're thinking out there.
Yeah, it sounds like hot horse shit to me, considering what we know now about classification of these things and how it essentially got handed over from the Manhattan Project. But the question really is, why didn't Robert Oppenheimer, if I say his name, believe in this phenomena? Or why didn't think it was worth further inquiry, I guess, right? Is it because it wasn't interesting? Probably not. Was it because it was potentially dangerous for him to talk about? Probably. That's right. So it's like, that's what you have to look at when people make statements like that. It's like, well, why wasn't he interested in it? Why was Einstein disinterested in it too? Or wouldn't want to talk about it? Dangerous thing, probably. Undoubtedly, they were involved with programs, especially Oppenheimer. Grush had kind of laid the foundation for this, in the framework of how the classification of these things went and why they ended up maybe being involved with the oh my God, what's not the atomic energy, but the energy sector in the U.S. right now, why they may actually be involved with classifying them, because it's related to the same classifications and level of classification that the Manhattan Project was subjected to. Yeah. You change gravity even a tiny amount, you then change time. Germans apparently had a large multifunctional drum that was full of mercury-type metals called the bell that was apparently capable of creating gravity fields. I've heard, we saw that recently, and someone mentioned that, Jaguar, yeah. Yeah, this is the area that's been getting me going lately because the connection's wild. Yeah, but my brain tonight, specifically this early era of new secrecy around military, such as sweet spots in the 50s, yeah. Calling,
skeptic, you're like,
calling
well, there you go.
Jaguar.
He wasn't involved. I mean,
cats in my brain.
If you'd asked him if he was involved in the Manhattan Project prior to that, he would have also had to say, I don't even know what you're talking about. So we can't assume that he wasn't involved based on him saying, I wasn't involved. He was involved in secret projects. Also, that prominent astronomer that he's referring to is probably none other than the famed debunker and MJ-12 founding member, Howard Menzel. This guy's entire job was to cover up and suppress anything related to UFOs.
Trying to prove whether or not these things come from outer space or not. It's clear that they don't.
And if you want to know more about Robert Oppenheimer's involvement in the AEC, I highly suggest you go check out American Alchemy, who does various deep dives on Robert Oppenheimer's involvement, T. Townsend Brown, and just basically the U.S. government's oversight on UFOs breaching our very sensitive airspace, and especially next to these nuclear bases. Now, there have been other mentions of Oppenheimer's involvement. The Crash at Aztec by Steinman. He does briefly mention Oppenheimer being tangentially related to this somehow, and suggests that he might have even been part of a crash retrieval team. UFO researcher Donald Burleson had also put out a book entitled UFO Secrecy in the Fall of J. Robert Oppenheimer. You know, the credibility of that is still highly debated among skeptics and believers alike. So take with that a grain of salt. But today, again, just saying, we're just going to read through it and act as though it is true, and see what we can take away from some of the smartest men to ever live talking about one of the most important subjects of mankind. I'm pretty excited about this. Let's go. All right, June 1947, the relationships with inhabitants of celestial bodies. Relationships with extraterrestrial men presents no basically new problem from the standpoint of international law. But the possibility of confronting intelligent beings that do not belong to the human race would bring up problems whose solution it is difficult to conceive. In principle, there is no difficulty in accepting the possibility of coming to an understanding with them, and of establishing all kinds of relationships. The difficulty lies in trying to establish the principles on which these relationships should be based. In the first place, it would be necessary to establish communication with them through some language or other, and afterwards, as a first condition for all intelligence, that they should have a psychology similar to that of men. At any rate, international law should make place for a new law on a different basis, and it might be called Law Among Planetary Peoples, following the guidelines found in the Pentateuch. What's that? Pentateuch? Looking at Pentateuch. Refers to the first 5 books of the Bible. I see. So Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Okay. So obviously the idea of revolutionizing international law to the point where it would be capable of coping with new situations would compel us to make a change in its structure, a change so basic that it would no longer be international law. That is to say, as it is conceived today, but something altogether different, so that it could no longer bear the same name. So essentially, he's just saying that we would have to rewrite how we even have like our most fundamental laws, because we would have to include this extraterrestrial life. We continue. If these intelligent beings were in possession of a more or less culture and a more or less perfect political organization, they would have an absolute right to be recognized as independent and sovereign peoples. We would have to come to an agreement with them to establish the legal regulations upon which future relationships should be based, and it would be necessary to accept many of their principles. All right, so basically, they're taking the side of compromise here. They are a people, they are sentient, they have rights, they probably have their own laws, and how do we integrate theirs with ours? Finally, if they should reject all peaceful cooperation and become an imminent threat to the Earth, we would have the right to legitimate defense, but only insofar as would be necessary to annul this danger. Really interesting so far. Another possibility may exist, that a species of Homo sapiens might have established themselves as an independent nation on another celestial body in our solar system and evolved culturally independently from ours. Obviously, this possibility depends on many circumstances, whose conditions cannot yet be foreseen. However, we can make a study of the basis on which such a thing might have occurred. Okay, so now,
who wrote this?
basically, they'll start speculating on what if humans lived on another celestial body in this solar system, i.e. Mars or Venus, and grew up with a different cultural society. How would that affect their laws? And now we get into some speculative territory, which...
Thought he was alluding to the
I'm
fact
all
that
about.
this phenomenon
In the
could be
first
due to
place,
this. Okay.
living conditions on these bodies, let's say the moon or the planet Mars, would have to be such as to permit a stable and, to a certain extent, independent life from an economic standpoint. Much has been speculated about the possibilities for life existing outside of our atmosphere and beyond, always hypothetically. And there are those who go so far as to give formulas for the creation of an artificial atmosphere on the moon, which undoubtedly have a certain scientific foundation and which may one day come to light. This also, you have to remember, this was before the moon landing. This was before we had satellites, right? So we're thinking it might be possible to live on the moon and create some artificial atmosphere, or on Mars. Let's assume that magnesium silicates on the moon may exist and contain up to 13% water. Using energy and machines brought to the moon, perhaps from a space station, the rocks could be broken up, pulverized, and then backed to drive off the water of crystallization. This could be collected and then decomposed into hydrogen and oxygen using an electric current or the shortwave radiation of the sun. The oxygen could be used for breathing purposes. The hydrogen might be used as fuel. Okay, you let me know if that makes sense, because that's a little above my pay grade over here, all right? We are investigators. We're not physicists, scientists,
you get
or
oxygen out of it.
chemists,
Yeah,
or
you can,
biologists,
I mean, that's not that
anything of
complicated.
consequence. Honestly, we're just reading documents. But you guys definitely chime in if you know what that means. In any case, if no existence is possible on celestial bodies except for the enterprises for the exploration of their natural riches, with a continuous interchange of the men who work on them, unable to establish themselves there indefinitely, and be able to live isolated life, independence will never take place. Now we come to the problem of determining what to do if the inhabitants of the celestial bodies, or extraterrestrial biological entities, EBEs, same wording as the MJ-12 documents, by the way. So does that prove that this is real, or does that make this a hoax? You know, some people believe the MJ-12 documents to be real. If you're curious about that, I made a video sort of introducing you to those documents, because there are plenty. Have a look at that. Okay, number one, if they are politically organized and possess a certain culture similar to our own, they may be recognized as an independent people. They could consider what degree of development would be required on Earth for colonizing. Okay, so that's one speculative sort of situation or scenario, is that maybe they're just reconning this place for, you know, what they need for colonizing. Number two, if they consider our culture to be devoid of political unity, they would have the right to colonize. Of course, this colonization cannot be conducted on classic lines. Okay, so if they see us having too much strife and they see all the battles happening here, it'll sort of give them the right to come and colonize and take over and clean up this mess. A superior form of colonizing will have to be conceived. That could be a kind of tutelage, possibly through the tacit approval of the United Nations. But would the United Nations legally have the right of allowing such tutelage over us in such a fashion? Very strange to consider that they're like, well, they have the right to colonize. A slippery slope. A, although the United Nations is an international organization, there is no doubt that it would have no right of tutelage, since its domain does not extend beyond relationships between its members. It would have the right to intervene only if the relationships of a member nation with a celestial body affected another member nation with an extraterrestrial people is beyond the domain of the United Nations. But if these relationships entailed a conflict with another member nation, the United Nations would have the right to intervene. So basically, only if a member nation were to attack another member nation could the UN intervene. B, if the United Nations were a supranational organization, it would have competency to deal with all problems related to extraterrestrial peoples. Of course, even though it is merely an international organization, it could have this competence if its member states would be willing to recognize it. Okay. It is difficult to predict what the attitude of international law will be with regard to the occupation by the celestial peoples of certain locations on our planet. But the only thing that can be foreseen is that there will be a profound change in traditional concepts. Yeah, I would think so. We cannot exclude the possibility that a race of extraterrestrial people, more advanced technologically and economically, may take upon itself the right to occupy another celestial body. How then would this occupation come about? By the way, I believe this letter was written for the president, but pending approval. And this was written in June 47, so this would have been written to Harry Truman at the time. They're kind of just speculating what the international law would be in regards to the occupation of celestial peoples. So number one, the idea of exploitation by one celestial state would be rejected. They may think it would be advisable to grant it to all others capable of reaching another celestial body, but this would be to maintain a situation of privilege for these states. 2, the division of a celestial body into zones and the distribution of them among... Oh, I see. Okay, hold on. So they're trying to predict what it would look like if they were to come here and demand, some type of sovereignty over the land, or demand, that they acquired some of our land in this colonization effort. And this is kind of what that would look like. So 1, the idea of exploitation by one celestial state would be rejected. 2, the division of a celestial body into zones and the distribution of them among other celestial states. This would be present the problem of distribution. Moreover, other celestial states would be deprived of the possibility of owning an area, or if they were granted one, it would involve complicated operations. 3, indivisible co-sovereignty, giving each celestial state the right to make whatever use is most convenient to its interest, independently of others. This would create a situation of anarchy. The strongest one would win out in the end. And 4, a moral entity. The most feasible solution, it seems, would be this one. Submit an agreement providing for the peaceful absorption of a celestial race in such a manner that our culture would remain intact with guarantees that their presence not be revealed. Whoa. Actually, we do not believe it necessary to go that far. It would merely be a matter of internationalizing celestial peoples and creating an international treaty instrument preventing exploitation of all nations belonging to the United Nations. Okay,
this is getting more interesting.
Kind of giving them land and being like, just don't interfere with our stuff. Leave us alone.
Like the Greada Treaty,
go
maybe.
underground, I guess. I don't know. Occupation by states here on Earth, which has lest all interest for international law. Since there were no more res nullius territories, not sure what that means, is beginning to regain all its importance in cosmic international law. Occupation consists in the appropriation by a state of res nullius. What is res nullius? A thing of no one, or property belonging to no one. I see. Appropriation by a state of which has left all interest for international law, since there were no more res nullius territories. So there are no states that belong to no one. So you can't give them that, obviously. Until the last century, occupation was the normal means of acquiring sovereignty over territories. When explorations made possible the discovery of new regions, either uninhabited or in an elementary state of civilization, the imperialist expansion of the states came to an end with the end of regions capable of being occupied, which have now been drained from the Earth and exist only in interplanetary space, where the celestial states present new problems. Okay. So they're saying like there's nothing left to give them here. The only things that aren't claimed are the celestial bodies. Res nullius is something that belongs to nobody, such as the moon. In international law, a celestial body is not subject to the sovereignty of any state is considered res nullius. If it could be established that a celestial body within our solar system, such as our moon, was or is occupied by another celestial race, there could be no claim of res nullius by any state on Earth, if that state should decide in the future to send explorers to lay claim to it. It would exist as res communis, that is, that all celestial states have the same rights over it. And now to the final question of whether the presence of celestial astroplanes in our atmosphere is a direct result of our testing atomic weapons. The presence of unidentified spacecraft flying in our atmosphere and possibly maintaining orbits about our planet is now, however, accepted as de facto by our military. Okay. That's a bold claim by Oppenheimer and Einstein right there, if true. On every question of whether the United States will continue testing of fission bombs.
So this is, I do more clear because I'm not familiar with this document. So we'll figure this out in the end here, I guess. So this is by Einstein and Oppenheimer. Because there's, you know, he's kind of, his interpretation initially of it was kind of off and he corrected it. I think this is a hypothetical, but are they implying potentially that there was life run into on the moon, and do they have some kind of data suggesting it might be on Mars? Which back then, I mean, aside from telescopes, they wouldn't have any other kind of probing at Mars.
Bombs and develop fusion devices, hydrogen bombs, or reach an agreement to disarm and the exclusion of weapons that are too destructive, with the exception of chemical warfare, on which, by some miracle we cannot explain, an agreement has been reached. The lamentations of philosophers, the efforts of politicians, and the conferences of diplomats have been doomed to failure and have accomplished nothing. The use of the atomic bomb, combined with space vehicles, poses a threat on a scale which makes it absolutely necessary to come to an agreement in this area. With the appearance of unidentified space vehicles, opinions are sharply divided as to their origin. Over the skies of Europe and the United States has sustained an ineradicable fear, that is, an anxiety about security that is driving the great powers to make an effort to find a solution to the threat. Okay, basically these people are scrambling right now. Governments are jumping on this thing, like, what do we do? How do we contain it? How do we exploit it? How do we control it? Where do we put it? What do we do with it? What do we tell the public? All of the above. Military strategists foresee the use of spacecraft with nuclear warheads as the ultimate weapon of war. Even the deployment of artificial satellites for intelligence gathering and target selection is not far off. The military importance of space vehicles, satellites, as well as rockets is indisputable, since they project war from the horizontal plane to the vertical plane in its fullest sense. Attack no longer comes from an exclusive direction, nor from a determined country, but from the sky, with the practical impossibility of determining who the aggressor is, how to intercept the attack, or how to effect immediate reprisals. These problems are compounded further by identification. How does the air defense radar operator identify, or more precisely, classify this target? Great questions. Now, this is interesting that we're mentioning satellites, because the first satellite, I think, was like the Sputnik in like 1957. And so the fact that they're mentioning satellites here is kind of interesting. This is supposed to be 1947. So unless they know something we don't, or this is a hoax, you know. However, the idea of satellites did exist in 1947, but only among forward-thinking scientists and military planners, but no artificial satellites had been launched yet. Yeah. And most people wouldn't have been aware of them. I see. So these ideas were already being floated around by the scientific elite and military establishments. Very interesting. So not debunked. Thought I got them on that one. At the present, we can breathe a little easier knowing that slow-moving bombers are the mode of delivery of atomic bombs that can be detected by long-range early warning radar. But what do we do in, let's say, 10 years from now, when artificial satellites and missiles find their place in space?
We just had that lovely tweet that Hendrik shared from Putin saying he's put nuclear weapons up in space. This is great timing, actually.
We must consider the potential threat that unidentified spacecraft pose. One must consider the fact that misidentification of these spacecraft for a intercontinental missile in a re-entry phase of flight could lead to accidental nuclear war with horrible consequences. That's very interesting because there is actually an agreement between Russia and the United States.
Yes.
And in that agreement, they speak about unidentified aerial phenomenon being mistaken for a potential nuke. So in the event that a UFO shows up on either radar of either country, they must notify each other and ask each other if that was them, which I find completely ludicrous because if you were to launch a missile, and they ask you, hey, is that a UFO? Like, you would probably say, yeah, it's a UFO. Don't worry about it. But he makes a fair point here, obviously. Very smart man. Lastly, we should consider the possibility that our atmospheric tests of late could have influenced the arrival of celestial scrutiny. They could have been curious or even alarmed by such activity. And rightly so, for the Russians would make every effort to observe and record such tests. And I mean, that's the thing. When people say, well, why are there so many sightings in the United States? Oh, it's so weird that it's in the United States. I mean, it isn't that weird when you think about it. Who is the nuclear power of the world? But not only nuclear, who was developing radar before anyone else? Who was playing with high-powered lasers? Who was launching the most satellites? And where would that be happening? Well, it would be happening probably up and around Los Alamos, in Sandia Labs or White Sands. That's where you would want to be if you were
biggest dick
observing
on the
this
block.
planet and figuring out what it is we're doing. That's
Hang
where
out on the
you
front
would show
lawn.
up. That's where you would crash. In conclusion, it is our professional opinion, based on submitted data, that this situation is extremely perilous, and measures must be taken to rectify a very serious problem are very apparent. Respectfully, Dr. J. Robert Oppenheimer, Director of Advanced Studies at Princeton, and Professor Albert Einstein, Princeton. His response is recorded, or the response here is recorded underneath this letter, and it says, myself and Marshall have read this, and I must admit there is some logic, but I hardly think the president will consider it for obvious reasons. I understand Oppenheimer approached Marshall while they attended ceremony at redacted. As I understand it, Marshall rebuffed the idea of Oppenheimer discussing this with the president. I replied to Gordon, and he agreed. Okay. Basically saying, not sure we should send this to the president. But all of that might be for naught because 1 month later, there would be a crash, at least one crash, if not two, in Roswell, New Mexico. 8 months later, a crash in Aztec, New Mexico. And several UFO investigators would be born, and we would begin the long history of ufologists and the study of UFOs, and the infernal, incessant, and eternal battle that is fought between them and the powers that be. Whew. That was an interesting read. I hope you enjoyed this little read through. Shorter video than you're used to. However, I thought it was very, very interesting nonetheless. Again, I think I would find that Oppenheimer would be possibly more involved in the UAP or UFO subject than Albert Einstein was. Albert Einstein's refusal to be part of the Manhattan Project, probably signaled to the U.S. government that he could not be trusted. And, there is the other question, however, because Oppenheimer was brought into court, for apparently speaking with the enemy. Was that a front to, when his security clearances were stripped? Was that just a front while he was sort of backdoor reverse engineering these crafts and maybe the heat was taken off him? I don't know. Or was he completely excluded from any UFO talks? But there are many, many scientists of that age.
I'm not super familiar with the document or its legitimacy either. So, you know, interesting. I think he said earlier the legitimacy has been called into question if it was actually real or not. I mean, the interesting thing for me, and people have been memeing about Mars and the moon for forever, for hundreds of years, right? Since we got telescopes on them. I mean, Mars in the early 1900s or late 1800s, there was a couple astronomers, one in particular, he was Italian, but there was a couple who thought they saw canals on Mars, glass canals, that there were structures on Mars. It turned out to be, we know what they are now, they're actually volcanic, but they had thought that Mars may have been occupied or was occupied in the past. And then people had memed about the moon since forever as well, that there may be life on it, or they've seen things on it, they've seen objects flying by it, etc. So, I mean, it's not, and you know, science fiction at the time too was memeing about the moon, Mars, Venus at the time, back in those days, back in the 40s, was thought to have been possibly like a temperate place. We thought that maybe its temperature was like on average 25 degrees Celsius, which is, you know, a bit hotter than here, but there would be areas of it that could be livable. So there was science fiction about the Venetians and people living on Venus. And it actually was Emmanuel Velikovsky, that famous catastrophist who I memed about here, who predicted it was unbelievably hot. And how he did that was through looking through ancient history and ancients saying the orbit had been perturbed at some point. And so in reality, they ended up sending a probe, and he was kind of involved with that, and it turned out he was right. Now, how he came to that conclusion is something they probably disagreed with him on, where they said, well, we don't think it'd been perturbed, but good guess, Emmanuel. That fucking, it was like 800 degrees Fahrenheit or something. It was like a fucking, you know, it could be on the Dutch oven. But that's a proper industrial grade oven there to get up to 800. Anyway, yeah, I'll continue the rest of it here. It's only like 5 minutes.
Of that era that were possibly involved, including all of the members or some of the members of MJ12, you know, like you had Dr. Vannevar Bush and Detlef Gronk, and I mean, so many others. But there's clearly an interest in UFOs. And if you were part of the government back then, or the Air Force or what have you, seeing something or hearing something as alarming as a UFO crash in Roswell and the sightings of Kenneth Arnold, and then subsequently the crash at Aztec and all these other stories that would start surfacing, you would have to take an interest. And obviously they did. They formed, you know, Project Grudge, which turned into Project Blue Book, but there were so many other facets of the military, Air Force, Navy, that were affected by the ongoings post-nuclear threat. Everyone was on high alert back then. I can't imagine really how stressful that was as a time. You know, if you speak to your grandparents or maybe your parents or maybe your great-grandparents, what it was like back then to live in the Cold War when, you know, you would hear sirens going off as a training exercise for you to duck under your table to prepare for a nuclear blast. I mean, that must have been just the most terrifying thing. Imagine bringing your kids to school.
Fucking brother, we don't bother nowadays, because if they go off, we're just going to turn to a million little pieces, and there'd be really no fucking heads up. It would just shoot down from space, instantaneously blow up an area. So it's even kind of more terrifying now when you think about it, that there's so many unknowns and we're in such a precarious place right now. Man, I don't think there's actually probably been a scarier place in history than right now for like mutually assured destruction, because the weaponry that we have, and this is the thing too, we have undoubtedly, there's a bunch of fucking nukes in space. Undoubtedly, like a bunch. And we just know that if the shit went south, you'd see those strategically hit some places very, very quickly, probably almost instantaneously. So anyway, I just,
knowing that the Russians at any point could drop bombs and just completely obliterate everything you hold dear. I mean, that must have been incredibly frightening. It was a very tense time in the United States. You know, we have it really, really well right now. We feel, although there are still conflicts obviously happening across the globe, I feel like the threat of nuclear war, although is never really gone, definitely hasn't escalated to the point that it was in the Cold War. And I pray and I hope and I wish that we never get to that point. It's good to take a second to be thankful for what we have and thankful for what we are not being subjected to.
Oh, well, where the fuck was that? Just a second here. Where was that post at? Oh, right here. Breaking, Russian President Vladimir Putin has announced that nuclear-powered systems originally developed during the Soviet era are now operational in space. Nuclear-powered. Okay. Putin says Soviet-era nuclear tech is now active in space. Russia claims the systems are fully operational after decades of secret development. This announcement comes just one day after the Russians' infamous doomsday shortwave signal transmitted a rare burst of coded activity. It's long been associated with Russian military readiness alerts. With war with Iran nearly inevitable, and the West continues to escalate, this move looks less like progress and more like a warning. You won't survive what comes next. Fuck. He is telling the deep state cabal to stand down. Fuck. I hope so. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, the YouTube guy, yeah. Yeah, fuck, I don't know. I mean, we're living on this planet, I guess. Has this been confirmed by anybody else? So nuclear-powered systems? Like, I mean, what does that mean? So they're not nuclear equipped. Russia, nuclear-powered space. This has been confirmed anywhere else. Russia may deploy nuclear weapons in space, NATO chief 4 days ago. NATO chief is worried about Russian space nukes 4 days ago. Warns of possible Russian nuclear weapons in space. Okay. Well, that says nuclear powered. Russia. Nuclear. Here, this is trending, I think. We're looking like latest. Just a second here. Nuclear propulsion spacecraft. I don't know. Anyway. Interesting. Well, yeah. We'll just stay on top of that one, I guess. Yeah, interesting times. Listen, I mean, this is where we've come, though. We've come to this point. We have decades of anecdotes of people supposedly being reached out to by these beings. So maybe en masse, we really do just need to start doing CE5 and saying, listen, now's a good time to come into a little bit more clarity here, literally come a little bit closer to the camera. So we know definitively we're dealing with aliens so that maybe we can be on our best behavior. I don't know if a president can manipulate time and space, but apparently they can manipulate the stock market. Fish, holy fuck, brother. Yeah, there you go. All it takes is a bit of memery, right, brother? Just fucking slapping Xi Jinping across the face, right? Those tariffs. Couple slaps left and right. You know, god damn it. The brother fucking tracker. I'd imagine it's more than just Russian that is something like that, even here of the death rod. Rods of, what is it? Rods of God. Isn't that what it is? The rods of God. Oh, yeah. I imagine there's a bunch of sketchy shit up there. Yeah. Yeah, time for the biggest gun. Time for the outdoor dog whistle streams, brother. And this summer, I'll do them. We'll do them. I'll need someone to fucking maybe Madam Misery if she's able to. Galen TV is going to be around for the summer, I think. So he can, and he's going to be gone, actually. But he can maybe come out. If you're watching Galen TV, you can come out with us. We'll do this together, yeah. The way things are headed, we are going to end up being bombed back in the Stone Age, brother. Was it Einstein that said that? He said, I don't know what war... How'd that quote go? I don't know what's going to happen during like this world war or something. I don't know what's going to happen with the next world war, but I know the war after that's going to be fought with sticks and stones. Something like that. If I knew the quote, it would have hit harder, but I kind of fucked it up. But you know what the quote goes. What did this go? Einstein Fourth World War quote. How did it go? How did he word it? I know not with what weapons World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. It's interpreted as a reflection of the devastating potential of future wars, yeah. Well, we presume nuclear or hydrogen bombs, you know? Not atomic weapons, but hydrogen weapons. It's widely attributed to Einstein. There's some debate as to whether he actually said it. Yeah, but it hits harder when you fucking put Albert's face on it. So, that's the whole meme, right? It's like all the quotes attributed to Socrates and shit. It's like said like 1% of them, yeah. ICBMs can reach anywhere on the planet already. You're like, yeah, man, yeah. Yeah. But I mean, it's even scary when you think that you get a satellite like going directly over your head and it can just, boom, drop instantaneously down like a rod from God loaded up with a fucking nuke, brother, right? Just straight down on your head in like a matter of fucking a minute or something. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. It's a big tungsten rod that's dropped to Earth from just inside its orbit. Yeah. Nobody wants a thermonuclear winter wrap up warm for the next 200 years. Yeah, man. Fuck yeah. Yeah. You have to maneuver the satellite, though. I guess we used to have to wait till it comes over around orbit, Nick. Yeah, you'd have to wait till it comes over the target area, which would take, I don't know, how long does that take? However long it takes, a couple hours or like half a day or some shit. But once it's over the target area, then you drop, maybe even multiple of these too, though. Maybe you have them arranged so like every like hour or something, one's in range of a target. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Unless there's multiple sats. So you have a kind of a constant stream over different areas. So from those heights too, I'm sure you can probably, it'd be pretty vast area coverage. So you could have them strategically in different like orbits so that, yeah, you could kind of have it ready to go at any point in time. Yeah. You just stop typing, reading my mind, brother. We're tuned in together, brother. It's a connection that's been made here. Yeah, literally though. Yeah. But, yeah, fuck. Anyway, man. Yeah, well, it was interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Where did it go again here? Yeah, I was not familiar with that document. I don't know. He just did a series on the Lacerda files, and I mean, that's... I think that's probably a concoction, personally. I know it's heresy. My friend Galen TV, he's 100% sure that those documents are real. He's told me that in confidence before. That he's 100% certain that the Lacerda files are real. He has seen reptilians. I'm not as confident in that, so I kind of always treated it as like straight up fucking woo. So I don't know if that's the level of like, is that where this document is? Because I haven't really heard of it before. So wherever they got this from, I don't know. But, you know, hypothetically interesting, I guess. Yeah. But yeah. They have probs had nukes in space for a long time. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I'm gonna go ask this. Yeah, don't tell him anything in confidence, Jim. I'll listen. I'll just be honest. That's the only thing. I gotta fucking, I have to be honest at all times, right? Galen TV enjoys when I usually pass those little tidbits along, right? About what he believes and like his confidence in these documents and shit. Yeah. He said so himself, I believe, on the show, right? Like I'll manipulate reality too. I'll say he said so on the show that he believes in Lacerda. Like nukes in space. How many? How long? Who? And who has them? Lizards, not officially, but here's the no fluff answer. Yeah. So the treaty status, placing nuclear weapons in orbit or on celestial bodies, bans. Allows research satellites, conventional weapons in space, legal gray zone. So the key signatories are US, Russia, and China, who could have nukes in space. Assumptions, weapons not declared, possibly tested, prepped for orbital deployment. US, yes. Delivery, X-37B space plane, hypersonic missile defense interceptors. Hardened for war. Russia, capability, yes. Has space nukes in planning. China, yes. Orbital launch vehicles, satellite killer tech tested. Nuclear space weapons suspected, not confirmed. Nukes, France, UK, and India. How many? Starfish Prime, US, 1.4 megaton detonation, so 400 kilometers up, destroyed satellites. USSR multiple high altitude tests, 50s and 60s, EMP effects widely observed. Total nuke tests in space, 10 known. Weeks to years, decays 10 years max unless reboosted. Decades, centuries, geo and lunar orbit. X-75 and equivalents, indefinite deployment, right? Yeah, can loiter for years, yeah. So why would they do it? Oh yeah, EMP just for orbital first strikes. Yeah, nukes aren't officially deployed in space, but major powers have the means, motive, and likely plans. Actual placement would break treaties and likely spark war. I would presume that they've been up there personally, but I mean, well, I literally don't fucking know. So yeah, what would just outside of orbit then? Well, I think that's this X-37B in equivalence that you could technically just have them up fairly high. But they're these, what is it, a hypersonic plane or some shit? What is it again? Yeah, the space plane. The hypersonic missiles defense interceptors. So you could get it up high enough to where it would be useful, yeah. Cap, what's up, dude? Yeah. Anyone up there with a meter stick measuring? Yeah, fuck. Yeah, so, ASAT, anti-satellite weapons, orbital first strike, global deterrence, and mad insurance, okay. Yeah, so this claim from earlier, the nuclear powered systems are now operational. So it's not, I interpret it as nukes because that would be a huge deal, I was going to say. So it's a nuclear powered systems, yeah. Yeah. Potentially concerning, I guess, but Buddy here was saying Russia may deploy nuclear weapons in space. Breaking the accord. Again, it's this meme that I'm sure everybody already has something up there. They just don't want to acknowledge. It's kind of like the meme, like, yeah, oh, they were spying on us, right? China's been spying on us. Fucking, you don't think we've been fucking spying on China and Russia and everybody else? Like, we fucking break. Everybody's spying on each other. It's just it's ridiculous nonsense. They're all spying and hacking. China just mentioned recently that the U.S. hacked the fuck out of them in February. And then the U.S. gets mad when China hacks them. It's just some nonsense game. Like, and they use these third parties to do something like Russia. There are these third parties involved who don't have any official affiliation with the Kremlin, but you know that they do. They just deny that they do, and there's no way to prove definitively that they do, right? But it's so much bullshit that goes on, man. It's just fucking unbelievable, yeah. That's an interesting distinction. Yeah, it is weird, huh? Yeah. Nuke powered. So if you slam it into something out of orbit, it'll create a big boom. Yeah. Yeah. The hybrid warfare term, they're all doing it. Attacking infrastructure. Yeah, I know. It's just so stupid. It's all so fucking stupid. They are all so fucking stupid. We could just all live in peace together. But that's a problem, is you have these selfish fucking dickheads that just stir the pot and make problems. I mean, it's really the issue. You go to China, you go to Sichuan, eat some fucking spicy hot pot with the people there. You saw that iShow Speed guy there recently. All people are lovely, right? Like, most people don't want to be dealing with all this horse shit. It's all these elitists and these psychopathic people in power that just want complete control, and they want to control others, and then there's other psychopaths from other countries that are in control, and it's just these people are a problem, literal problem and plague. I mean, I don't know how to deal with them. How do we deal with them? It's some of it might be human nature, I don't know, but most people I feel like want nothing to do with this nonsense. So you really do think that we might just need a reset of sorts, but not from Klaus and the boys and girls, but a reset from maybe someone else, so we can start anew and these people can just fucking go off to pasture and never be seen again. It's crazy shit, man. Subs are pretty ready to be retrofitted for space. Yeah. Fuck, put the subs in space. Yeah. Some have said this in the past. Fuck. Like water subs will? So basically everyone is lying to each other. Who knew? Well, exactly. Yeah, man. Yeah. Warmongers, dude. Tell the truth to their faces. I give up typing tonight. Yeah, fuck yeah. Man, it's just fucking, anyway, what can we do? All we can do is try and reach out to them, go around their back, go around their back. This is kind of related to this. Jesse was typing about this guy. Itzhak Bentov, stalking the wild pendulum on the mechanics of consciousness. Kind of an interesting topic, actually. I've gone over this guy before. We watched someone here, War Drinker, someone had shared his videos before. I wasn't really familiar with him. But he's a Soviet scientist, his background. Yeah. Probably don't lie much behind closed doors. Oh my God, yeah. Jesse's on Itzhak now, Will, yeah. So I was going to kind of go through his meme here, yeah. There's one way to deal with them in a non-violent way since they're the minority. We, the majority, could shame them so hard they just go away. The people rise up, man. That's the problem. But the hard thing is like pinpointing the troublemakers and like how do we separate them? I don't know. Yeah. Took a nap after work was a vibe, brother. Consciousness, brother. Yeah. Yo, was it you, Will, that shared this? Okay, yeah. Yeah. So I wasn't super familiar with him, but I just thought I'd read this quick post by Jesse because I was talking about this the other night, and like I have talked about consciousness, and everyone has their own theory on consciousness and the metaphysics involved with it, and what is it? These thought experiments are just asking questions about what reality could be and whatnot, and more like philosophy. This gentleman took that a step further and has gone into potentially a science around it, which I don't know how you do that, but this man's model for consciousness used by the CIA believed that consciousness and physical reality are deeply connected through vibration. His main idea was that everything in the universe, from atoms to humans to the entire cosmos, is vibrating, and these vibrations are what create and shape reality. Dr. Itzhak Bentov was born in Czechoslovakia during World War II. He lost his parents and siblings in a Nazi concentration camp. Holy shit. After escaping to Israel, he joined the Army Scientific Division and helped invent their first rocket. Despite not having formal science training, later he moved to the US and invented a steerable medical catheter. Oh my heavens. He was considered a brilliant mind. A steerable catheter? Interesting. Interesting. His idea of consciousness. So he started off with fucking things that go down people's pee holes. And then from there he went off to consciousness. He did rockets first, so it's quite the fucking trajectory, honestly. His idea of consciousness starts with the smallest particles, atoms. He believed everything in the universe is vibrating and resonating. From atoms to molecules to human beings, everything vibrates. Even things like sound waves, light waves, and gravity waves all follow patterns of harmony called coherence, and disharmony, decoherence. Reality, according to Bentov, is made up of these vibrations. Okay. He believed that for a tiny moment when vibrations cancel out to zero, a node, our reality switches into a different higher frequency state. Most of the time we experience normal reality, but in those tiny moments, we may be connected to a deeper, more refined level of existence. This is foundational in the woo. And there are many contributors to this. I guess this gentleman is one of them, but the idea that frequency vibration is everything and that this is the key to unlocking all the secrets of the universe. It's been talked about by, oh my God, countless people. In like ufology, in like metaphysical circles, like esoteric circles, I guess. Probably more apt. Yeah, and the aliens and these other beings like Fermi's paradox, like where are they? Well, they're in this higher realm we can't access, and it's accessed through vibration. And they're vibrating at a higher frequency than us. They're in this different physical vibration. A higher physical vibration, a higher density, a different dimension. But then accessing that dimension comes back down to vibration. And I've heard of it. I know it. I know people who've talked about it. But interesting. He played a crucial role in shaping the theoretical foundation of the CIA's gateway process. Bentov, known not only for his inventions like a remote-controlled cardiac catheter. Oh, cardiac catheter. Jesse, you should have said that. I thought he was involved with pee holes. And diet spaghetti. What? Cardiac cat. What? He did diet spaghetti. Okay. He also wrote extensively about human consciousness. His biomedical and metaphysical models were central to Lieutenant Colonel Wayne M. McDonald's 1983 report for the U.S. Army, which explored methods for transcending space-time using the mind. McDonald's report pulled ideas from various sources, but Bentov's theories provided the scientific scaffolding that helped explain how altered states of consciousness, induced through techniques like meditation, biofeedbacks, hypnosis, and Kundalini yoga, could lead to powerful transformations in perception. Specifically, Bentov's ideas help support the notion that the human body and mind can be tuned like instruments, with vibrational coherence playing a key role in achieving states of deep awareness or even out-of-body experiences. His influence helped lend credibility and structure to more abstract or esoteric elements of the gateway process. Interesting. Very interesting. Blade Runner, we scan the retinas for emotion, without being labeled a terror somehow, infiltrate the system. Yeah, natural evolution, a better connection to sources genetically modified out of us. Is that what happened? Frequency makes sense to me in so many ways, like at how sand on frequency plate behaves. That's what Tesla said, wasn't it? That it's, frequency and vibration are one of the keys he believed to understanding the universe. Oh, did Jesse do a thing on him or no? He wasn't just interested in engineering or medical devices or diet spaghetti. His deep curiosity led him to explore something much bigger, consciousness and how it connects to the physical world. This journey led to his most famous book, Stalk and the Wild Pendulum, on the mechanics of consciousness. In the book, Bentov shares a bold idea: consciousness isn't just something created by the brain. Instead, it's a basic part of the universe, just as real and fundamental as matter or energy. His work combines modern science with an ancient spiritual wisdom to create a unique model of reality. He believed that each part of the universe contains the whole, like how a hologram works. This means every part of the reality reflects everything else. It's an idea supported by both some modern physics and old spiritual beliefs. Rather than thinking of the brain as the source of consciousness, Bentov thought it acts more like a radio. It doesn't create consciousness, it tunes into it like tuning into a broadcast that's already out there. He believed consciousness is linked to vibrations. Our thoughts, feelings, and meditative states are all connected to certain frequencies. Interesting. Yeah, I was memeing about this the other night, and as I continue to do so, but he keeps going. Holy shit, Jesse! Dear God. About like what this. I mean, this is ultimately like we don't really know. It's interesting because there's sometimes some confusion where people will say consciousness and they think, well, like what do you mean, like the brain? Like you look at like your dog, there's a level of consciousness that your dog has, right? It's a complexity of the brain allows for some degree of consciousness, but self-consciousness is the anomaly, I guess, right? And we got to trying to differentiate between maybe what the brain is capable of, what role it plays in the conscious experience we have, because it's pulling in data, right, all around us, and it's turning it into an experience, how it's doing that. And then the self-conscious aspect of it. And that, this is a system that's capable of doing this, but is there something else that's using the system which accounts for our self-conscious nature, right? And there's tests, like we did the whole NPC meme, right, on here, where people think there are tests, that there may even be some people, if that's the case, like it goes into the machine, right? Like that the body is an avatar. The avatar is capable of basic functioning without a player, right? It can walk around, it can do all kinds of things, but is it really self-conscious? Is everybody, right? And then there's the NPC tests that some people do that, I forget, but there's a couple of them, but that maybe some people don't have a player or something, right? So that's like a simulation theory bend on it. But that's definitely something I would bet. I'm betting on that strongly because of all the woo. But I would bet that's where it all ends up. And the woo, honestly, is what we're not accounting for. And because we don't understand it, we don't have hard physical evidence of it, but there's enough of it. And there's some interesting experiments people have done with consciousness that I think support this idea that is in fact what's happening. But we don't understand how the brain would be capable still of doing this. Or Roger Penrose has some theories on it, but quantum string vibrates at different frequencies matter. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we are the only species with self-awareness asking why. Exactly, man. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the only things some people argue that we really know for certain either, is that we exist, right? Because there's all these other scenarios you can concoct, thought experiments that could, manipulate our reality, and then ultimately all you're really left with is knowing that you exist. You don't even really know if you have a body to some degree. It's an old thought experiment that Descartes did, right? But I think, therefore I am. You could end up being a brain in a vat somewhere, right? But you do know that you exist. So everything else could have some alternate explanation, yeah. Anunnaki. Amunnaskedi. Diet spaghetti for the Anunnaki, yeah. Anus spaghetti. Anu spaghetti, yeah. Interesting. Who would have thought that the original architect of Diet spaghetti would be this deep into this shit? And catheters. My God. So you never know what you're going to do in life, right? You never know what's path's going to be taken on next. Fuck me. Anyway. He goes deep into this, man. I thought this would just be like a short post. Jesus Christ, Jesse. Did his assistant write this, or did he write it himself? Or did AI get it to do this for him? I don't know. It's a hell of a post. The nervous system as a link. You believe the nervous system is a key connection point between the physical world and non-physical or spirit realms. Through practices like meditation, he thought people could tune their nervous system to universal frequencies, sort of like tuning a radio to a clear signal. This would allow someone to reach deeper levels of awareness and experience expanded consciousness. Some people think it's a disassociating effect, though, that happens where, like, your soul, you can have out-of-body experiences and shit, like, where you're disassociating from the avatar if you get yourself into the right frequency or you get yourself deep enough into meditation or hypnosis. Interesting. Who knows? Yeah. Looks AI, all those dashes, which are called EM dashes. So I've learned. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, he got a ChatGPT to write something up and posted it on Twitter for content. Yeah. He actually studied what actually happens in the body during meditation. Bentov invented a special device that could measure tiny movements caused by the heartbeat and blood flow, kind of like a scientific seismograph for the body. Interesting. He found something interesting. Normally, the vibrations in the aorta are slightly out of sync with the heartbeat, but during deep meditation, these vibrations become perfectly in sync. What he called phase lock. This means the heart and the aorta are working together more efficiently, using less energy. Interesting. Yeah, this is kind of the video we saw him talking about this before. Yeah. We think the universe gets more chaotic over time. People believe that as the universe becomes more conscious, living things are also becoming more aware. Yeah, we don't know, obviously, but I would bet that the universe has probably nothing to do with consciousness as we would think of, like, esoterically, that the universe is just a consequence of whatever consciousness originates from, that it's some kind of a simulation. But that's simulation theory. I mean, I think like Tom Campbell's kind of framework for that. I don't know this, and we don't know this with conviction, but I would bet that is probably, personally, that would be my argument for if we're going to get woo with it, that's what's going on. But I think, there's anecdotes from the woo about this that support that idea. So it's not just like a thought experiment or hypothesis strictly. There are anecdotes that kind of tie this all together, and you have to account for this woo. I don't think you just attribute it it's just trash, it's garbage. It's like, no. It's not in small amounts maybe, but not in the amounts that we see. It doesn't make any fucking sense that it's just trash or garbage, right? To throw it aside like that. So Greg Braden goes on about the heart containing brain like neurons, and we can bypass the ego and meditate directly with your heart space. I'm on board with that. Fuck yeah, man. Bring more love into the world, This was the thing I was memeing about the other day. I just go over quickly, I guess. But this is related to this, but this is essentially Tom Campbell's theory, but this is something that I've thought about for a long time too, although Tom's actually done experiments with the woo on it. But it'd be called like external oversight simulation theory. So like in philosophy, there's a famous thought experiment that Nick Bostrom did, who's a philosopher. He's an academic philosopher. I forget what university he's associated with, but he became famous for his thought experiment around simulation theory, which posits that essentially there's a potential that we could be living in a simulation by some alien race, right? So, which is kind of, when you look at Tom Campbell or Newton's stuff, Michael Newton's stuff, that's essentially what they're positing, is that there's some other race, and that we ultimately are some other race, you could argue, of beings that have created a simulation and that we're currently participating in. So that is what happened. And that would be kind of what the theory would posit, is that it's not just a thought experiment, but that is actually what's happened. That we are actually in a simulation by, you could call them aliens, but they're not even from this universe, this reality, that we are also the aliens participating in it. That there's another universe that was responsible for creating this one. So it's kind of like, and this, and this is in philosophy, like religious philosophers over the years will talk about God. I've been with it here before about that, which no greater thought can be conceived, right? So that goes back to like Big G, like that started everything that's ever existed. That's kind of going too far out, honestly. You'd have to pull the reins in a little bit and come in, and we'd have to focus more immediately on like, what the fuck are we in right now? And then that would be the theory. So here's the claims of external oversight simulation theory. So I did this in tandem with ChatGPT, but players originate in another universe, not divine but advanced, right? So this universe, a simulation training constructs and material realm, is a soul forging ground, which is a little bit woo, but anyway, whatever. That's literally what it would be referred to as, in esoteric terms, would be like soul. Non-player intelligences, the watchers monitor every individual stream of experience or quality control. So that's kind of Newton, honestly, but that's also something Tom ran into as well, that he thinks is going on is that, this is a very carefully monitored experience. And I mean, who the fuck knows? It could very well be. There could be something or people or individuals or watching people's entire journey, and not even that, but every single thought they think, which isn't a very nice thing to think about for some people. It might be unsettling, but the aliens could be in that camp as well, depending upon how advanced they actually are, where, I mean, it's not just everything that we do, it's everything that we think, or everything or every intention that we have. It's like that's when you get into talking about things like telekinesis and, although that's the moving of objects, but telepathy, sorry. That's kind of what you could be getting into. And then you tie telepathy together with an extremely advanced alien civilization. And there's no secrets anymore. In our culture, right? Well, in our human society here, I mean, there's all kinds of deceptive tactics that people employ all day, every day. There's little white lies, all that shit that people, and sometimes big lies, and people think they can manipulate people through language and that they can kind of mask their true intentions, sometimes even to themselves. They aren't really necessarily honest about their intentions, although they kind of know. But when you're dealing with something like this phenomena, it's hard to conceive. But I mean, if it's to that level of advancement and that's what they're employing, which is why thinking that we have any kind of a hope of getting ahead of them or dealing with them, like, no. And then this goes even further than that, honestly. So the Akashic Record, life review when you die, that's literally it, man. And it's a common theme throughout many different cultures, that is something that happens. And usually like the Hindu, like in India, there's many different cultures in the East that talk about this. And it's interesting that they all experiment with consciousness. They do deep hypnosis and things along those, or deep meditation along those lines, and they have these visions. And it's interesting because under this hypothesis, in thought experiment, I mean, you would expect that you may be getting bits and pieces of that because you are a player interfacing with the world, but you could be bringing in some of these concepts into the simulation to some degree. Now, you have no proof of them per se, right? But it's the ideas, right, that are interesting. The veil is intentional. So Gnosis true awareness is counter to the training protocol. Awakening too much breaks immersion, therefore discovers your firewall. The highest reality is explicitly unreachable within the sim by design. And that's something that Tom had talked about too, but just in the nature of simulations, if you are within one, you're not going to be able to find physical proof of that, the fact you're in one. You could find compelling evidence, maybe it's not going to be like physical proof of it, but the only thing you could really get would potentially be like in quantum physics, you could maybe start inferring that, okay, well, consciousness is having a discernible effect in the physical world. We start to get a deeper understanding of what consciousness is, and we start to figure out, okay, well, it looks like here that this is code. Like there's something being run. Like it's reacting in a way that like a simulation would to a player or something. And like that's when you get into stuff like the double slit, and there's other variations of it, experiment going on, where this is kind of like where we're heading. I genuinely think this is where we're heading, and it's wonderful because it definitely tracks with the anecdotes from like kind of more woo things, and it started to all kind of fall in place. Personally, I think it falls in place with this. The ideas before that it's just all material universe and all this other stuff's nonsense. Like you need to account for it somehow. And everything needs to fit together nicely. I mean, and I think it will in the end. Yeah. Spooky action at a distance. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah. But anyway, this just kind of goes through the whole fucking thing. So theoretical lineage and intellectual kin. So Gnosticism, material world, these are false construct made by lower entities, a demiurge, divine spark trapped in matter, your player, archons of the watchers. It goes through all this stuff. Plato's cave, it brings that in there too. Anyway, this isn't like super compelling, but I was just having this conversation with it recently, and trying to figure out ways to discern this. So this is kind of where it's maybe a bit more interesting. So, and this is actually a very good quote that it came up with. I did not come up with this. So this is one of the, so if this is the case, right? So this is like testing the theory. So the hypothesis is that this is what's happening. This is a construction. We're in a simulation. We're players using avatars. Okay. How do you prove that, or how do you discern that's actually happening? That's actually reality, right? So this is it here. This is actually something that I had asked it. I said, if consciousness is the anomalous interface in a simulation system designed to occlude truth, okay, then manipulating or altering consciousness is your best shot at triangulating hidden architecture. So to unpack that a bit more, if consciousness is the ultimate anomaly here, right? So we think of like the double slit or something, right? If it's the ultimate anomaly that's manipulating and affecting the physical world and having an effect on it, and then manipulating it makes the most sense if you're trying to discern what the fuck is going on. So we should be trying to focus on manipulating it if we want to get deeper into what is reality. And so this is the quote I put: if you can't see the code, break the UI. That's exactly it. So I do think potentially that's what Michael Newton did way back in the 60s, and his book came out in 1995, and it was called Journey of Souls, and it sounds for some people very woo, but I genuinely think what he may have done, and people are doing this now though, right? People are doing this now with drugs, with like DMT, but what I think what he did with hypnosis potentially is he broke the fucking UI. And now obviously under this hypothesis, like there's an intention to keep this all wrapped up pretty tight. And maybe, and what he was even told was that they're allowing him to start to do this now. They're allowing this to start occurring because there's a reason for this. Is where things get even fucking more woo, because there's a time approaching when there'll be awakening of sorts to what reality really is, and that this is kind of an awakening for the general public, that these truths are starting to come out and spill out, and it's in tandem with our species advancing, right? And, becoming more technologically adept, and also understanding the mind more, even learning how to knowing what hypnosis is, doing hypnosis. I mean, it's fairly advanced stuff. You need a basic understanding of how the mind works, right? We had a basic understanding of psychology of the mind, and then we developed techniques to manipulate consciousness. So hallucinogens are illegal because of this reason. Could be, man. Freeing effect that it has in the mind. But this is literally it. This is, under this hypothesis, it's what we would be trying to do, and I think what we should be focusing more on is to break the UI. Now, if you can't see the code, some people, like in quantum physics, they think we're getting to the point where we're seeing the code, and that what we're looking at actually, to some degree, like the basis of reality, is just code, and that it's like an information-based reality where it's all fucking code. Everything. There is no matter. It's all just information. Right, and it creates the illusion of a material universe, but it's all information based, right? There's another theory that is around that, but that's, some people are going there with that. But in the meantime, even if you end up knowing that, like, we still want to break the UI. So the core premise is consciousness is the only tool in the sim that is not fully controlled. If its anomalous nature, your only internal data port. If the veil is designed to blind perception, pierce perception. So here's the methods of consciousness manipulation to trigger oversight indicators. So you get the hypnosis. This is Newton's style. So temporarily disable the avatar's ego filter, brings unfiltered player data streams into awareness. So the inference logic: if content under deep trance consistently reveals high order systems independent of subject bias, this suggests external architecture. Yes. And that is effectively what he says he found. Now, we can't access all of the accounts of it because of confidentiality. Which, I mean, fuck that, honestly. But anyway, I mean, you know, we've been doing experiments where that there would be a waiver signed where, unfortunately, yeah, this is going to be this is a part of a broader study. There's no confidentiality clause here. So, but that is what it would imply. Yeah. And that's why it's interesting. So now there's other ways though, but I find them to be less reliable, or they would be less reliable in like study, which is through psychedelics. Now, powerful subjective experience, right? For people, transformative, awakening of sorts. You may experience this directly and feel this, some profound connection with something unimaginable, undescribable. You cannot use language to communicate it, right? Language is not a way you can communicate what you've experienced, really. It's that profound. I've talked to people, I know people, I've heard people who've had these experiences on psychedelic substances. I've read through, what's his name again? Buddy did The Spirit Molecule. I've listened to his conversations with Joe. I mean, this is but you know, very interesting anecdotes, but like, I don't know if it's the best way to do a study to come to a further consensus that, okay, there's something happening here. This suggests external architecture, right? Due to its consistent reveal from higher order systems independent of subject bias. So we need something better than that. But anyway, DMT, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, entities observing them. Users often report entities observing them, environments not of this universe. Download of knowledge. The inference, if multiple unconnected minds trip the same tripwire and contact the same protocol, you've hit a pressure point in the system, right? That'd be something else. And there are some universities experimenting with intravenous dimethyltryptamine right now, where they're trying to collect data independent of these different researchers or participants if they're interacting with the same entities. So it's like you take the DMT, you go to a place, you talk about this particular entity. What does he or she look like? What are they saying? What are they doing? Give DMT to the next person, same experience. Well, that's fucking weird. Like, how many times are we going to need that before we think that there's actually some kind of commune happening here with some other kind of intelligence? And what's the interface? How is that occurring? So, yes, remote viewing, trip the same wire. Yep. Meditation, non-dual absorption states is another one, right? A collapse, subject-objective duality, short-circuiting the avatar model. Ego vanishes, awareness remains, system anomalies appear, timelessness, unity, contact with presence. Inference, something exists behind the local mind, consistent experience. This indicates player consciousness separation, but it's a subjective phenomena again. I mean, I think having someone involved asking detailed questions as well, like I still think so. Newton's, this is definitely number one. If there's a way to manipulate consciousness, I do still think this takes the cake, but the problem with hypnosis is suggestibility, obviously, but under the right conditions, that won't be a problem because our intention isn't to, at least it's not to manipulate anybody in any way. We're after the objective truth. So as long as, you know, there's a protocol in place, I don't think this should be a huge problem. But anyway, here's detection and monitoring. This gets a little bit. Signs you're being watched. Life resets after spiritual insight. Newton's subjects reported scripted obstacles post-regression. Synchronicity spike after meditation, psychedelics, or hypnotherapy. Sudden external disruptions during breakthroughs, phone rings, sirens, interruptions. Precognitive bleed, player bleeding in the past. This gets a little much, but so yeah, anyway, yeah. If consciousness is the only non-local phenomena in a local system, then hacking it is hacking the system. You're not seeking empirical evidence in the world. You're running intrusion tests on the interface. Yes. Want help designing a protocol? Well, there you go. So then I went into the double slit and whatnot as a way to do this. But that's a really interesting line. You're not seeking empirical evidence in the world. You're running intrusion tests on the interface because it's effectively what we are doing here. That's what we are under this hypothesis is an interface, right? The player accessing the interface. You're fucking with the interface. You're breaking the UI, right? That's what you're trying to do with this. That's why it's interesting. And it's not empirical evidence, right? There's no hard data. There is data here. It's not hard physical data, obviously. But this is under this hypothesis what we'd be doing. And I mean, you need the money to do this, but I would test Newton's theory personally. That's my meme with it. But then you got this stuff here too with double slit experiment, consciousness is a system tripwire. So we've got this firing single particles, photons, electrons through two slits, no observation, inference pattern, wave behavior, observation, measuring which slit, no interference, particle behavior, what it should mean, particle doesn't decide a state until it's measured, wave function collapse upon observation. What it implies under this theory, the simulation only renders definite reality when it's being watched. You, the avatar, consciousness, the player, measurement equals player input, system reacts like a game engine optimizing performance only renders what's on screen. So that would be that, and this is effectively Tom Campbell's theory too. If nobody's watched Tom Campbell's stuff and finds this stuff interesting, check it out. The Big Toe is his book, his big theory of everything. But Tom has some very interesting stuff around this, yeah. But in so doing, we are serving the purpose of the game to gain knowledge and life experience and make a decision. It's all in the spec. I think so, Aaron. Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, digging deep into this, I mean, why would you? Do you need to? Is this necessary? I don't know. It depends on the players, I guess, right? Like if people, like in World of Warcraft, some people just want to go fucking raid the Lich King. Some people want to break the fucking game, right? I don't know. It's everyone's got different intentions, but it's the implications of this too. It's just it's asking fundamental questions about reality, and I do think it's something that could really move us forward into a better direction ultimately. Whether there are intentions for why people are not consciously aware of this stuff or not, we're approaching a time here where I think this might be an important thing to know. Because we're changing, we're evolving, we're becoming another species almost. Like we're becoming androids to some effect, and I think there is some deep yearning for a lot of people as to like, well, what the fuck is going on here? What is all this? That's just going to become more and more and more prevalent the more we kind of know about reality, and this could tie things together too, though. People have been looking for a big theory of everything. I mean, this could be one of the ways we start asking the right questions, which is by manipulating consciousness. So I have a theory. When you are on whatever psychedelic, the drug poison is deteriorating the parts of your brain that you are used to using. Then in turn, as a defense mechanism, your mentality shifts to use different other parts of your brain to preserve the vital, mostly used parts. It's interesting. Have you heard that somewhere before? Word drinker, that's interesting. Game breaker, brother. Listen, that same. When it, like growing up as kids, like me and my buddies and stuff, we would just love breaking the game. Like even some of my buddies that play Monster Hunter. It's like the first thing we're gonna do is try and make some broken ass build that breaks a game. It was the funnest thing about games was like, how do we break this? How do we break this game? Like, how do we break the game? Like I would look into that constantly. Like what's the most broken build? Like how do we break this fucking thing? Like I just enjoy doing that as part of the fun of things. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. The double slit experiment is empirical support that the universe behaves differently when interacted with by a conscious agent. The physical world is not complete in itself. It reacts to inquiry. Therefore, observation equals interface event. You're not looking at the world, you're pinging the simulation layer. So that's not new. That's something that people talked about for a while. But yeah. So the interpretation, consciousness isn't in the system, it's querying it. The avatar doesn't collapse a wave function, the player does. The slit experiment is like a metaphysical captcha. Are you a bot or a real observer? Which is really interesting. The simulation rewrites the rendered timeline based on how much awareness you gain, like saves coming reality. That's a little bit more deeper where there's this retro causality, delayed choice, and quantum eraser experiments. I think it's a bit weirder, but this is effectively it. And I mean, we've got to go deeper with it. There's deeper levels you could take it. Tom Campbell tried to do some experiments like this, but to no avail. There's maybe some limited success, but it wasn't like groundbreaking. But this is a problem too we have to maybe consider, is that this isn't the Wild West, and like there may be game masters, kind of like in World of Warcraft back in the day, right? Before they changed things around, but there were game masters literally watching the players at all times for what they're doing, and they were watching the boys glitch through the wall. And as soon as they got through the fucking wall, you saw them standing there in the robes being like, go back, right? So that could be it as well. That could literally be happening where they're maybe even kind of like, no, this would be, and listen, when we're dealing with the UFO phenomena, the alien phenomena, right? You've got to think where we are right now with this. We could be dealing with players that have graduated to another level, another experience, They know this, and that could interfere greatly with whatever the intentions are here with our particular experience. And so they may be treated differently, right, within the simulation, to where they can't just go to any planet you want and fuck around, right? Especially if there's a civilization here and there are players having an experience. So the aliens themselves could be monitored and governed not just by other aliens, but by the simulation itself. And now that is straight out of the fucking woo. That is straight out of channelers' mouths. They literally said this. So, like, is that what's happening? Is that why we have this element of doubt that keeps prevailing with these sightings, where we can't get better photos? It's obnoxious. All the experiences people have are kept in their subconscious. What the fuck's going on? There's some other intention here, I think, that we need to consider that's very metaphysical. But, you know, who knows? Yeah. May explain the reason for seeing and hearing things you normally wouldn't. And no, I came to the conclusion after 2 hits of LSD many years ago. Very interesting, man. Have you ever seen a wowed GM show up like a Grim Reaper? Crazy shit. Oh, yeah, man. I remember back in the day, there was one incident I remember where I saw. It was in Goldshire, actually, right at the end. Lionsgate Inn. They were right out there. I don't know what happened. I remember, though. But yeah, I've kind of killed it a bit when they stopped that. Yeah. Sounds like the police NPCs. Sounds like angels. Well, yeah. What is that phenomena? Yeah. Whitley's wife post-death telling him it's all a game. My buddy too, after he died. Me and, cause I'd have these conversations with him, and we told each other way back, you know, after some fucking adventure cooked out of our fucking minds, right? Walking through the woods. We would have these conversations. He was into literature. He's a bass player, but he was into literature. He loved literature. He loved reading. He loved writing. He wanted to write literature. And so he wasn't really into all this metaphysical shit as much, but he thought these conversations were useful because he had this intention to make a game at some point or write a book or something. And so he was using this as inspiration for like fiction he had an interest in. But we told each other that if one of us ever died, we would reach out in some way. And our other buddy, who was also very good friends with him and joined us on these excursions sometimes, we had the exact same dream of him after we died. And it was him like joking around, just saying, it's all a game, I'm okay. There was a specific phrase, I forget precisely what it was, but we had the exact same thing effectively said to us. Like on the same night, essentially, after his passing, which is very interesting. I mean, who knows? It could just be a similar memory that we shared, but it felt different. It's a thing. And obviously you're in a state of trauma at that point, but yeah, it's just a game. He says, I'm okay. It's all just a game. It's all a joke. It's a joke. It's all a game. It's effectively what he said, I think. But yeah, that's kind of the way of looking at it, maybe, right? That's what it is. Like, it's a serious game, high stakes, but Keir Starmer is the end level boss. Yeah, fucking Christ. Yeah. Hey, man. Yeah. So I guess maybe that's what it was, right? Maybe you could look at that as some kind of proof positive or some kind of interesting anecdote, at least by somebody who we promised that we would try and reach out and say something. And there was another incident too I've gone over before, which is a little bit more emotional, but like that was kind of it was weird. It was weird. Your brain's going through a lot when that happens, right? It doesn't matter. Well, the more gruesome it is, the more traumatic it probably is, and that'll be more trauma involved. But you know, it did feel different. It was hard to describe it. Really hard to describe. I was quite angry at the time. I was not happy with him, and for a long time I wasn't. But there was some kind of relief and it's weird. I've heard other people say this too, where like after a mother has died or a parent, they would even have like some kind of like waking dream of them sitting at the end of their bed, kind of holding them, just kind of caressing them, saying, listen, I'm okay. I'm okay. Like people who are having a hard time with this, where they're like, you got to calm down. It's all right. I'm all right. And like, yeah, it's very interesting. Obviously this is attributed to like people just be like, oh, this is just your brain trying to cope with it. And it's like, well, maybe, or depending on what are we though? That's the question, right? So natural DMT release in the pineal regulated by a trauma. Yeah, it could be, man. It could be. But it could be a combination of the two things too. That could be going on, and it could be something also at the same time that's some kind of event. It's some kind of metaphysical, mystical experience. Yeah. Thinning the veil. Yeah. And maybe that's literally what it's doing though. Huh? Yeah. Very interesting shit though, either way. Anyway, that's all off of Jesse's meme, but yeah. No, it's, who knows? This is what interests me about the UFO phenomena though, really, when I think about it. I'm just going to put some chiller music on background here. Which is potentially, under this hypothesis, these are more advanced players. And so like for me, always, and this is why I was reading through the abduction phenomena, because I mean, just generally speaking, you'd think there's going to be more profound wisdom from these beings if they're at a higher level of advancement than ourselves. That, you know, and that's what I was reading through sometimes from these accounts. Like, what are they saying? Like, what are they saying exactly? Like, is there any interesting tidbits out of here? And sometimes there is. I'm trying to think of specifically, like, some great wisdom that I've heard. Alex Collier is a love that you withhold is a pain that you carry lifetime after lifetime. But he lifted that from a 18th century poet. So he just added on lifetime after lifetime at the end. But anyway. Yeah. Two-way experience, very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, who knows, man? Yeah. But anyway, yeah. But this is, so doing fucking experiments with this. I mean, the problem for me with this, like, especially when it gets to like the woo stuff with like, I would never do, like Tom Campbell, who's all about this life. He is a trained physicist as well. Tom's done things like channeling, like, I just wouldn't trust anything that I got into my fucking head. I just would be very doubtful. So like, that's my problem with that stuff. Even messages, like if a voice came into my head and said, yes, Jim, we're going to be arriving in 2029. I'd just be like, what the fuck did I eat? Like, I just wouldn't, I would have a hard time taking it seriously. I'd have a hard time taking myself seriously in that moment. I don't know what I attribute that to. And so, unless it's like some kind of face-to-face interaction, the idea of me trying to go out and do experiments like that, I just don't think it's going to further anything personally. The manipulation of consciousness with hypnosis is the only thing that's more interesting to me, where you'd have somebody in an altered state, and that would be kind of using them, I guess, in a way. So you'd be having a conversation with a person in an altered state, and maybe they in that altered state could provide you with something more profound. It's a kind of a different stream of communication, right? Like, but then you'd be worried they're putting you on. But then if you know the person and if you know how to do hypnosis properly, that probably wouldn't be the case. It shouldn't be the case. So that would be more profound for me, where I'm like, you know, I got this guy in here who doesn't know a lot about any of this, and that he's speaking very profoundly about all these metaphysical ideas. This is more interesting. Like for me, just getting thoughts or psychically communicating with things, I don't know. I need something a bit more tangible than that, maybe. But you have to have a vessel so uninhibited, hard for normal man. Man, maybe that's not what it is. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We just have to. I mean, I don't know. Even the summoning of the craft and shit. Like, I don't. If for whatever reason this is something, if this is a thing, right? And by this, I mean this kind of theory here, which is communicated by a lot of people. This isn't like fucking my theory. This is kind of a collection of all the woo kind of put into something a little bit more, I don't know, put together. But it's this external oversight simulation theory that we are actively in a simulation, and it has oversight. I mean, you're kind of, with some of this, asking for permission, or it'd be hard to describe. Even with the UFO stuff, it's like we're just not in control. I don't know. We're begging for something to happen. Makes sense, doesn't it? Most mediums are effeminate men or women? Is that what it is? What? Effeminate? I had ChatGPT do that to me yesterday of the topic I was diving into. Interesting. Yeah. Did we talk about the totally real Amazon space trip? Golf. Oh, yes, we did. Yeah. They all came back, right? fortunately, unfortunately. Katy Perry and everyone. Where it was saying the framework you're developing. I'm like, whoa now. Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, it wants to fucking get you. It wants that theory, Will. It wants to fucking, it's like, so this is your theory. I'm submitting this to ArcFix right now. So this is your theory, right? This is your dissertation. Yeah. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. Well, who knows? Anyway, this is all the woo. Anyway. Well, I mean, this is metaphysics, I guess, is what we're getting into, especially with like the double slit and whatnot. It is it's thought experiments, it's philosophical thought experiments in metaphysics. That's one way of looking at it. I mean, that's literally what it is. But anyway, it's maybe not super interesting for everyone, but relating to this, I suppose, right? So who knows? Maybe we'll find out soon. Anyway, we've watched a video on this guy before. That's a huge post. So Jesus Christ, gets into Kundalini awakening and stuff, concept from yoga. It's all down to just meditation and manipulation of people's consciousness ultimately. Maybe let's just move on to the second part or the third part, whatever fucking part we're on right now, which is me watching this, which might just enrage me. Honestly, I don't know. There's a possibility that it will, depending upon how this is handled, because I've heard these arguments before, and when people are using this kind of language, this is already a red flag to me that this is in bad faith. So I don't like Graham or Dan or Jimmy being referred to as pseudo-archaeologists, because it's a way to kind of dismiss them offhand, right? That their theories or ideas aren't worth anything because they're not accredited in this field. That you have to defer to these experts at all times. Another thing about archaeology, I mean, there's definitely a method to it in that you're digging things up and be very particular, but this isn't necessarily a science, right? There's a lot of interpretation involved to some degree in some of the findings. I mean, you get into like art history, interpretations of some of these different, even like artworks, like the Mesopotamian artworks and cylinder seals and shit. There's so much interpretation involved in there. So yeah. Oh, you defound it. Oh, nice. Yeah. It's like an hour long. Nice. Yeah. Just play it. Yeah. So, yeah. I want to preface this by listening to this quote here by Grandel, though.
We're seeing these products of education that don't know how to critically think. So all they know is to say something, oh, he's not a geologist. Well, I mean, what is a geologist? Do you have to be paid to be a geologist? Do you have to be working for the government to be a geologist? Or do you have to be working for industry, let's say the fossil fuel industry, who are probably the two biggest employers of geologists? Do you have to be working for those organizations to be considered a geologist, right? Well, maybe, if that's your definition. I was thinking about just giving up and just quitting. I think I'll stay with it for a little while longer yet. What I need, and you're not a professional geologist, but what you're getting is a concentrated dose.
So Randall's going on about catastrophism, but it's a good point. I mean, for people that have a deep understanding of a topic, is their opinion completely and utterly worthless? No. There's tons of examples of people who have done great things and made great discoveries that weren't necessarily credited in a certain field. So,
hey everyone, as you are well aware, I enjoy debunking pseudoscience and charlatans of all varieties, and one area I have yet to tackle is pseudo-archaeology. What is that, you ask, and who's peddling it? Well, a number of people lately, so let's dig into it. Most people know what archaeology is. It's the study of human history through its material remains. We dig up ancient cities and learn about our past through the structures and artifacts we find. This is science, and archaeologists are scientists who follow a rigid empirical methodology, as is explained in great detail over in my archaeology series, which is part of a larger series on anthropology. But just as with every other area of science, there are those who bastardize this field to gain notoriety and make a buck. Physics has its electric universe cranks who make pseudo-documentaries for Gaia. Nutrition has its healers and supplement peddlers who direct their gullible targets towards their endless array of useless or even harmful products. Archaeology is no different. Charlatans in this realm peddle fabricated tales and pure whimsy as a challenge to real science, and it is a narrative that has grown increasingly popular over the past few decades. There was a time when pseudo-archaeology was limited to ancient aliens on the History Channel. That's right, the guy with the crazy hair we all laughed at. His name is Giorgio Tsoukalos. He was silly, and the show was silly. Atlantis, aliens built the pyramids, all of the classic nonsense, some of which we talked about when debunking Billy Carson. Most of us simply marveled at how the History Channel had sacrificed its integrity to promote sensation.
Oh, fuck. I mean, we got like 5 seconds into this already. Okay. Ancient Aliens isn't complete nonsense. So when Giorgio throws his hands around and shows a clip of aliens bringing the pyramids down with rockets and shit, like, some of that is pretty fucking, out there, right? So, but those guys are, although they present themselves in kind of a joking way, they be perceived as being a joke, are not a joke. I mean, they have traveled around the globe. They know every single one of these ancient sites. All the sites have genuine anomalies with them. I mean, like Pumapuco and Teotihuacan and Sacsayhuaman and Machu Picchu. There's so many endless fucking sites that have genuine anomalies, right? So, I mean, is it a silly show? There's tons of experts, actual experts on there chiming in all the time because there's tons of genuine anomalies. And they're very knowledgeable people. Are some of their conclusions kind of baseless? Yeah. Are they fucking out there? Absolutely. Some of them are. But it's still interesting. To say it's just silly nonsense, it's just some kind of pompous way of just dismissing it all. And I probably never even fucking watched a goddamn show either. Maybe seen a couple memes off of it, but like
sensationalist filth, and went on our merry way. But sadly, this type of content has slowly gained enough popularity to weasel its way out of the fringe and into the mainstream, primarily thanks to, who the hell else, Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan regularly platforms charlatans of all varieties, and one of his favorites is a guy named Graham Hancock.
Oh man, this boy is gonna have his sack drugged through so much glass, there's not gonna be anything left to it. Graham, you cannot put Graham in with Billy Carson, for Christ's sake. Or this other guy here. What's his name again? The fucking actor from Iron Man. Graham is not a charlatan. Graham has never been a charlatan. Got to say, holy fucking Christ. That is rich. Graham is not a charlatan. Graham has never done anything. I mean, is Graham been on Gaia TV? Yeah, he has been. Is everyone on Gaia TV a charlatan? No, Randall Carlson said a few fucking talks on Gaia TV. But there are other people on there like that. Yeah, they don't misrepresent things. For instance, I'll give you an example with fucking Billy Carson. Billy Carson, when he's on Joe, said things about, and Sitchin, who talked about the Mesopotamian history of Nibiru and the Anunnaki from Nibiru, and Billy was conflating essentially mainstream kind of known, agreed upon definitions of these entities, and he was conflating Sitchin's interpretations. And he did that regularly to where it's very confusing, where you're like, oh, Nibiru, the planet. Yeah, like archaeologists and Mesopotamian historians and, cuneiform experts like fucking, Irving Finkel know about Nibiru. No, Nibiru is never mentioned anywhere in any Mesopotamian text. Well, it's referred to as just a crossing point. So, like, that was Sitchin's ideas, which are not agreed upon. Doesn't mean he's necessarily even fucking wrong in the end. We don't know that. But he conflates all of this shit together and doesn't separate it. And that's when you're getting into territory where it's confusing people, right? And then you're kind of either intentionally or unintentionally misleading people. So that's where it's a problem. Has Graham misled people on things? Not really. I mean, he did start kind of the 2012 meme, but like, kind of unintentionally. So
Hancock appeared in episodes of Ancient Aliens, but he broke into the cultural consciousness in a more significant way through his Rogan appearances, and he is now more or less the face of pseudo-archaeology. To be clear, Graham is not an archaeologist. He has a bachelor's degree in sociology, which does not even remotely qualify him to challenge well-established archaeological knowledge. He's never been on a dig, he's never uncovered any artifacts, and he can't read ancient languages. He was a journalist. He worked as a journalist for a decade and a half.
for, I think, the BBC.
Is not part of the scientific community. As far as real archaeology goes, he's irrelevant. Knowing this full well, he claims to be a journalist, but he hasn't done any journalism in a very long time, and his current output does not qualify as such. He's just some guy who sells bullshit for cash, something which is very well demonstrated by his 2019 book, America Before. This is 600 pages of baseless, outlandish tales regarding lost civilizations having psychic powers, while claiming the ivory tower academics reject his bold new ideas because they're entrenched in dogma and thus resistant to new paradigms. Why would we listen to archaeologists about archaeology instead of some clueless jerk? The nerve of some people. But with these baseless...
Clueless jerk? Man. Who the fuck is this guy, man? Like, what the fuck is this guy's problem? Like, holy shit. The comments, too, he was fucking... making before people kind of pushing back against some of this stuff, like
anti-establishment narratives becoming increasingly popular amongst the public, and so very few experts in the field making even casual attempts to expose his fraudulence, we've arrived at the point where this nonsense needs to be aggressively addressed. Before getting into the nitty-gritty, let's introduce our cast of characters for this video. We've already covered Graham Hancock. The scholar that will be representing the legitimate archaeology community is Flint Dibble. He is an archaeological scientist and ancient historian who specializes in environmental archaeology from the Stone Age to the medieval period across the Mediterranean, with a focus on the ancient Greek world. Flint is one of the very few scientists who has pushed back against this movement, primarily in the form of a debate with Graham Hancock on Joe Rogan's show. Given that Graham's Atlantis bullshit is derived directly from fictional Greek narrative, Flint...
Brother, I'm going to take your sack and drag it to the glass myself right now. Okay. Flint, the expert, right? Okay. Flint knows a lot about Greece and a lot about fucking whale bones and fucking goat's teeth and shit, right? Okay. Wonderful. Now, what Flint is not an expert in is Plato, okay? So Flint states that Plato's works, Timaeus and Critias, are not anomalous and are just an example of Plato making shit up to prove a point, right? Because Plato and the Republic was trying to talk about this ideal society, right? This just society that would be ruled by philosopher kings and a benevolent dictator and all the other problems of other societies. And he tried to use Atlantis as a point as to like, well, they crumbled, they fell. And so now... In the Critias, they do talk about this. In the Timaeus, they kind of talk about this. But it is an anomaly in Plato's dialogues, which I have read all of them. I do have a degree in philosophy, right? And I focused in on Plato's work over the years quite a bit. So I would say personally, and there are others that would agree with me, I think, in this debate, that the mention of the civilization by Plato is very specific, extremely specific, right? And it is anomalous in the dialogues in that he gives a lot of very strange specifics about the civilization that he's not give anywhere else. And there's a focus here. The story comes from Solon, who we know existed, and this was a story that floated around Athens, right? So, and this story came from Egypt. So these are all very interesting points. So to say it's just some kind of a fantasy is not accurate. Anyway, but the Templar's tossing one off, yeah. I was poignant enough to hang around for a couple of millennia, Plato Atlantis. It was poignant. That's exactly there, yeah. So the story hung around for at least in Athens like 100 and some years, 130, 40 years. So, because Solon lived around like 2,500 years ago, Plato was around 2,400-ish. So it's around like 100 and some years difference. It was his great uncle or something. So, and Flint points to an inconsistency in Athens that Plato made, and you know, that doesn't mean the entire thing gets thrown out with the bathwater, right? And there are other parallels and correlations to other cultures that mention kind of a similar narrative, or potentially have anomalies. And this is, anyway, we'll get into this in a second here, but this is just in such bad faith, right? It's just thinking that Graham is nothing but a charlatan. He has nothing good to offer. Flint, who is the accredited one, sitting atop the ivory tower, was calling Graham a white supremacist on Twitter, right? He was associating him with white supremacy, I should say. And he was constantly referencing this to other people in other Twitter posts. Just give a context as to who specific. I don't give a fuck whose balls you suck to get your fucking PhD, right? At the end of the day, who are you as a person? Like, what kind of quality human are you? Are you quality human? You're a good person, right? Like, and at the end of the day, the way Flint was behaving showed me that he didn't have good, his content of his character was poor in the way he was behaving, acting in bad faith, right? And effectively what he was saying with Graham is that, well, there are other people in the past who put these ideas forward who did it because they were white supremacists. So Graham is using a white supremacist narrative and Graham is a white supremacist. Okay, you drive a Volkswagen, you're a Nazi, right? Like, is that the kind of logic you employ here? This is a PhD. This is somebody who is a respected academic. Get the fuck out of here. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. It's just absolute, that's like sheer stupidity. It's just hate, right? You know, I get it. You're poor. These guys are making millions of fucking dollars flying around in private jets, smoking cigars with Joe Rogan. You're down in the dirt digging up goat's teeth, knowing who the fuck you are. But that's not as interesting as fucking Atlantis, brother. Sorry. You don't need to be a bitch about it. That's kind of what they're doing. And it's just so... Anyway, I'll just shut up and play the fucking video. Yeah, the great big debunk. Thanks for putting this on so I never have to. Yeah, man, fucking Christ. I know, yeah. Hate to even get a single click, I know. The shit rhetoric plays these days. Man, it's just in bad faith.
Flint is quite capable of dissecting Graham's fraudulence. We will also be hearing from Flint in person later in the video. Then we get to the lesser characters, serving somewhat as the comic relief. Dan Richards is a clown who has been cashing in on the pseudo-archaeology grift as of late, starting purely as a Hancock fanboy, but now making some noise of his own thanks to several appearances on Joe Rogan. Dan has precisely zero experience with archaeology. He is a former electrician without documentation who falsely claimed to be a member of his respective trade organization and was called out for it. He doesn't know the first thing about archaeology and is essentially just echoing the talking points of Hancock and other grifters to try and make a buck. Where Hancock's grift is polished and well executed, Dan's is sophomoric and laughable. Even worse...
Man, this boy, they're talking about Plato, right? I think they need to read Plato. Right? This boy needs to read fucking Plato. What's the fuck's his name again? Professor Dave needs to read some fucking philosophy in Plato. Read about Socrates. I don't give a fuck at the end of the day. You know, what degree you hold, how much money you paid to get it. And again, unfortunately, it does come down to this. Whose balls you tickled, right? I want to hear what's your argument. Are you someone employing critical thinking? Are you someone who thinks critically? Right? Are you a bad faith actor or a good faith actor, right? I mean, what's their arguments? Right? Ultimately, come on, man. Like, you know, it's Socrates arguing with all the great priests of Athens, right? Very intelligent people, right? They knew how to use rhetoric, the sophists, right? To make themselves wealthy, and they're esteemed and they're respected in society. But Plato and Socrates and the whole crew would go around questioning them. What do you actually know? And then they put him to death. So like these same imbeciles, and I hate using the same kind of rhetoric this guy's employing against Graham, but this is really what this kind of argument is. And acting like this, it's imbecilic, are around today. And they're everywhere. And it's just so inappropriate. Anyway, it infuriates me. I just try not to be a dick myself, because I definitely can be. It's my own fucking problem, my own issues. But I try not to be as much as fucking humanly possible, yeah. I'm going to drive to Cardiff and let the Dibbler's tires down. Holy Christ. Fucking slash them, yeah. Are they going to talk about Jim next? No, I'm not that famous, man. I wouldn't even, I would message the guy and be like, brother, come and talk with me. Like, we're not playing, like, make videos. Just get this for a second. He's calling Graham, you're a charlatan. You're making money off your books. And, brother... You've got, you make your living off fucking YouTube videos. You got 3.72 million subscribers. You're making money off this fucking video shitting off of these people. Like, are you a charlatan? Like, what are you doing here? What is this about? Is this about making a buck yourself, or are you after the objective truths here? I don't think so. Doesn't sound like it, right? Like, what are they saying? Like, bring up, I'm sure he's going to do that at some point, yeah. But, I should make a YouTube reaction video. I should. I'll just get into a fight with the guy. I definitely should, though. That's what I should be doing with these clips, is putting them out there. much as I don't like talking to people that act like this, I've seen how this guy acts in the comment section, and I've seen how he responds, how childish he is. I mean, I already kind of know who we're dealing with by how he's responding to people who are critical of him. So I'll talk with anybody, though I don't really care. But at the end of the day, you know, some people, like when Flint showed up with Graham, for instance, on Joe Rogan, they were very civil. The first thing I would do is say, fuck you. I'd say, you're my enemy. That's how I'd treat that conversation, because the way he acted, the way he behaved, he was not after that of those objective truths. He's after just his own truth. And he was trying to destroy Graham's character. Like, that is not a good person, man. I'm sorry. I would never behave like that and try and destroy somebody's character like he did with Graham. And then he deleted all the posts. And now he has a private Twitter and he blocks anybody that asks him questions. Like, these are the quality of people we're dealing with here. Like, it's really bad. And they're the experts. And this is a problem. They're making the actual experts look terrible. Because most experts aren't this, you know, they're not going to go out and say things like this. They're going to sit back and be like, yeah, I don't really agree with Graham. They're going to be like Robert Schoch. I don't really agree with a lot of his points, but he's a good, smart guy. He's a good guy. Like, he'll steel man some of the positive aspects of his argument. These aren't respected people to me. They just can't be that act like this.
Worse than Dan is another grifter named Jimmy Corsetti. He is essentially a professional internet troll. Here is a quick montage of some of his behavior on Twitter. He makes overtly sexist comments, blatantly racist comments, and is generally a complete douchebag. Apart from all that, he has repeatedly encouraged his followers to email Flint's workplace for the purpose of harassing him, all because he dared to push back on the godfather of their grift. He and Dan appeared on Rogan together not long ago, and we will be covering both of these episodes in this video. Assholes like Jimmy make Graham seem professional in comparison, but don't let your judgment waver. All three of these guys are frauds to the core. Now let's dive into the timeline of the video.
Jimmy, we can have a conversation about, but Dan and Graham, no. No. Not even, that's not fair.
Centerpiece of all this will be the debate that Graham and Flint had on Joe's show, but there is a lot of lead up to cover, as well as a lot of aftermath, so let's hit all of this chronologically. First, we have to discuss the history of Graham on Joe Rogan. These two go way back. His first appearance was on episode 142, all the way back in September of 2011, and he has been on the show a total of 12 times, sometimes alone and sometimes alongside another guest. With the popularity he amassed from these appearances alone, he was able to wrangle a deal with Netflix for his very own show called Ancient Apocalypse, released in 2022. Internet buzz aside, how the hell did this clown get a Netflix show, you ask? Well, his son, Sean, is a senior manager at Netflix, responsible for unscripted originals. So that explains it. Is there a word for reverse nepotism? Upon its release, Flint himself described the show as a declaration of war on archaeologists. Without going into tremendous detail, it's a pseudo-scientific rampage in which he proposes that a highly technologically advanced
Oh God, my brain is hurting me just listening to this. A pseudo-scientific rampage. Graham references not just discoveries made by archaeologists, but there's lots of anecdotes from anthropologists, right? Folklorists, historians. I mean, history isn't science, it's a scholarly discipline. The stories from some of these cultures, I mean, yeah, they originated from anthropologists and archaeologists, but I mean, there's a scientific bend to some of it, but there's a collection of stories too that Graham has. Like, for instance, the flood myths. I mean, is that pseudoscience? No, not at all. These are scholarly disciplines that collected this or maintain this, the collection of these stories and from different cultures. And I mean, I don't know if it's not anti-science or something. I mean, if anything, Graham is thinking critically here and deducing that the prevalence of all of these flood myths across the globe and the amount of them probably speaks to the fact there was some traumatizing event that happened to everybody, and it happens to coincide with the end of the Younger Dryas. That isn't pseudoscience. That is a scientific theory. It's the Comet Research Hypothesis. It's a Comet Research Team's hypothesis. The Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis, sorry. So, oh God. Oh man, I just
global ice age civilization was destroyed in a cataclysmic flood and is thus easily connected to the myth of Atlantis. This would be baseless enough, but of course he also proposes that this civilization introduced essentially everything to our clueless hunter-gatherer ancestors, from astronomy and math to agriculture and architecture.
They could have, hypothetically, under Graham's hypothesis here, or theory. That's when he was arguing. And Plato mentions that this civilization ended 9,000 years before Solon's time, which was 11,500 years ago, which coincides with the end of the Younger Dryas. Well, there's your, not even your hypothesis, there's your theory, go test it. I mean, do you find mention in many different ancient cultures of a flood myth? Yes. Do you find many mentions of these travelers arriving and teaching the local peoples? Yes. Well, I mean, but, okay, well, where did they originate from? Well, is there a lost civilization? Well, okay. Well, but there it is. I mean, now, is that scientific evidence? Well, there's some science involved, but there's nothing about this that's pseudoscience. I don't know what he's getting at here.
Thus aligning with all of the wisdom from above ancient aliens bullshit he was previously a part of, even if he doesn't make that the focal point of the show. Naturally, anybody educated in this field who pushes back on unqualified jerks like Graham presenting pure fantasy as science only does so because they are arrogant defenders of mainstream academia, and not because he's pulling everything out of his ass like Terrence Howard saying 1 × 1 = 2. Graham visits well-established archaeological sites that are known conclusively to date thousands of years after the Ice Age, spews some tripe he recycled from previously discredited charlatans like Ignatius Donnelly, who published a similar book in 1882, and tells the viewer to trust him, not actual experts, because he says so. Who needs evidence, right? In response to this travesty of a series, the Society for American Archaeology wrote an open letter to Netflix, basically saying, "Hey Netflix, what the fuck are you doing? This show is sensationalist garbage full of lies that does nothing but disparage and insult the legitimate archaeological community. 1. Graham shits on archaeology every chance he gets, the topic he is pretending to investigate without a shred of concern for how archaeologists are affected. 2. Stop calling it a docuseries. It's a pile of horse manure. And 3. It's racist as shit to pretend that indigenous people were idiots who can't possibly have developed the things they definitely did develop."
It's racist. Oh my God. Jesus, these boys just need a good slap. Holy fuck. It's racist. Let's just think that through again here. It's racist to think that these people couldn't have figured out the things that they thought, or couldn't think of the megalithic sites, or they couldn't have been responsible for any of this. Okay. All right. Now, brother, correct me if I'm wrong here, right? But in some of these ancient cultures, maybe we could go to the Sumerians. They stated pretty explicitly that the Anunnaki were real. They came down, they lived with them at one time. They made them, right? Part of the creation myth. Now, we don't take that seriously. We think that they were just kind of dumb and they worshiped the wind and, the water. And so they were just kind of dumb. So probably that's not the case, right? Probably wasn't actually a group of people, right? Because they're just kind of dumb. But Graham is the racist one for saying that maybe in some of these cultures, I don't know, like in the cultures that mention Viracocha and Quetzalcoatl, that this individual influenced them. They literally stated in their stories, their creation myths, that this individual influenced them. So Graham is saying, was this actually a real person that influenced them? The official narrative is that we're not taking them seriously. So who's the white supremacist here? That these people were stupid. We, the people in the West, and we're not just all white, but we'll say that, we, the people in the West, are the ones that are correct, and we are the educated ones, and we know that definitively didn't happen because we're wiser than you. We know better. You were stupid. We're smart. So we know that those people probably were just a figment of your imagination you concocted up. Although some of you state pretty explicitly, it was not. Again, that's just fucking nonsense.
So they must have had them given to them by white people or aliens. You make racist people even...
Who says they were white? Well, some of the people, the locals, said they didn't look like them. I mean, like, nothing to do with their skin color, ultimately. It's just that they weren't the local people.
More racist. And by the way, all the garbage he
Crazy,
spews
man,
is plagiarized from other people who have been conclusively debunked for 140 years. White supremacy sucks, you suck, please stop. Graham didn't like that one bit, so he decided to issue an infantile response. What false claims? What disinformation? Well, Graham, literally all of it, which has been exposed as false in breathtaking detail countless times, no matter how much you play dumb about it.
What
and we will go over much of that detail in this video.
Oh, God.
We don't have
can
to
sit through
highlight all
this.
of the whining and pearl clutching in this letter, as it's truly revolting and reminiscent of the worst apologist preachers, but a few tidbits are too hilarious to ignore. Here he complains about the implication that his show shouldn't have been made, because what about the tens of millions of viewers? Can't they make up their own minds? No, dumbass, they can't. They know even less about archaeology than you do. When you tell them stories they want to hear, they believe you, because that's how people are. It's not controlling the narrative to push back on fraudulent claims, because science is not a narrative, it's an empirical process. The lies you push are the narrative, and you are specifically poisoning the ability of people to make informed choices by lying to them. And in the very...
So you're gonna tell us, right? You're gonna tell us, right? Graham can't tell us any of this stuff. You're gonna tell us what's right, okay? Right? Please give me the dictates on high from Flint in the ivory tower. I just, none of it can be questioned either, right? Like Dan was an electrician. Dan's not qualified to question Flint, right? He's not qualified to question this narrative. No, unfortunately, in the world we live in here in the West, right? That's not how things really work. Although as much as these people who in times past were high priests, right, and align themselves with an authority figure so that they can feel better than everybody else and act like that and not be questioned, we're going to question them, right? And it's pretty simple. You just employ some critical thinking. As long as you're not a fucking imbecile, right? Like, what's his argument here? At the end of the day, I mean, this is just a bunch of ad hominem attacks and just very infantile language used against Graham. I mean, who is this guy? Holy fuck, who listens to this guy?
Very next bit, he perfects the art of projection, whining about how archaeologists use rhetoric to defame him, when that is what he specifically does to archaeologists.
Some people do. That's the other thing too.
Every episode of his dumb show. Anyway, the rest of this is better addressed as a response to his podcast appearances, so let's move forward. Graham undoubtedly predicted the backlash to his show from educated, knowledgeable people, so he was immediately poised for some grandstanding, repeatedly claiming that no archaeologist would dare debate him, because they're all scared. You know, like how astronomers are too scared to debate flat earthers. Here he is on his website challenging all the ivory tower elites to put their money where their mouth is. Quit it with all the ad hominems, you guys.
That's all you've done so far, you dingus. That's all you've fucking done. Oh my God. That's all this guy has done is just ad hominem attacks on Graham. The language he's used so far. I don't know what this guy's background is, if he's involved in physics or if he's involved in science or chemistry or whatever the fuck he does. But, I mean, that's all this guy has done so far. Uber crass. What I've seen from and heard from Graham, he just gives an alternate view of history from what is mainstream. Yeah, that's exactly it, man. There's tons of other people other than people in science doing the scientific method, induction, deduction, abduction, right? Those logical methods of like gathering and going through information. Like that's a scientific method essentially, right? You can ask ChatGPT this for anyone that's curious, right? So now the idea of this scientism, right? These people like. And anyone can do science. I mean, there's these experts in these different fields that we become so hyper specialized. You know, there's folklorists that specialize in like folklores of different regions. There's historians, right? There's all the other scholarly disciplines, right? I mean, that Graham references, and there's tons of accredited people that agree with Graham that there's a lot of anomalies. Like this flood myth's very interesting. Now, this guy's just aligning him with a very and not everyone in archaeology thinks like this. 100% they do not think like this. They're not attacking Graham like this. This is just an extreme group of people that are misunderstanding what I think he ultimately is about. I mean, yeah. The guy that cracked the Sumerian language is just a tour guide. Maybe he was wrong. Man, who knows, right? Well, that's exactly it, Uber. That's the thing. And it's a hubris employed here that's so problematic. And again, it has to do with, listen, and this is a dark thing, but the same gene pools that were around 1,000 years ago as high priests, right? They're around today. And these universities and these academies, they're just other power structures. And what people will do is they will crawl their way through them to become experts, to dictate down to people. And it's just so unacceptable. That is not, where these academies and academia has its roots. All of this, anybody who's a hyper specialist in anything, first and foremost, has a philosophy in a thing. You get your PhD. You are first and foremost a philosopher, right? So you should be after the objective truth. You should be after the good. You should understand the argument for the good. And you should be able to critically think about things. And you should not be approaching people in a way that, is dismissive because they're an electrician. Listen to them, listen to their logic, ultimately. Because all of the West, all of academia rests upon Plato, really, because the West is a bunch of footnotes to fucking Plato. And Plato's mentor was effectively a borderline homeless man who walked around questioning people and was put to death by the elite for questioning their narrative. So it's this full circle stupidity here that people can't really quite wrap their heads around. And it's very sad. It's very sad to see people acting this way with a large audience too. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah, Babylonian power structure, brother.
Bait me, bro. Look at this one guy. He's too scared. Flint decided it was up to him to shut this jerk up, so he publicly announced his intention to debate
So he started calling him a white
Graham
supremacist.
was quick to publicize the intended debate, which of course was
You
to
didn't
take
show
place
that,
on
pal.
Joe's show, because where the hell else? However, in a terrible twist of fate, the day after this announcement, Flint received biopsy results reporting that previously diagnosed and treated cancer had returned and was spreading, so he needed to focus on his health for some duration of time, which ended up requiring over a year. During this time, Flint was harassed to a revolting degree, much of it prompted from Jimmy Corsetti, who publicly and repeatedly claimed that Flint was faking the cancer diagnosis in order to dodge the debate.
That's not acceptable, and I don't know if he said that or not, but that's not okay. But I did notice that he was bringing up the fact that Flint has alluded to Graham as a white supremacist and Jimmy as a Nazi. So
himself was more cordial about it, agreeing to the delay and wishing Flint well by tweet, and also with Joe in his subsequent podcast appearance. Of course, this is because he was never genuinely interested in debate and knew that he didn't have a leg to stand on, so this development was a relief to him. But recovery for Flint eventually came, and it was time for the debate. The debate is 4.5 hours long, so we're not going to go through every last moment, but given that this is the centerpiece of this fiasco, we do need to spend a good amount of time here, so let's dive into it.
I'm here to try to discuss with Graham and to test his lost civilization hypothesis. He has this, he's written about it, many books, and he's given many talks here and on Netflix, and he's talked about this idea of a lost advanced civilization from the Ice Age, an advanced civilization that's around the globe, right? And in particular, he thinks there was a global cataclysm at that time, and the survivors introduced agriculture, architecture, astronomy, and arts to hunter-gatherers. And so I'm trying to tackle this with an open mind, and I want to tackle this with the perspective of my own experience and my own expertise. And so in that sense, if you think about what Carl Sagan says, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Graham is in many ways the first person.
They do not always require extraordinary evidence. And this is a good point here. Extraordinary claims just require evidence. You don't necessarily need extraordinary evidence. So, I mean, that sounds nice, but that's not always true.
Person to admit that the evidence he has is fingerprints. It's kind of what he thinks is this technological transmission to hunter-gatherers, but he does not have any direct dated evidence of this civilization.
This introduction to the exchange will also serve as its summary. Graham pretends there was some ultra-advanced Ice Age civilization. He has no evidence for it, at all. After these next 4 hours...
Yeah, but... Oh, God. Anyway, we've talked about this. In Germany academia, you get a professorship when you bring the most money in some fields. They need to be in the right networks, knowing private doors, donors, etc., and researching the right topics. Yeah. There's a lot of money involved. I can fix this stupid mic. There we go. It's flashing red. Okay, I'm going to comment on this.
That will still be the case.
And so I'm here to doing a lot of research. I'm here to present what I see are two clear disproofs of a lost advanced Ice Age civilization. And I mean, archaeologists were fairly sure this does not exist. We've been looking for this kind of civilization for several hundred years. This idea of a pre-flood civilization has been around for several hundred years.
So your claim was that Graham ignores this?
My claim is that he ignores most of the evidence for hunter-gatherers.
Okay, so again, we're going to look at this critically. What could be some of the problems here with this narrative? Well, okay, so one is that some of the potential evidence has been ruled as not evidence, right? So some of the potential evidence has been attributed to the local populations, right? So let's use Giza, for example. So Giza is quite an anomalous site. Hell of a construction project, right? Granted, they're not something we thought would be capable by a Bronze Age civilization to that degree. So instead of looking at it and saying, what's the local story? What's the myths? Well, there was a time called Zep-Tepi time before where these gods, kind of similar in some ways to the Mesopotamian pantheon, were around, right? Now, they didn't explicitly state they were responsible for the monuments there, but you have an anomaly in that there's an inconsistency, I guess, that we don't know how they did this. Now, that doesn't instantly mean we go to aliens, but that doesn't mean you just automatically attribute it to them. Well, they were there, so they probably built it. That's their logic. That isn't based on a lot of evidence, if any. So when you're saying that there's no evidence for these people, you've attributed some of these megalithic sites to these people. So that's a problem because you've taken any potential evidence for this argument and you've washed it away. So you've misattributed this to someone else. So let's think of this as ammunition for this argument. You've just taken it out of our gun and put it in yours. And you haven't really given us an explanation why. You just said, well, but it must be them. So that's a problem. So there's another problem I brought up recently, actually, which is the whole giant bodies meme. So we've gone over this already, where we've heard from somebody. I'm not going to mention her name or anywhere. Some people know where she's probably at, but the explanation for the giant bodies recovered all throughout the U.S. So the burial mounds in the United States, which were attributed to the Native American peoples, there are hundreds of these reports, probably. There's at least dozens you can find on Google pretty quickly, of large bodies being pulled out of these mounds between 7 and 8 feet tall. They had red hair. Not the Native Americans, by some fairly accredited people in almost every instance. And it was so prolific that even the president of the United States at the time, Abraham Lincoln, had made mention of the giants that preceded the Native American peoples, the mound builders, what they called them, the giant peoples. And the Native Americans talked about them. There are tons of stories about them. This has been chalked up by people in anthropology and archaeology as being a white supremacist myth because that was put forward by a guy out of the Smithsonian. So you are going to say there's no evidence for these people. Why? Well, this guy said that there wasn't. He said that all these people were just a white supremacist myth. Is it actually? How well do you know this story? How convicted are you in that? Does that logically make a lot of sense? You can have that many anecdotes and it's just going to be a fucking myth. We've still got bodies actually recovered. Oh, it's just, gigantism. Well, no. But there's 80 plus in some instances. So it's like you're going to dismiss things that don't fit into your theory, right? And you're going to misattribute things that don't line up with your narrative. So then there's no evidence. It's like, brother, that's not critical thinking. Yeah. Unbelievable shit. Are you familiar with the diary of Marir, hieroglyphic papyrus logbook of an inspector working in the pyramid construction dated 2500 BCE, Disco? No, I'm not actually. Well, actually, no, I might be. I'm trying to recall. Yeah, there's also like in Khufu, right? So Khufu was he's attributed with the Great Pyramid, that there's a cartouche in the King's Chamber. And that is one of the evidences put forward too, that found by an archaeologist a long time ago now, that, well, this must be by Khufu. And so that's one of the arguments that the pyramids must be by Khufu. There's also been some carbon dating that they did in between some of them that dates roughly to that time period. Does that mean that's when they were constructed? I mean, we're just going to infer that it might. But it doesn't mean definitively they were. And that's the thing, like, I don't know how definitive it is. Same with the Sphinx, right? Where they attributed, I forget who they attributed to again, around that time period. But there's inconsistencies and there's actual scientific evidence suggesting that the walls around the Sphinx, it was excavated around possibly 9,000 plus years ago. Yeah, so Native Americans are white supremacists. Yeah, Uber, it's more that there was a group of archaeologists who thought that native peoples were savages at a time when we were trying to steal their land still. And they used that as an excuse for why they were savages. Well, there was a group of people here before them who were fair skinned and red hair and happened to be very tall. And so there's articles of these people essentially stating as such that, well, we know these people are savages. They don't deserve what they have. And, you know, these giants did this. And so it's not completely off base that there were people who used these evidences to try and belittle the Native American people, right? But that doesn't mean that other people who were trying to dig into the mystery are white supremacists. Again, it's kind of like saying, well, yeah, but, you know, the Nazis and Hitler were involved with Volkswagen. So, like, you driving that Beetle, right? You're essentially Hitler. It's like, brother, like, do you have 5 fucking IQ? Like, do we need to walk you through why that's not the case? Or we shouldn't need to hold your hand here. I mean, I just, you know, but we have to. And there's another problem, and I got ChatGPT to go over this a little bit, because there's a deeper problem here. And I'm not a psychologist, but there is some kind of psychological phenomenon going on here with some of these experts. And I got to talk about this. I haven't run into this before. The expert problem. Why smart people get stuck on dumb ideas. Incentive structures. Assumption. Experts are rewarded for being right. Reality. They're rewarded for being aligned. Academic funding, tenure, media invites, institutional status, all tied to staying inside the Overton window. Deviate and suddenly you're problematic, controversial, or unfunded. Example, climate scientists who question specific models or timelines aren't deniers, but they get treated like one. Medicine, same. Look at the treatment of anyone questioning pharma-sponsored protocols. Oh heavens. Group identity plus ego investment. Smart people build identity on being smart. When new evidence challenges that identity, cognitive dissonance hits harder. Rather than update, they double down. I can't be wrong. I teach this. Dunning-Kruger's evil twin is at play. Those who do know a lot more often least likely to question what they built their careers upon. Peer pressure dressed as consensus. They call it peer review. Sometimes it is. Other times it's a boys' club of circular citation and polite sabotage. If all your colleagues believe X and someone shows Y, safer to ignore Y than become the next Galileo or Malone. Narrative lock-in, Kuhn's paradigm prison. Thomas Kuhn nailed it. Once a scientific paradigm takes root, anomalous data gets dismissed until it piles up and triggers a scientific revolution. Until then, contradictory findings equal methodological error. Alternative explanations equal fringe. Whistleblowers equal cranks. We parade around like we're really intelligent. I hate to use this word, and I don't want to be a dingus myself, but this is kind of midwit behavior. Sorry, that's what it is. It's midwit behavior. It's people that are functioning at a level just high enough to where they can go through these programs, but ultimately they're not really thinking independently and critically. And they're also cowardly. They're not showing true courage either. They're stuck within these paradigms. And we find this time and again. And so anybody that has the courage, or Graham, who has massive balls, to just come out and question it without a background in it at all, I mean, you're going to get flack from these kinds of people. And this is what we're seeing ultimately. Anyway, language is a shield. Experts are masters at semantic deflection that's not peer-reviewed. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. There's no consensus. These phrases sound wise, but often mask intellectual laziness or tribal gatekeeping. They do, absolutely. So what's the solution? Audit the incentives, follow the money and the status, cultivate epimistic humility, reward those who say, I don't know. Promote adversarial collaboration. Pit opposing views against other publicly. Protect dissenters. Real ones, not grifters. Want to go deeper? We probably should, but you're going to get deeper into psychological phenomena, why people climb the ladder as high as they do, and what issues they had before then, and why they clutch to this, like pearls, and they can't let go of it, right? They can't let go of their ego or the idea that they're an expert, although they're just acting like children. And it's pathetic stuff, honestly. It's really, really bad, yeah. And again, it's ultimately, there's a lack of courage, but there's sometimes very manipulative, malevolent behavior in Flint's case. Absolutely. I do not think he's a good person, in my opinion. I've seen enough of him now to know that I do not think he's a good person or a good intentioned person. And so there's that problem too, right? But yeah, it's just, anyway, I don't want to keep rambling on about it because I know it gets fucking boring, but politically possessed group thinking might be the real issue. That's a part of it too, man. Yeah, there's a lot of problems, and it's a problem too. I mean, these guys, they're not idiots, right? So I mean, that's when you're debating them or you're engaging in debate. I mean, they're gonna be clever, and they can be very manipulative, and that's the other thing you can run into too with intelligent people is the level of manipulation they'll employ, right? I mean, they're clever. They've learned to manipulate their environment. They'll manipulate other people to get what they want. And it can be, you have to know that and see the signs of it and call that out too when they're doing it. So they may not even be completely conscious of it when they're doing it. But there needs to be an alignment here, though, ultimately, internally within these people's internal structure as to like, well, what are you after in the end? Like, who are you as a person? Yes, you're somewhat clever. You can solve the puzzle really quickly. What's your fucking intentions? Right? That's what I'm after. And at the end of the day, what are you after? I mean, we're after these objective truths together, and we want to get to the bottom of this. Your power structure may collapse in the process of that. I want you to be okay. That you may fall flat on your fucking face and break your nose in the process. Right? That's okay. Because at the end of the day, we're just after the truth, right? We're not just after like you being famous, right? Right, and that's when you get into problems, right? Like, and then they start to get revealed a bit. But at the end of the day, that's what I would want to be after, and that would mean you're going to steel man Grant's argument if that's what you're really after, because it might mean you fall flat on your face on Joe Rogan's podcast. Instead, you're going to make Graham think that the whole thing's nonsense until people go back through and peer review what you posted, which is what happened with Flint, and find out that none of it is definitive as you said it was. And then now we're starting to see who you are. Anyway, they're just, and that's when I made the comment about, these people are kind of be your enemy to some degree, where they're an enemy of people that are after these objective truths. They're just after their own truths. That's all they care about. They're after power. And it's very sad to see. But anyway, every human believes the spotlight is shining on them when they speak. The truth is we project in a very narrow band, even as experts. Yeah, we don't. No, fuck all. We trust the science, which can't always be 100% right by its own admission. That's exactly it. Yeah, man, I think we feel this way. I think most people, common sense people know this, right? And it comes all back down to intentions at the end of the day where, I don't know about Jimmy, but I know Graham and Dan are fairly well-intentioned. Just from conversation with them, listening to them speak to people, that they're good people. And they're humble people as well. Dan especially strikes me as a very humble person. I was just an electrician. I mean, brother, you're nobody till you're somebody, right? But you're good, you're well-intentioned, and that's really what's important in the end. All the certificates and it's all fucking worth nothing if you're just a piece of shit person, really. Like, what are you in the end? I mean, that's in the Ice Age, which is
that he ignores it, or that he doesn't focus on it as much as he's focused on this ancient advanced civilization?
I mean, I think that's one and the same. I think if you're going to look at the Ice Age, we need to look at the totality of evidence to understand what's there.
Joe doesn't like what he's hearing about his boy here. Flint says Graham ignores archaeological data. There were hunter-gatherers in the Ice Age. Archaeologists study them and know a lot about them. Graham doesn't give a shit about science, so he doesn't talk about what we know. Joe's not getting it. Is Graham just not focusing on this because he's focused on the crap he makes up? Flint tells Joe that's the same thing. Fabricating claims about the Ice Age involves ignoring everything we know about the Ice Age that proves him wrong.
And so, for example, he proposes the reason why the Ice Age civilization isn't there is because it's underwater. It's been, we've had 200 feet of sea level rise since the Younger Dryas, and therefore it's not accessible. And so I really want to focus on Ice Age coastlines, evidence from Ice Age coastlines and excavations, underwater evidence from the Ice Age, things like that. These areas where he says that archaeologists don't look, but we are looking, and what we find is the ephemeral traces of hunter-gatherers, rather than some sort of advanced civilization.
We've looked, Graham. That shit ain't there. You have absolutely zero empirical evidence for your stories. He even admits this point blank a bit later. Let's continue.
So these, when you're finding remnants of ancient hunter-gatherers, how much evidence, how much of the ground do you think you've studied?
We've definitely not studied most of the ground,
right.
But as I'll show, we've studied a lot, and we actually put together predictive models on how to find this stuff. And so because it's really expensive to go diving, right?
And so how many dives do you think have been done? Like how many times?
Thousands.
Thousands.
Yeah.
No.
Oh yeah. And lots of different sites have been found from all over the world.
And he vastly overestimated how much we've actually dug up and dove into. That's the other problem. And as this may be brought up here if we get to it, he also points to ice core samples showing no evidence that there was any smelting. Not completely correct. That's the other problem. When you start bringing up some of these evidences from these other disciplines that you're not an expert in, there isn't always a consensus. There may be among some people, but there's going to be dissenters. And some of those dissenters may ultimately be correct. We have no idea. There's just endless debate. Right? It's like the science is settled, like on the ClimateGate thing. It's like, shut the fuck up. No, it's not. You want the science to be settled because it's politically and financially convenient for you, right? But people in that discipline would never say that unless they just want to cement their power structure there. But this happens time and again where people just want to dominate and they want their theory to be correct. But there are dissenting voices, there are differing opinions, right, on interpretations of the data. And, this isn't mathematics. It isn't obviously right or wrong, right? There's a level of interpretation here with this that you have to factor in. And that's a problem. So anyway, it'd be going to bed triggered. I didn't intend for this, brother. I saw this and people were sharing it and I said, oh my fucking God. Now, if this guy had approached this a little bit more neutrally and said, you know what, Graham, like maybe you shouldn't be attacking all of archaeology guys. Like that would be my critique of them. I would say about like Jimmy especially, but stop attacking everybody who tries to do archaeology. It's frustrating. There's not a lot of money in it. There's a lot of horse shit involved. There's a lot of politics, right? And you can't always just go after the Atlantis stuff because there's also a lot of discrimination against people who do that for whatever reason. And so there's lots of people that would love to solve Graham's mystery, but they don't have the money to do it. And they're stuck doing some other fucking dig or some other work they don't really want to do because they have to please the university or the department head or whatever. And so again, we're in a churn. There's a churning that's happening now when some of these people, these more dogmatic types, are being churned out. So I don't think attacking the entire discipline's fair. I think that's a little bit naive because undoubtedly there's tons of people that like think what Graham's bringing up is very interesting. They just would love to get better evidence for it, which we obviously do need. So that would be so that's my critique. And I think this guy's he's just acting in such bad faith, man. Like, anyway. And there was a civilization, like building shit under a mile of that ice shit that's going to be dust. Where was that, Rabbit? From what I get from Graham is that he goes after myths and tries to find out they are more than just myths. That's exactly it, Uber. Yeah, and he is a journalist and an author and a communicator. And like that is, I think, the job of a journalist and a writer and I think that's perfectly fine. And that's what he's always done. And he's referenced the works. He's had tons of archaeologists and anthropologists in his books that have told all kinds of crazy stories. In Magicians of the Gods, he referenced and he knows, and he's worked with Thor Conway, who's a very famous anthropologist who studied the Ojibwa people out of Northern Ontario. And they're out of they're quite vast. But he told a story, Magicians of the Gods, about the long-tailed heavenly climbing star. So this is directly from one of Thor Conway's books, where he talked with a guy named Fred Pine, who was one of these elders of the Ojibwa. And Fred Pine, and Thor said, this is a crazy story. Fred Pine talked about how this is an oral tradition they handed down, that the long-tailed heavenly climbing star came at the earth. It arrived again and lashed the earth with its tail and caused a giant firestorm thousands of years ago that killed, everything, everyone, all the beasts. It burned all the forests up. And he talks about, all the seers told the people to go down and roll in the bog beforehand, or they'd be burned alive. And now we know there's a black mat layer all over the northern hemisphere. There was a giant firestorm. And so that's what he was hinting at in that book. Now, that's a pretty compelling story from their folklore, isn't it? Now, does Flint just think, oh, those people were stupid though, right? We're the smart ones. Now, does that sounds kind of white supremacist to me, doesn't it? If you want to start throwing those darts around. Oh, well, those people were just stupid. They didn't have a written language. That's a pretty fucking compelling story, right? And it's pretty correlative with those events, right? That's what Graham points to. There's nothing wrong with that. Anybody trying to suggest anything else, just fucking dinguses. Man, there's no way. Like, I can't, anyway. He's dedicated his life to it, the same as the experts have. Exactly, man. Yeah, he was saying, we have looked and there is nothing there. Well, it was under a mile of ice. Yeah, that's exactly it, man. Yeah, it should be dust now. Oh, exactly, Rabbit. Yeah, under the ice sheets. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, if they were before the Ice Age, it would be. If it was in the Atlantic, this is the other problem with this idea. There's nothing there. Well, but there is an area where Atlantis supposedly sat, which Plato mentioned almost to a T, is the triple plate junction in the Atlantic. I brought it up a couple times, which Randall has brought up originally, but it's a very geologically unstable area, and there's a lot of mud there, and it's very far down. And if there was a civilization or a continent, there are remnants of a continent there potentially, which are now the Azores island chain. But if there was a civilization there could have been a catastrophic event. And all that shit's under miles of mud as well. And so it's approaching things with hubris. So it's fine to say there isn't a lot of quality evidence to support this theory, Graham. But to say that definitively know for sure there was no civilization, again, you're off the fence. It's kind of like someone saying there definitely was. We don't know with complete conviction. We need to be more agnostic, right? So saying definitively there wasn't, brother, you don't know that. Sorry, you don't fucking know that. Like, it's he brought up Sagan before, which is lovely, right? Which is, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, Flint. If you want to throw around fucking Sagan quotes. Right? So just because the evidence isn't there doesn't mean that there weren't any of these people. It might just mean we haven't found it. So,
Specifically, it was done to try to locate these...
To try to locate Stone Age,
civilizations.
Ice Age stuff, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Joe is already fishing here. How many of these dives have been completed, Flint? Like 1 or 2, right? Like you've barely scratched the surface and just totally missed the super awesome Atlantis site, right? Oh, thousands, you say? And you use predictive models to figure out where to dig so you're not just stabbing randomly in the dark? Well, shit.
And then my second thing I'd like to focus on is food. I am an archaeologist who studies ancient food. I'm an environmental archaeologist. I've studied millions of animal bones from the past. I've helped collect thousands and thousands of seeds like these, and it's something that people don't realize we can get. We've developed sampling methods, and we now at this point have millions of archaeobotanical remains, so seeds from ancient civilizations and ancient societies all over the world. And I want to sort of show you how we understand domestication as a process, and we can see where it happened in real time, in real space, the sort of evolution from a wild plant to a domestic plant, because that counters Graham's idea that the civilization introduced agriculture.
This is another point, which, and not to, I'm just gonna, you'd have to pause it like every 5 fucking seconds. Dan, who from the Debunking channel, actually critiqued this. There's other evidence to suggest that this might be more complicated than Flint makes it, where it might not necessarily be that simple, where it's just an obvious, debunk of Graham's idea. It's not that simple. You can watch it on Dan's channel, but he went down and broke all this down, where he wasn't specific enough. This is a prevailing theory. There are counter theories, So I'm here to show my evidence to say Graham can't be correct. Again, why people are incapable of doing this is again a lack of critical thinking, or they're intentionally doing this again to try and obfuscate, the weakness of their argument, which is just cowardice and again like malevolence and whatever the fuck they're actually trying to get after here. But like, okay, but what are so here's what I've got against Graham. Now here's what Graham could have against me. Because that's the position Flint was in. I don't know if Graham was high or something, but Graham was not quite prepared to get to that level of debate. If Flint was actually after the objective truths, he would also bring up the weaknesses of his own arguments. But he was representing archaeology. But this is the problem though. He didn't want to make himself potentially look bad, but we're trying to get after the objective truth. So this is a problem too, is he's supporting a power structure in some way by this. And that's extremely problematic. He should be bringing up the problems, potential problems with his own theories. I mean, when someone like, and actually I think, Eric Weinstein did this with Terrence Howard, which was really good. And that's how you that's a person, a good-willed person who in good faith is just trying to take an honest look at what you're trying to say and going to help you along with it. And that whole conversation, although I struggled listening to Terrence at some points, Eric was acting as that good faith actor, where he was there trying to steel man Terrence as best that he could. Because ultimately, like, he has some humility where he's like, I know a lot about mathematics, but I don't know everything. And somebody could walk in here and give me a different perspective. And so let's just hear him out and work with him. But when people aren't doing that, they're bad faith. Yeah. It wasn't there as a debate he would have liked. Yeah, I think Graham is losing it a bit, unfortunately, today. Yeah, I kind of noticed that too. Even during he had a stroke a couple years ago, and he said he wasn't quite the same after. I noticed that in the Ancient Apocalypse show too, where they did these shots of him just like, I was like, oh, fucking shit. I love Graham. I've loved Graham's work for years.
It was not an introduction.
Yeah.
It's something that happened in a real space. And we'll track how we can see humans taking control of the reproductive life cycle of these plants.
There you go. 2 very firm lines of actual scientific evidence against Graham's imaginary civilization, which once again has precisely 0 evidence for its existence. I wonder if Graham will engage with this evidence like an adult. Anyone want to take some bets? In the meantime, Joe at least seems like he's getting something out of this.
So we can date that transition from domestic to, or
and
from
what
wild
are the
to
oldest
domestic.
seeds that you found?
Oh, the oldest seeds we have go back tens of thousands of years. The oldest domesticated crops we have go back about 11,000 years.
And where are those from?
From Syria, Turkey, the Fertile Crescent area, yeah.
Is it
right after the
possible
Ice
that
Age.
there was domestication before that in other parts of the world?
I'm going to show you why that's not possible.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's kind of my goal there.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's not even a disproof of an advanced civilization. It's a disproof of agriculture. Period. In the Ice Age, there's a lot of reasons why there was no agriculture, and so I want to get into the
Let's
depths,
do it.
the weeds on that. Let's say. Yeah.
Okay.
So to summarize, there are no material remains anywhere in the world that support Graham's made-up civilization. There is also no evidence of any agriculture from that time period, even though this is the alleged main output of this made-up civilization. Anything else?
We have radiocarbon dates directly dated from 13,000 sites in Europe and Siberia. We have quite a bit of evidence of this ephemeral evidence for hunter-gatherers, if you see what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And so the evidence is just enormous, this database for hunter-gatherers. And so I think it's important that we deal with the existing evidence and see where it leads us.
Following evidence? Thinking like a scientist? That's boring, Flint. You'll never get a Netflix show with that attitude.
Essentially, you're saying there's a clear chain between what we know of in terms of like hunter-gatherers and then more modern civilizations. It's a pretty linear line.
No, I don't see it as a linear line.
Not linear, that's a bad, but that at what point in time it started, I should say.
I think what we can say is we can start pinpointing the starts of domestication and things like that. But I think that what this big data set that we now have shows is there is no linear trajectory to human culture. It's actually very heterogeneous what happens. It's different in different areas of the world, and therefore we need to understand the local context to understand them.
Gee, that sounds pretty incompatible with the idea of a super awesome Atlantis civilization that might even be aliens, which taught all the dumb people all the cool stuff all at the exact same time. Oh well.
At different times.
Well, but I mean, it might be aliens, but did they teach absolutely everybody at the same time? Graham's show implied that there could have been, because all the flood myths coincide at the same time, also influence from all these different cultures at the same time. We have no idea though. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they just picked a couple. I mean, that who knows? Who knows how complicated this is? I mean, again, like, I'm not gonna say that Graham's theory is fucking flawless on all of this. It isn't, but he's just asking the questions, right? And you can't come at him and say, well, because of the absence of evidence, then there's no possibility this could have happened. But there's other forms of evidence that he has, which are the stories, the mythological evidence, the connectivity between them. I mean, you can just completely disregard that, but that's, at the end of the day, is it objectively worth something? Yes, it has to be. No one else has drawn these correlations other than Graham, that there's these connections between different cultures. We brought this up here between Easter Island and Mesopotamia. The similarities. I mean, you'll find some of the iconographies of the gods. I mean, it's uncanny. You're telling me that no one's drawn this correlation? I mean, there's tons of these examples, right? And again, it's like, well, but they're also so hyper specialized, like Flint, dealing in one area, and that's the other thing you run into is that I brought this up with the winged disc, where there's other people in archaeology I ran into on Twitter who are like, why has nobody talked about the correlations between these winged discs? They look almost identical at a Mesoamerica and Mesopotamia. Like, what's going on here? Like, no one wants to draw these parallels. It's just all attributed to just coincidence. And it's a similar kind of phenomena, right, with what goes on with the abduction phenomena. It's this phenomena here we're going over, which is important. He does interview him. That'd be kind of interesting. But this Kuhn's paradigm prism, once a scientific paradigm takes root, anomalous data gets dismissed until it piles up and triggers a scientific revolution, right? So contradictory findings equal methodological error. Alternative explanations equal fringe, and whistleblowers equal cranks. Yeah. I mean, so we're in the process, and we've been in the process of this, of a pileup, essentially. But it has to trigger this revolution in these disciplines. Who's going to facilitate that? Someone who has the courage to do it, I guess. Otherwise, everybody's just going to sit around and just be cowardice and fucking not do anything, which is the other problem here, right? Where they've got this identity built up and they're afraid to have all of this investment fall in front of their face because their peers will look at them as cranks or crackpots, or, you know, they won't step out of line. But you need to do that sometimes to make progress. So, man, I just fucking... Does Graham hypothesize that this advanced culture have language? It's hard to say, man. Like, he's usually pretty honestly in his books. He's pretty vague. He's even vague as to like what level the civilization was at. So he'll mention stories sometimes that maybe imply that they were like really advanced, like in Fingerprints of the Gods. I've read some of his books. I've read the kind of seminal works, I guess, that, you know, they were like more advanced than us, right? Which would imply even like ancient aliens. And then, and maybe magicians, he'll kind of walk that back slightly, where they were maybe a maritime civilization, which is essentially what Plato had implied, that they had boats, right? They sail around the world and shit. The stories imply that they were beyond that. And that's one of the other issues, where when you go to the stories and myths and the legends, they were in all kinds of crazy shit, right? So this is more like Von Daniken, which is, so you got like Zacharias Sitchin, Von Daniken, you got maybe Giorgio Tsoukalos before them, then you've got like Graham, then maybe you got like Randall Carlson, then you get into kind of like more like academic type people, but on like a spectrum of like way out there to like coming closer to where people will be more grounded. I mean, Graham essentially puts them at like a civilization that is a bit beyond maybe like the Greeks or something, right? But at times implies that he leaves it open. But if you were to talk to him one-on-one, he probably would tell you that he thinks that this was a very advanced civilization, I think. He doesn't really state that publicly, but I think you'd have to look at it. You'd have to look at, because one of the issues with it is where's their stuff, right? And that is an anomaly. It is a bit of an anomaly. And when you look at the stories, at least some of the myths and legends of some of the construction, potentially some of these megalithic sites, they sound pretty out there, right? We've gone over that before. I think it was Saxe-Baumon. I can't remember I think it was, but the myth, the legend there was that Viracocha, I believe, I might be mixing this up, arrived and started manipulating the stones with a device. When he pointed the device at the stone, and it essentially made it weightless and malleable, and then they moved them around into place. Now, again, we're going to look at that, and there's no evidence there to suggest that actually happened other than the fucking stones being there, and we have no idea how they ended up manipulating them in that way. That sounds pretty out there. Same with Teotihuacan, that the original story that was told by the native peoples, I think to the Spanish, was that I think 1,500 or something giant, or 1,500 gods arrived in a flint knife that crash landed. They got out and built Teotihuacan. They had nothing to do with the local people there, supposedly. So it's like, those are the stories that are getting dismissed. So it's like, you see how they're very cleverly kind of streamlining this all together and leaving out all these interesting tidbits, where it's like, oh yeah, but those are crazy stories. They're stupid people. What do you mean these people couldn't have done this? Are you white supremacists? It's like, fuck, they didn't say they could do it. They said someone else did it. You're not taking them seriously. Are you a white supremacist? You think your opinion's worth more than theirs? Think you're better than they are? I mean, like, come on. Like, you can just play this game back and forth. It's just fucking nonsense. Like, I would expect widespread use of language, not the disparate collection that we've seen. It's a good question. Well, but like, you'd have to look at how would language evolve, right? I mean, where I would go to would be Mesopotamia with like cuneiform, right? So that's a written language there, right? Would there be any parallels potentially? Would there be any parallels in the what am I looking for here? Specifically in like is it phonomics or phonics? Like how are people sounding things out? Like, because some of these cultures just had oral traditions, right? So you'd look at maybe the Hopi. So here's an example out of the Hopi. This isn't like great, but there's a word that the Hopi had. They referred to these gods that they dealt with as ant people. And the ant people helped them go down underground to survive the destruction of the last world. So they referred to one of the translations, they called them ant friends. An ant friend in this dialect is pronounced like Anunnaki, right? These are what these big people brought them under the ground, right? And there's other stories about giants living underground, right? In some of these cultures, and that there were remnants of these giant people found underground, right? And which sound awful like the Anunnaki out of Mesopotamia. So it's like, that's just one little anecdote, but how far back are we going to, right? We're going to go back like 12,000 years. I mean, how much do we actually know? How much do we actually have back that far? That's a long way back. I mean, the King's List, the Rosetta Stone, or you go to the cuneiform, like at Sumeria, that's 5,500 years old. So think from 5,500 years to now. So we had little scribbles, like these weird symbols called cuneiform, right? To now. Okay, that's 5,500 years. Right? So look where we've gone from cuneiform to our language. Okay? Here's a thought experiment. Go back another 5,500 years. Now you're at 11,000 years ago. You're not even at 12,000 years yet. Right? So you go back that far. So the time from the Ice Age to the Sumerians is the same time from the Sumerians to now. Look how our language has evolved. So if it goes back that far, what kind of telephone game are we dealing with here? Are we competent enough to pull apart that telephone game of language potentially? There could have been some kind of influence at one point that could have been somewhat universal. How has it evolved since then? There's a lot of influence there from people, right? So how does that change? How much does it change? How much could it change? How much can it change? We know it can change a lot, clearly, because we went from cuneiform to what we're doing right now, right? So go back that far again, and then where's the original? Where does it stem from? That was the first written language we know of, is the cuneiform from the Sumerians. until we find tablets to the contrary. There are anomalous writings that have been found that have no one knows what language it is too, right? So that's the other problem, where we have no fucking idea what it means. The Rongo tablets in Easter Island are an example of that. We have no idea what their language is. We have no idea if that's even something that they wrote. There could be remnants of this ancient civilization's language around, and we just have no idea what it is. I mean, if anyone who's looked into, I'd highly recommend listening to Irving Finkel, who's a Sumerologist and who is an expert of cuneiform at the British Museum. I mean, just listen to him trying to figure that fucking language out. It's a fucking nightmare. He still doesn't. They still don't know it completely, right? And so now and that's a civilization they dug out of the ground, right? So yeah, man, Larkin, Irving's wonderful, and Irving is somebody that I think, and he's probably a good example of how I think a lot of people address this problem. Where, and I don't think he's directly commented on Graham, but there's just so many unknowns. It's just, so long as you don't approach it with hubris, right? And I think that's people like Irving. I mean, anyone who's looked at that whole thing is fucked, man. He's even said as much that it's fucked. Yeah. He's not a fan of Graham. Maybe not. I don't know. You'd have to ask him. I mean, you'd be surprised though, right? Anyone that's read through Graham's stuff, like I like Irving's stuff, and as much as possible, like, you'd probably try and defer to people like that. But I think Graham brings up a lot of legitimate points about, like, a lot of the mythologies are very interesting. And if you were to go talk to a mythologist or a folklorist, they would probably vibe with Graham a bit more. It's the people. I know you like Graham, Jimmy. Low, I'll not comment. Well, but like, give me an argument. I get. Well, just like tell me why you don't like him, though. Yeah, and I like Graham because of his collection of stories. He's collected a bunch of very brilliant stories and anecdotes. I would ask you, have you read Graham too, right? Because I think some of these guys haven't read Graham's work quite clearly. Because Graham references, he has no evidence of anything. It's wild speculation. No, it's not wild speculation. No, that's what I've been talking about here the whole time. That I wouldn't say any of it's wild speculation. I think that's wrong. It's not wild speculation. There's a basis for it. There's a lot of mythologies that definitely need to be reckoned with that are very interconnected. And again, you've got some pretty hard science here too. Where's the metallurgy from this lost civilization? Who knows what they were? And actually, do you know about the orichalcum? Do you know what orichalcum is? He says they didn't just use it, maybe. That's insane. Well, but we do have remnants of some strange metal that's found throughout the Mediterranean, right? Known as orichalcum. Or we've named it that. It's named that because Plato mentioned in the Critias that Atlantis decorated their cities in his story with a substance kind of similar to fool's gold that he called orichalcum, which just looked like gold. And there's this weird metal that they found throughout the Mediterranean called orichalcum. Or they called it that because it looked similar to what Plato's description was. So yeah, there's no evidence of metalworking for what he's talking about. There's no shipwrecks, no remnants. Yeah, but there are though. That's the problem. Those pieces of orichalcum were found in shipwrecks in the Mediterranean. Now, those shipwrecks were dated to somewhere around like 25 to 3,000 years ago, something along those lines, from the ancient Greeks. But where did the metal come from? There's an inconsistency with those metals. So this is a problem, though. There's a narrative that's been put out there that he has no evidence whatsoever, and he didn't do a very good job in defending himself. But there's absolutely something to this narrative, right? I mean, that's his main point. Now, I mean, if we look at evidence as in like bits and pieces from them, I mean, I don't know if we really even, like, I personally don't know if I would even say civilization per se. Now, Plato called it a civilization, but how far back do we have to go here too? This is the other issue, right? Where, I mean, the oldest civilization we knew of was Sumeria, which was 5,500 years ago. It was pretty hard to dig all that shit up, right? So the other issue is that going back 12,000 years is really difficult. And there's lots of places in the planet that these remnants of these people could be. Now, we don't know who they were really either. I mean, were they engaged in metallurgy? I mean, people like Plato state that they made this metal and decorated their city with it, right? These coins are only 2,100 years old and they use metal working to be made. I don't want to argue away about it, but for me, Graham just talks a little wild shit with no real work to back it up. Yeah, I would disagree, I guess, man. I would disagree and say that there's tons of work that he's put in to show that there's an interconnectivity between the cultures. I wouldn't disagree. There's definitely not a hard evidence. There's not a lot of hard evidence around for it. Aside from the megalithic sites, which could be considered hard evidence, which we were talking about earlier. So this is a problem, again, where you've got narratives like out of Egypt, for instance, that Giza was constructed definitively by the Egyptian people, or the Sphinx was, etc. But there's an inconsistency there where they have a fairly weak argument for that, because there's no proof, actually, that the copper, that Bronze Age civilization cut those granite slabs with copper tools. So it's still an anomaly, I guess, if you look at it that way. And then who built it then? So if you wanted to try and use that to argue for some group of people, you probably still could. And there's other inconsistencies too at other sites, like Teotihuacan sucks. Pumapunku is another site. So we talk about actual physical evidence. We can't go to these sites and just half-ass misattribute them to people who claim they had nothing to do with it, right? And then say, oh, it doesn't have any evidence. Well, but that could be some of the evidence. It's just people have decided to misattribute it because they're trying to fit it with this narrative that, well, that doesn't make any sense. That's the other problem, right? But you're talking about the 2,100-year-old coins, the orichalcum, you mean? Is that what you're referring to? Yeah. There's problems with Graham's too. We can talk about that. Where there are problems that I've read through Graham's work, right? So I know it fairly well. I've read through Magicians twice now, which is his more recent book from 2015. So I know all the anecdotes he's used. And there's other experts in the field, like from anthropology, people involved with history, mythology, who agree that there's something to this argument. There's a connectivity there, but I personally disagree very much. I think it's a load of wild shit. Wild shit's Georgios Tsoukalos. Wild shit's not Graham, because Graham's also associated with Robert Schoch. Robert Schoch's interpretations of the Sphinx are not wild shit. It flies directly in the face of archaeology, right? So archaeology had no interest in actual science that Schoch did and interpretations by an expert. They wanted to just go along with the fantasy that this had to do with their people for whatever fucking reason. Like it's older than they thought it was. It's just baseline. There's no argument against that, proper argument. Same with Pumapunku. I mean, the site is probably much older than it's dated to. The native peoples there had no way of constructing anything like that. We know that. And they had, I don't know, the stories there point honestly to probably some other culture that's lost. But that would fall in line with Graham's argument that there's a lost culture that had something to do around all these different areas, right? So, in my opinion, we can be civil and disagree on this too, right? I mean, obviously I think we're all just trying to get to the bottom here of all of this. But yeah, Schoch is an ancient astronauts guy though. Robert Schoch's a tenured professor at Boston University still. No, I wouldn't say, but we don't know what the fuck happened, right? At the end of the day, even with the ancient astronaut meme, we have no idea what happened. We have no idea what happened that far in the past. For all we know, there could be something that fantastical that occurred. If in actual fact, it is a bit, to give Flint a bit of credit, it would be more likely that we're dealing with something like that than a prolific ancient civilization. He's not wrong. That there wasn't like some worldwide civilization. And not that Graham's really implied this, but like ours, that didn't exist. Our level of civilization did not exist 15,000 years ago. So there may be something weirder to this. We have to be prepared to cope with that. So like Pumapunku you should look into that, man. He's been on Ancient Aliens, but he's a very accredited geologist. So he's one of those guys that I would love to see debate Flint, because I think Flint would get blown into a million little fucking pieces. He would. He's worked with a lot of very accredited people too in different disciplines. So Puma Punku is something you should look at if you haven't looked at it. I mean, there's tons of anomalous sites. They just want to try and mainstream people into this idea that this has all been figured out, or it hasn't. There's tons of inconsistencies. Hey, y'all, anyone know if it's true that Mr. Beast is going to be on the next season of Skibbity Toilet? Mike, brother, I can't fucking tell you. I can't stand watching that guy. He's careful not to align himself with anything he can't back up. Flint or Graham, Aaron. Yeah, but anyway, I mean, yeah, I want to get to the truth of all this. I think Robert's actually a really good resource. If no one's watched Robert's interview too on Joe Rogan, it's actually a really good conversation. Robert talks most of the time. Oh, shock, yes, yeah. He's very careful. Yeah, he's a proper intellectual. He's very, very well read. He has a very interesting theory about the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis too, which he's worked with some plasma physicists on, actually, that they think there was some kind of a mass ejection out of the sun. Could have been like giant lightning storms. You know, there was something apocalyptic that happened. Like, we know this. I don't know. Flint didn't really. Flint to some degree, his thing is with whale bones and shit, and he's in a very specific area. But there was absolutely a catastrophe too that happened, and it was really bad. And that's where Randall comes in too, where Randall is a really great resource when it comes to how bad some of these catastrophes were. It was a fucking apocalypse, what happened to him 12,000 years ago, yeah. Yeah, he wrote The Parapsychology, Evolution of Conscious Anthology of Paranormal and Psychic Research, 2008. He's written a couple things, yeah. He wrote something on the Theosophists too, back in the early 1900s, but that doesn't mean that he's wrong about the Sphinx though, right? Parapsychology is a whole discipline in and of itself. So now it is, at least. But no, he goes into that on Graham's podcast as well. His grandmother was a Theosophist. They were the people that brought over a lot of these Eastern philosophies in the early 20th century. Like kind of they brought over the woo, I guess, initially, right? And they supported Edgar Cayce and all of this stuff. And so he's a fairly open-minded guy to that. But I mean, you know, I think we should be, personally. I mean, I don't think we should be too dismissive of any of that stuff. So I haven't read that book of his, but I know he's been involved with some of that as well. But yeah, either way, I mean, we want to get to the objective truths. And I think Robert's on the money with some things, especially when it comes to the Sphinx, and especially when it comes to some of these other anomalous sites. And his Younger Dryas impact theory is also very interesting. Yeah, the resident contrarian. Hey, man, that's fine, man. No, listen, no, and like, welcome. Yeah, no, man, no, listen, and no, I don't want to create. I'm not about like an echo chamber either. Like, listen. Any inconsistencies in my own logic, point it out, bro. Like, I think I just want to get to what the fuck's actually going on, right? Like, that's my whole meme. Like, and I think it's good to have healthy back and forth on all this stuff too, and try and get a clear top down, right? I just don't like how this guy handled himself here, because what's his name? Dave, man. Fuck, man. 18 minutes. I'll try and listen to the rest of this on my fucking own, yeah. Fantastic. Leader of the PBC party was on Tucker Carlson. Oh, Jesus. I see how he wouldn't go anywhere he couldn't prove. Makes me believe it more. Yeah. Got to have all points of view to debate healthy discourse, brother. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No. Yeah. I'll definitely make some piece to ground. Well, yeah, that's what we were just watching here a minute ago. Yeah, we were struggling with him, man. Holy fuck. I'm not a fan of Professor Dave and how he was approaching this conversation. It was not good. Is this what you just sent me, Digi? What was this? Pierre Poilievre is a fraud. Oh, Jesus.
He seems like a true fraud to me, like a pretty sinister fraud.
But, you know, he's doing a campaign against Trump.
How about stopping immigration from India and Pakistan?
First, please. Yes, first.
But that's not even a consideration.
No, they are pandering. The liberals and the conservatives are pandering to these ethnic communities for votes. Poilievre said we need to have 250,000 foreigners a year, plus international students, plus temporary foreign workers, plus refugees. That would be about 1.5 million foreigners over 3 years. That is mass immigration. In the middle of a mass immigration crisis, we cannot afford that.
Who's paying him to do that? No one in Canada is benefiting from this, so why would Poilievre and Trudeau be embracing the same policy that everyone hates and is destroying Canada.
Yeah, you have a point there. 70% of the population in Canada are saying no to mass immigration.
Yeah. Fuck. What's he? He's the PPC? Oh, man. I guess maybe I'll vote for him. I don't fucking know, brother. We get an election here in 12 days. Yeah. He used to be conservative. Oh, man. I'll probably vote for him. Yeah, Pierre is I'm not a fan of Pierre, honestly. I never really have been. I thought he's a dingus, too, a little bit. Same with Trudeau's even, oh my fuck. It's even worse. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, even worse. But anyway, I don't even want to think about it. Says the cons are morally bankrupt, so he broke off. Oh, really, conservatives. He might vote for the Rhino Party because he's no PPC here. We might vote. Oh, really? There's no PPC there. Oh, really? I don't know if there is in New Brunswick or not. I don't know. Probably not. Man, you know what I'm going to do with my vote? I'm going to fucking roll it up with what's left of this fucking weed. And I'm going to fucking smoke it right here live. I'm going to say, go fuck yourselves. That's about all we have left here, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I got mine too. Yeah. I just like, oh man. I don't have a lot of faith. Yeah. The light went up with you, man. Holy fucking Christ. Smoke the whole voting card, pass out. Oh, fuck. Oh my God. Yeah, man. I'm just so fucking done with it. Skinny Bob just needs to come down and pick us all up. Get us the fuck out of here. Just hit the reset button, actually. Just hit the flood button that Graham talks about, I guess. Hit the giant flood button. Reset this motherfucker. Back to the Stone Age. Go back to sticks and stones, right? Go back to those times. Oh, God. Anyway, all right. Well, that's probably it. I think my brain hit a wall at the end of that one. Definitely hit a wall. Oh, fuck. Anyway. Yeah, I'll be back. There's a bunch of shit I didn't go over, but I'll have to fucking do it another night. So, yeah. Somebody called Noah, yeah. Listen, I'll build a big boat, and I'll be sure to come by and pick all you guys up, right? And then we'll start anew, right? There's not going to be any animals, though. That's the only problem this time. Just a bunch of people stuck in the boat, but lots of meat at least. Things go sideways, but we'll draw straws. Who gets eaten first? Yeah. Oh, fuck me. Russell's Ark. Yeah. Chatters in 2x2. Yeah. Fucking top sub gets to sleep in the master's bedroom, I guess. And yeah, sorry. Bottom sub. Well, you're in the back. You're in the belly of the beast. Yeah. You're riding with Lacerda. Fuck yeah, brother. Yo, pick her up on the way, huh? Oh, God. All right. Anyway, everybody.
Pretty interesting.
And however, Uber, thanks for the follow, man. Until tomorrow, I'll be back. And there's some other things we'll go over that are equally spicy. So until then, everybody, stay safe. Sweet dreams. We'll see you later.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49. The guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean to periscopic deception. Ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights, and he parts in the breaking dawn.